Start. It's past 9 o'clock, and I would like to welcome you to this panel entitled Our Changing World, Building Resilience and Sustainability in the LDCs. But can I just first say sort of also on my behalf how happy I am to see you all here. And I think that we really had a good day yesterday, and we talk much about evidence-based policy making, but yesterday we really had evidence-based policy making because we had such interesting presentations with compelling facts and analysis on the many problems that sort of LDCs face. And sometimes when you sort of look at academic research, you have this feeling in a way of being confused, but on a higher level, but not yesterday, because I think that the findings and the conclusions were so eminently clear. And this is a very good template in a way that we will now listen to analysis, research, data, facts, and I hope that this will sort of guide us in making sort of good decisions in Doha in just a few months' time. But today our subject is resilience, and one of the main characteristics of the LDCs is really their vulnerability, and then resilience building and achieving sustainable development will have to be at the core of a new program of action. This session will focus on how LDCs can deal with the challenges of climate change. We all know that LDCs have contributed the least, but are among the most affected countries. Thus, they need to invest a lot in adaptation to climate change and in disaster preparedness to be able to achieve the SDGs. The bio information of our keynote speaker and panelists are available on the conference website, so I will only introduce them briefly to have more time for discussion. I would also like to ask speakers to stick to the agreed time and focus on their key findings that are relevant to policy makers. One feedback I heard yesterday was really in a way that, we are all eager to have an interactive element to our discussion, so I will try to keep time, and actually I will be clocking the panelists, so when sort of my bell will start chiming in a way that your time is really up and it's time to move on. But our keynote speaker is Mr. Aroma Revi, Director of the Indian Institute for Human Settlements, who will make his presentation virtually, focusing on the convergence of climate and disaster resilience with sustainable development. You have the floor, please.
Good morning, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you. I'm going to very quickly take you through a set of ideas that I'm sort of happy to share. I'm imagining that you can see my slides at the moment. So what I'm going to be speaking about is trying to build LDC resilience via the SDGs, and this comes from a number of decades of experience, not only on the MDGs and the SDGs, but also on dealing with climate change. I've been involved in the current assessments of the IPCC, and in the framing and the sort of tracking of, I beg your pardon, sorry. That's a bit of a challenge. 1 second. Can we see what's happening just now? Is that good? Are we good? Excellent. So basically the question that we're trying to address is, in the context of core development challenges faced by the LDCs, this of course is a framework that we're familiar with. This is a sustainable development goals, and I've highlighted 3 clusters of goals, which I guess we've gone over in the last few days. The first ones are most obvious, dealing with poverty and zero hunger. another cluster that's dealing with human development, health, education, and gender equality. One that's very critical to the LDCs, which deals with economic development. That's a fundamental challenge apart from human development, which is SDGs 8, 9, and 10, dealing with economic development, growth, industrialization, etc. And then, of course, the big challenges 13, 14, and 15. And I've highlighted 14 and 15 because by and large, most LDCs are doing very well as far as the global framework is concerned in terms of climate action because emissions are fairly low. But apart from the SDG framework, there are three other ideas that are part of the 2030 agenda that I think are very important to us. And that is the idea of leaving no one behind, the idea of leaving no place behind. And this is very critical for a whole range of LDCs and also SIDS who are LDCs. And finally, the idea of leaving no ecosystem behind, because if you're not able to deal with ecosystem challenges, we're in deep challenges, especially from the LDC context. So to be very frank, there are three high-level strategic constraints that we face from the LDC point of view. The first one, of course, is economic scale and diversity. Economies are not very large. It'll be a long time before LDCs find their way into the G20 or larger groupings of that kind. And diversity, economic diversity is relatively low, dependence on one or two major economic sectors to actually drive the economy and sort of take it forward, which is pretty important to dealing with poverty and hunger and resource mobilization. The other thing, of course, is very strong sensitivity to natural resources. And that's why ecosystem services and dealing with ecosystems is quite important. Plus, contexts are quite important. If you're a small island state, it's not only sea level rise that's going to affect you towards the latter part of the century, but certainly a whole range of other challenges that we're seeing with extreme climate events. And finally, we just heard just now, most of us are significantly impacted, whether it's droughts or it's extreme weather, or it's a whole range of other climate and disaster risk related kind of hazards. So impacts are very high, but the leverage we have, because we produce in a sense and sort of interact with the global environmental system somewhat less than other countries in the world, is quite low. So in a sense, these are strategic constraints that may not actually change, certainly in the 2020s, but even after that. So that's the context in which we're currently working. Given that, the big question is, what are we building resilience for? And this is one of my sort of favorite images from last year, where the COVID crisis seems like something that's kind of overtaken the world, what we call a set of cascading risks. COVID actually is a perfect SDG storm. It starts in SDG 3 around health, but then it permeates across the world and across most economies to touch most of the other SDGs: poverty, work, a whole range of other questions, excepting in some cases, some of the environmental goals that we have. So they're basically four sets of shocks that we have to deal with. And from the LDC context, to be very frank, having worked in development for more than 3 decades, I think the most critical question for us is dealing with economic and livelihood shocks. We know that happens quite regularly. We've seen many cycles in this in the last 20 or 30 years. The most recent ones were 2008. And of course, the COVID-induced impacts that we're seeing just now. Then, of course, the climate emergency. And what we often forget is the biodiversity crisis is sitting just behind that and often tied to it. And that is going to have a very dramatic impact, certainly on food security and potentially on water security as we go forward. So, a set of these waves that are coming one after the other, smaller and bigger in some senses. So we really need to look at this as a systemic kind of opportunity. So my proposition here, both from practice and from some of the most interesting things that we've seen in the last many years since the SDGs, Sendai and Paris were negotiated, is that we need an integrated response which brings together climate action, biodiversity conservation, and disaster risk reduction. So notionally, the Paris, Aichi, and the Sendai agendas within the framework of sustainable development. Now, if you're a policymaker from an LDC, you can, the first reaction would be, this just can't work for us. We don't have the resources. We may not have the institutional capacity. We're in a very difficult situation. So you're asking too much for us. I'm going to make a contrarian argument that in actual fact, these are central to trying to achieve the SDG, the LDC objectives of achieving the SDGs. And there, if you were to unbundle it, there are 3 different things that we need to deal with. On the climate front, the most critical thing is climate adaptation to secure ecosystem services, because that's where food, water, air, and a whole range of things on which our people depend are absolutely critical, and they're going to become increasingly complicated because we are probably going to see an overshoot above 1.5 and maybe even 2, depending on what happens in the negotiations this year. And then, of course, dealing with settlement and infrastructure systems. SDG 11 is not only about cities, it's also about all other places. So it's a question of dealing with spatial justice and infrastructure, because one of the really critical things that's very difficult to establish in LDC environments is resilient infrastructure systems, whether it's schools or healthcare systems, or even roads, bridges, electronic infrastructure, etc. So you really need to protect that. And of course, climate mitigation is important, but I think it's important not because of emissions. It's important because we need universal access to clean energy. That's what's going to drive our economies. And of course, the longer you stay with fossil fuels staying out, there's going to be significant macroeconomic impacts, because many LDCs are not places where you have a large amount of fossil fuels that are currently available. So the transition risks are quite strong. And then, of course, biodiversity conservation, like I was saying earlier, is about food and water securities and sustainable cities and communities. You cannot do it without that. And finally, in the everyday working of things, it's not only the big events that are important, but what we call everyday risk around lives, around critical infrastructure and buildings, because you can see that, event after event, you can lose a lot of your building stock, and that, in a sense, is the accumulated savings and investments of maybe a couple of generations of people who are in rather difficult circumstances. Now, how can we think about this? When we're looking at risk, you can deal with risk by modifying the hazard. And that can be done by and large by a whole range of high-income countries, because this is expensive. Building seawalls, diverting rivers, dealing with the questions like that is actually quite complicated and difficult. The second thing is to sort of modify exposure by moving people from places where they are to other places, which is actually both difficult and very complex, given our livelihood and development challenges. So the real core opportunity for us is actually to decrease vulnerability. And effectively, decreasing vulnerability is implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's, I would say, at the heart of the argument that I'm presenting just now. Decreasing vulnerability structurally across all forms and divisions, whether it's gender, ethnicity, location, etc., is central to what we want to do and what we have to do in time. So how do we do this in the climate context? There's a framework that we're talking about just now. It will be out, is currently in discussion from the IPCC. It's called climate resilient development, which basically means taking sustainable development and integrating adaptation more centrally for the SDGs, and also mitigation to make them work together. So it's, in a sense, what we would call a triple win. But the important thing to understand in this is you cannot deliver climate goals without delivering the SDGs in time and limiting maldevelopment. We have maldevelopment in many parts of the world. So development is a context in which climate action takes place. And if you don't address the challenges of development, especially in contexts where we have a whole range of operational challenges, it's going to become very difficult. The framework that we have from the IPCC, and I sort of co-led this process for the 1.5 report in 2018, is that we have to affect in this decade 5 critical system transitions. The most obvious one is on energy. I haven't highlighted it because, in some senses, apart from access, that is something that may not be very critical for the LDCs to engage with. But the ones in red, dealing with the land and oceans ecosystems transition to ensure water, food security, and the availability of ecological services, whether it's in forests or terrestrial areas, agricultural nomadic populations, or of course people who live off the water and the oceans, is absolutely central. And that's why it ties in with IG. Then, of course, the urban and infrastructure transition, which is very important, and I described that earlier. The industrial one is probably less important at the current point of time, but depending on how one transitions and development pathways working out, it may be critical. But I would like to highlight the 5th one, which is very important, and we've seen this in the context of COVID. It is what we call the societal transition, bringing together citizens and a whole range of other stakeholders to align with the challenges and opportunities of sustainable development and building resilience. So we know from the science side, we know from the policy side, that there are a whole range of options. There's an image towards the right there, which looks at a range of, there are 48 different technical options that are available across all of these systems. They've been assessed. We did that in 2018. We've just done just now from the IPCC just now, which is a set of feasible and effective adaptation and mitigation options. But how you deploy them is going to be different in different contexts. If you're sitting in Oceania, and you're sitting in parts of sub-Saharan Africa, the contexts are very different, the ecological context, the development context, etc. So localization, the application of all of these things that we know from other places and your own context is going to be the really important challenge. We have a global framework, but the global framework will depend on local delivery and the aggregation across, I would say, maybe 10 to 20,000 places across the world. And remember, we have about 3,000 days to do this if we have to deliver the SDGs by 2030. Of course, in the stock take, we may find that we are set back quite dramatically because of COVID, and that has to be taken into account at the same time. So I'm going to take two very quick cases. These are sort of, they're taken from real data, but I'm sort of anonymizing them. So this is an LDC case, a landlocked country. And what you can see here is the SDG framework. So you see on the right-hand side, the SDG dashboard. And if it's red, it basically means things are not very good, excepting when an arrow is pointing upwards. And with green, that means in this particular case, there's an improvement of poverty. And there are others in which you actually have a green sort of situation. So as I said, in the climate space, most LDCs are actually very important and supportive of the climate goals, primarily because emissions are low, right? But you can see the bulk of this dashboard is in the red or the brown region, which basically means that we have severe developmental challenges. And in this particular case, I want to highlight SDG 4, which is very critical to human development. I mean, you may have improvements in health, but if you're not doing much about education, in this particular country case, we actually have very poor data about education. So one of the core things is we have to have better information to be able to localize and implement this process. There are frameworks in place, and I've highlighted 3 blocks of the SDGs. The core ones, of course, are 8, 9, and 10, which are critical to economic development. They will have an impact on the upper right-hand
Mr. Ravi, I think that we need to start wrapping up.
About 3,000. The other ones will focus on the HDI of 0.48, because these are central to actually making the transition on the climate and the infrastructure side. Let me move to a very different case, and that is of a small island state. Again, you can see an HDI of about 0.5, so many challenges in the human development side, a GDP per capita, which is very similar to the other country that's there, and also biocapacity deficits. And this is, I think, a very important thing when we're talking about ecosystem resilience. Somewhat better in some cases than the previous country that we saw there, because on SDG 12 on sustainable production and consumption, because I guess that's relatively low, we don't have critical challenges. But similar structure here. You have to get the economy right and become resilient to a whole range of these shocks, especially when you have extreme events and climate kind of impacts that are there that will build over time. You will have impact on your infrastructure. That will have a knockdown effect on economic development and also on questions of health and education, which are central to that transition as far as they're concerned. So what will actually make this work? And I'm going to generalize here at a very high level. Obviously, in 10 minutes, it's very difficult to embrace all the diversity and the challenges that we have. But from what we understand, very critical interventions around SDG 16 and 17 are important in this. And I would say they're in 2 blocks, and I'll close with this slide just now. The first block is something that I would call endogenous. These are things that LDCs do have some control of. In fact, very significantly can chart their own pathways. If you don't have peace, I'm just closing in 15 seconds. If you don't have peace, you can't deliver resilience. You need to enable governance, to enable SDG localization. You need to build institutional capacity, and that's very much in your own hands. And finally, I think the most critical is citizen empowerment and stakeholder mobilization. However, given the condition of the LDCs, the partnerships, especially partnerships with the international system, are critical because of resource, HDI, and other constraints, in which I would say financing is absolutely critical. This is our most significant constraint. Technology is important, and without international cooperation and solidarity, this is not going to work for the LDCs, and because it does not work for the LDCs, it may not work for the rest of us in other parts of the world. So thank you very much. This was a provocation at a very high level. I look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much for these remarks, Mr. Ravi, and I think that your sort of notion of living in a perfect storm in terms of sort of global development captures sort of our current situation very well. And I realized that I made the sort of, typical Finnish mistake, which is always going straight to the point, so I forgot to present myself. I'm Jukka Salovaara, the permanent representative of Finland to the United Nations. But now let's move on, and our first panelist is Mr. Syed Yusuf Sadat from the Center for Policy Dialogue in Bangladesh, who will present on climate change in Bangladesh, a sustainable development perspective. And I will try to do a better job in policing time, so you have 7 minutes, please. Do we have Mr. Sadat online?
Morning. Thank you, UNOHRLS and UNU Wider for giving me this opportunity. Today, I'll be talking about my paper. It's called Climate Change in Bangladesh, a Sustainable Development Perspective. And this is a paper in which we did a small empirical exercise where we forecasted the prospects of achieving SDG 13 in Bangladesh by 2030. And the paper is there on the conference website. Unfortunately, due to lack of time, I won't be able to get into the nitty-gritty details of that today. But in general, I'll just go through some brief points which we made in the paper. And one of the issues is that Bangladesh right now is at the front line of climate change. Most of you are well aware that Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries in the world. Even during the pandemic in 2020, we had a huge super cyclone which hit Bangladesh, and several thousands of people were homeless and a lot of damage was done. And climate change is directly basically threatening all the development progress that Bangladesh has made over the past 50 years. It has now been, it has moved from low income country to lower middle income country. Uh, it has moved from an LDC, it is going out of an LDC status by 2026, hopefully. And so climate change is threatening all this development progress that we have made. And anthropogenic climate change is also responsible for a lot of climate-induced natural disasters and extreme weather events, which we see every now and then in Bangladesh, particularly cyclones and floods and those sorts of things. But generally, what we see is that there's a huge gulf between the rhetoric and the reality of climate change. We keep on talking about this, but unfortunately, when the time comes to act, we see that there is there is some lacking in that. And so in the upcoming COP21, I feel Bangladesh needs to draw support for an adaptation strategy, which will be comprehensive in nature. It will cover disaster management, climate resilience, and also it will involve all the international stakeholders. And it's very important for us to obtain finance for climate change adaptation, because if you look at the political economy of climate finance, then you'll see that most of the climate finance is for climate change mitigation. Whereas for countries like Bangladesh, which have very low carbon emissions, climate change adaptation is much more important, because we are the ones who are facing the brunt of natural disasters, whereas the emissions and global warming is going on somewhere else. And therefore, we need a lot of climate finance. We need a new green technology that needs to come in. Foreign direct investment should be a vehicle for this kind of green investment. And we need to secure funding so that we can overcome the challenges of climate change and move out and build back better in a green economy. And I know this is quite obvious, but I want to stress is that climate change is an existential threat to humankind. And this is not just for Bangladesh, this is for all countries of the world. And so the causes, the probable consequences of inaction would be catastrophic. It would be absolutely suicidal for all of us. And so on the global level, I think that the time has long passed for us to come to realization that a more circular approach to the economy is needed. We need to reduce, we need to reuse and recycle what we make and what we use, so that the pressure on natural resources and the environmental degradation is much lower. And so we need to scale up our adaptation measures. We need to implement our national adaptation plans quickly. We need to increase our investments in renewable energy, and we need more funding for climate change adaptation. And ultimately, SDG 13, climate action, climate change is a global issue, and no country by itself can actually resolve this problem. So we need to consider transboundary action and regional collaboration on climate change and SDG 30. And in the upcoming COP21, some of the things which we can consider is that national adaptation plans could be used as a means of measuring the progress on climate change. And we need to ensure more governance and transparency in managing our own climate funds so that foreign investors are more encouraged to come here and invest, because sometimes it happens that it's a problem of governance. If there is a corruption or there's some other kind of issue, for that climate funds are not coming to Bangladesh. And we need novel strategies to deal with climate change, which are frugal, which are cost effective, and at the same time, which are effective in reducing emissions. And Bangladesh, along with other LDCs, they need to come together and jointly lobby for delivering the pledge of $100 billion in climate funds for developing countries, which the developed countries made. But those commitments are not being fulfilled at a time when the world is suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. And poor people in LDCs such as Bangladesh are suffering from the double brunt of COVID-19 and climate change and climate-induced natural disasters. So now is the time we need this funding more than ever before. So I would like to thank you. I'd close this quickly, but please feel free to go in and read our paper and get in touch with us if you need to know more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation and keeping time. And I think that your message on adaptation is well heard. And next our next panelist is Mr. Eric M. Pondi Ndengle, who is an economist at the IMF, and will talk about adapting to climate change in sub-Saharan Africa. You have 7 minutes, please. I understand that Mr. Ndengle has some connection issues, so we will move to Mr. Luke Amadi, guest editor, Cambridge Scholars Publishing, who will present on Can Resilience Performance Scorecard further climate-smart agriculture for sustainable land use among the LDCs in Africa. You have the floor for 7 minutes, please.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, how do I operate it?
I don't really know.
I should be pressing here. Okay. Sorry. Can Resilience Performance Scorecard further climate-smart agriculture for sustainable agriculture among LDCs? Evidence from Angola. Over time, everybody is very much aware of issues of climate change vulnerability. But recent findings suggest that issues of resilience have not been given adequate attention in policy discourse. So what is resilience? Resilience is not a state of being, rather a set of capacities. In other words, resilience has to do with building the capacity of the least developed countries. We are talking about capacity for governance. How do we strengthen the capacity of the least developed countries to be able to withstand climate shock? So in this study, we tried to create a link between resilience performance and climate-smart agriculture. There are 3 major themes of climate-smart agriculture: productivity, adaptation and resilience, and then mitigation. The essence is to increase productivity, what we call green agriculture, because over time, the least developed countries are poor. They experience series of climate shock like drought, sea level rise, ocean surge, flooding. So these are the key issues, the problem of this study. Since 1971, when the UN created the LDCs category, sub-Saharan Africans have dominated the list. And it's an issue of policy concern. There are about 33 African countries that are least developed. So they are confronted with severe low income, structural impediments to sustainable development, and highly vulnerable. In other words, they are vulnerable, climate vulnerability, and lots of challenges. Again, they live in extreme poverty, defined as less than 1.90% per day. So the context of this study focuses on Angola. Angola is one of the LDCs in Africa. Of course, it's the second richest oil-producing country in sub-Saharan Africa, next to Nigeria. In fact, issues of climate change has become very important in Angola, particularly in the post-Civil War era. You know, the war lasted between 1992 to 2005. So the rural sector dominates. In fact, it is the second largest contributor of Angola's GDP, which is 9.4%. So there is high level of informality. The informal sector remains a dominant issue in Angola. Again, about 85% of Angolans are engaged in informal sector agriculture, which is primarily smallholder farming for subsistence. So there are severe climate risks. In fact, the particular experience of Angola has to do with flooding, sea level rise, drought, and coastal erosion. So the methodology is a qualitative approach. However, resilience performance scorecard has to do with how do we measure, what are the key indicators that suggest that these countries are resilient. And again, if we get to know these indicators, what can we do about them? I did mention earlier that there's need to build the capacity of these people. So we also looked at the IPCC's vulnerability framework. Also, we looked at some case examples. In fact, our study focused on Huambo region. It's a province in Angola. We also looked at data from UNOHRLS 2018, UNESDA 2001, World Bank 2021. This is the framework, Resilience Performance Scorecard. You look at climate risks. The first one there is drought. We undertook a qualitative evaluation of the level of resilience of Angolans to drought. Are there existing strategies of adaptive capacity? In other words, how have they been able to avert or minimize threats of risks through preventive measures, short-term coping strategies, incremental shifts in management practices? For example, how have the smallholder farmers invest in pesticides to control a seasonal pest outbreak in their farm? Key findings. The data showed climate vulnerability in about 84% of the total areas. Also, there is absence of climate-smart agriculture. There is also very high climate vulnerability due to non-resilience and weak institutional mechanisms. So let's just quickly go to actionable recommendations. Resilient performance is necessary because it will help to build. So what instruments or measures are adopted to understand the level of resilience? You know, there are various biophysical challenges, risks, diseases, animal, plants, and pests. So evidence shows that there is need for climate financing. Also, we are talking about digitization. There's also need to digitize. Then there's also need to build the capacity of the LDCs for resilience. Example, farmers and resilience stakeholders must understand resilience and match risks to resilience capacity. You know, there's also need to boost trade for African LDCs. We also suggested land reform, mechanized farming, and all of that. So there's also decline in soil fertility. You know, it's on and on and on and on. But more importantly, I think we should appeal to the high-income countries. We commend the Finland government, but we appeal to high-income countries to come to the aid of the least developed countries. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for an excellent presentation, and I think that, well, developing agriculture and resilience is really a big theme that came out in many of the findings yesterday as well. And I think that we can now check whether Mr. Erik Pondi Endengle is online. So let's move on. So our next panelist is Mr. Luke Amadi, guest editor of the Cambridge Scholars Publishing, who will present on Can Resilience Performance Scorecards further climate smart agriculture for sustainable land use among the LDCs in Africa. You have the floor, please. Oh, so sorry. Yeah.
The next one.
The next one, yeah. So sorry for mixing the speakers list again. And we will hear from Bijoy Rakshit from the Indian Institute of Technology, ROPAR, who will present on the impact of poverty and urbanization on environmental degradation, evidence from sub-Saharan Africa. You have the floor for 7 minutes, please.
Shall I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So a very good morning to everyone present in the meeting. I am Vijay Rakshit from Indian Institute of Technology, ROPAR, and the title of my talk is Impact of Poverty, Urbanization on Environmental Degradation, Evidence from Sub-Saharan Africa. And this paper has been co-authored with Panika Jain and Dr. Shamresh Bardhan. So this is an overview of the background of the study. So there is a paradoxical connection between poverty and environmental degradation, and this paradoxical connection has been gaining a great deal of attention of policymakers and government stakeholders for several reasons. And this nexus between poverty and environmental degradation, it is a good issue to explore in sustainability and environmental literature as well. Masseron and Subramaniam, they have explained this connection with the remark that it's like killing two birds with one stone. However, the trade-off between poverty elevation and environmental degradation, it appears to be one of the policy issues, especially after the events such as United Nations World Summit on Sustainable Program. That's why the complexity and the significance of the poverty and environmental degradation, it has to be understood in the light of some institutional, macroeconomic, and demographic factors. And as we know that least developed countries are more susceptible to the problem of environmental risks as compared to the developed economics, and these countries are characterized by poor institutional qualities and low adaptive capacity, and their disproportionate reliance on the consumption of national resources. So these countries are in a So these countries are in a greater need of financial assistance in the form of development finance so that they can finance their future prospect of the sustainable development programs. However, in recent times, the broad objective of the development finance has been enlarged in the face of fulfilling multiple objectives, including poverty alleviation, environmental risks, and ensuring women rights, etc. However, if we look at most of the research that currently being carried out, they are mostly focusing on the environmental management, environmental conservations, and natural resources management, and paying very little importance to the effect of poverty and urbanization on environmental sustainability. UNEP 2011 in this regard, they have acknowledged that when a large volume of research is being carried out in the LDCs, and it shows that there is a poor implementation of the sustainable development in the achievement of sustainable environmental, economic, and society. However, the joint discourse on the dynamics of poverty and urbanization is a very crucial and the relevant aspect, but we do not find much studies happened on this issue in the context of the LDCs and especially in the SSA region. Now, my entire topic, it is actually motivated from the accessorism, and I have been motivated by the following points. First of all, if we look at the transition phase of the Millennium Development Goals to the SDG, it is evident that across the global, the incidence of the extreme poverty has been falling except the SSA region, and the growing incidence of the extreme poverty in the SSA region, it has also led to the creation of the problem of global poverty reduction in the world. So this is a very important issue that needs more policy intervention and more policy discussions. And in the entire dynamics between the poverty and environmental degradation, poors are both perceived as both the perpetrators and the victims of the environmental pollution. In fact, World Bank forecasts indicate that by 2030, nearly 9 out of 10 extremely poor people will be living in extreme poverty in the SSA region. Now, if we talk about the issue of urbanization, if we talk about the issue of urbanization, it has been projected that by 2050, from 8.7% in 1990 to 22.3% people, the global share of the urban population from the SSA region will be 22.3% by the 2050.
Well, I think that we may have reached the end of the presentation, and I want to thank our presenter, and at the same time, I need to apologize that I understand the French translation didn't work because of the echo we heard online. And I hope I'm not now making any mistakes with the list. And our next panelist is Mr. Eric Mpondi Ndengle, who is an economist at the IMF and will talk about adapting to climate change in sub-Saharan Africa. You have the floor for 7 minutes, please. You are online, please. You need to unmute, please.
Thank you, Chair. So today I will be talking about adapting to climate change in sub-Saharan Africa. So the key questions here are how sub-Saharan Africa is affected by weather-related disaster, and what can we do to make the region more resilient to these shocks. So let's talk a bit about background. Climate change broadly means rising temperature and increasing rainfalls anomalies. So the left charts here show that the world temperature has been increasing, particularly since the 1980s. And the effect on frequency and intensity of weather-related disaster are important. So we see on the right chart that the frequency of natural disaster has been rising, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. So what is the economic impact of climate change in sub-Saharan Africa? We did some regression analysis in which we proxied economic activity with nightlight data. So basically nightlight data are regressed on weather anomalies, where anomalies are extreme temperature and precipitation, basically a deviation from a 30-year average. We find that anomalies impact economic activity, but by much more in sub-Saharan Africa than in the rest of the world. The effect is even higher for the Sahel region, which reflects actually the region's lack of resilience to climate change and highlights the need to rapidly develop adaptation measures. So how do we respond? We have two approaches, basically. So the first one is through mitigation, which is to reduce greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. or adaptation, which is to adjust to changes in the climate. So regarding mitigation, Sub-Saharan Africa has limited influence on climate change compared with advanced economies or large emerging markets. Therefore, adaptation seems to be more important for Sub-Saharan Africa. So let me outline here some key considerations and policy recommendations. So the priority is to safeguard food security. Our analysis shows that some key factors can reduce the chances of food insecurity. Access to finance will help households to provide a difficult time and allow them to invest in resilience ahead of a shock. Access to mobile network, allow use of early warning system and give farmers important information on food prices and weather. For example, a simple text message can help a farmer decide when to plant or irrigate. We also have a positive effect from better built homes, which can help with food storage and good sanitation, which ensures safe drinking water. We display the results here for Ethiopia. The bottom two bars show the average probability of food insecurity following a shock for a household with and without these key factors. And we see that actually there's a very large gap in predicted probabilities of food insecurity of over 40 percentage points. We also show that there is a scope to improve crop yields, and we show examples here from Ethiopia and Rwanda. What policy areas will be most critical for Sub-Saharan Africa to adapt to climate change? For each type of disaster, this chart shows policy variables that help improve the resilience. As an example, an improvement in electricity up to the average level in emerging and developing economies will help in case of a drought, improve growth by 0.4 percentage point. Another example is an improvement in health up to the average of emerging and developing economies will help in case of a flood, improve growth. In that case, for example, the explanation will come from the fact that improved health care help people return to work quickly after a shock. An important issue is that resilience building measures are generally expensive. So how do we finance them? Sub-Saharan Africa countries have limited fiscal space. The COVID pandemic is taking a toll on a region already limited fiscal space. Some countries have large public debt. There are competing financing needs for sustainable development goals. There is some scope for improving spending efficiency and revenue mobilization with regard to resilience building, but progress seems to be slow. So therefore, this implies that the role of the international community is important, but the investment now will be far less costly than the price of frequent disaster relief in the future. As the charts here shows, saving from reduced post-disaster spending could be many times the cost of upfront investment in building resilience. Therefore, contribute to resilience building is good for donors because it's more welfare enhancing, and it's also good for Sub-Saharan Africa countries because they face a huge challenge from climate change. To conclude, empowering people, enhancing infrastructure, strengthening coping mechanism, these three policy areas could be considered, particularly when countries are designing policy to support the recovery. This policy will make the economy more resilient, but could also create jobs. Economic recovery from the pandemic and policies addressing climate change must go together to ensure a future for Sub-Saharan Africa that is more equitable, more sustainable, and more resilient. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and actually that was really perfect timing. And next on my list, we have Mr. Sorry. Yes, yeah, thank you. And next on my list, we have Mr. Kirambo, who is here present, and who will present from the Seeds of Opportunity in Malawi to make his presentation on new paradigms for non-state actor-led financing for sustainable development goals and Paris Agreement in least developed countries, policy insights from sub-Saharan Africa and Malawi. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dumi Chirambo. I just first of all want to thank the organizers and the sponsors for giving me this opportunity to actually disseminate my research to a wider audience. So I will be talking about climate financing. I will not talk much about the impacts of climate change because my colleagues have already discussed that, but I'll be talking about social innovation and bottom-up financing for climate change projects. So it's slightly different from what you've been hearing. Climate change impacts, there are many. We've got the probability of increased disasters. We've also got the issues of climate refugees, which we have to consider in the future. And where I come from, it's about the climate finance gap. I think most of the other speakers mentioned that developing countries are in dire need of financing. So where would that money come from? The problem we have is that aid is on the decrease, whilst the vulnerabilities are increasing. So what do? I design models for climate financing, and we look at how we can actually turn challenges into opportunities. So as you know, cities or urbanization is a big thing nowadays in Africa or in developing countries. So we are going to have more people moving into cities, and that can actually exacerbate greenhouse gas emissions as well as vulnerability of people. There are different concepts that we can use. Maybe some of you know about circular economies, where we actually recycle materials. For example, instead of throwing away plastics, you can actually mix plastic with other building materials, and then that is also a sustainable stream of creating jobs and incomes. But today I'll talk about the framework which we designed, which is basically trying to help local authorities to design better buildings or to improve in their urban development paradigms. I will just talk about the things that are more important to this discussion as to how we actually raise money using this framework. So, for example, in Malawi, we build a lot of our houses using bricks, and the bricks are burnt in kilns. So in that process, we cut down a lot of trees. So the first thing to do is to consider what building materials we use. For example, you can use soil-stabilized blocks or even cement blocks, and those have got a less impact on the environment. The other concept that we use in our development paradigm is where we say that in an average house or a local house or a social house, we can actually do a model where 10% of the rent actually goes towards building projects or actual afforestation or climate change adaptation projects. So the idea is to have a sustainable stream of income every month, and then you aggregate that, and then you see when I do the models later on that the number actually increases. And then the last part is where you use technologies like renewable energy technologies, solar voltaic, and also solar water heaters. So how does that work in the real sense? If we look at Malawi, our deficit is about 60,000 dwellings, which we have to build so that we actually supply all the affordable housing. If we use the framework which I used, for example, just by using 10% of the 200 monthly rentals, you come up with 1.2 million every month. I can explain that later on, but that is what we talk about when we talk about bottom-up financing, where we're not actually looking at donors, but we're actually looking at what is within the actual community. But it doesn't end there. As I spoke earlier on about our project, we are putting in new innovations, so we can actually also create carbon credits because we are building sustainable houses. So in our project, we built 5 sustainable houses, and from the calculations there, you can see that just by replacing the bricks with cement blocks, we actually had a carbon emission reduction of 52 tons. And then also because 40% of the energy used in houses goes towards water heating, just by replacing solar water heaters with, electric heaters with solar water heaters, we also managed to achieve a 12% carbon emission. And again, for every house we were building, we were planting 100 trees. So that was about 500 trees, and then we added a few more, and then we actually had a carbon mitigation factor of a carbon offset of about 10 tons of carbon emissions. If you actually sell those emissions on a voluntary carbon market, then you came up with that figure, which is about $764. So that's how the whole cycle works, that you are not actually asking for donors for money, but just by building differently, you can actually bring in different pieces of concepts to actually generate the money. And then if you add that with the rentals every month, then you're coming up with $2,000. So basically, that's how we can actually do it. And if you look at how many houses we want to build about 60,000, then you can do the calculations and you see that it actually gets to be quite a substantial sum. So that is how our bottom-up approach actually works. And I think the last one, I'll just talk about the thing about the structural transformations in the agriculture sector. Africa imports about $35 billion worth of food. So if you also actually look at it in another way, you can say that LDCs have got the potential to invest in the agricultural systems to actually displace the imports which come into Africa. And then how that works is that it has to be a top-down actually approach. You have to see which countries are actually importing that food and what food is actually being imported in those countries. And then you have to give the LDCs, for example, like in Malawi, most of the crops we grow, it's maize because we only look at subsistence. But if we were to actually think of the other countries that import different types of crops, we would actually be able to displace that. So it's the transformation that actually looks at what is actually in need, and then that actually calls for interventions from other people so that it is actually done systematically. So that's my presentation for now. And yes, so what I just wanted to say was, again, when you look at green investments, don't just look at it from the renewable energy sector. You can actually look at how we've done our concept there, where we're actually looking at urban development as a green investment. Of course, for that to happen, we need sorts of legislations, or we need a push from the government so that the builders are actually incentivized to actually adopt our approach. So that is the next thing that maybe I might need some help from other people to say, how can we actually design this to scale it up or to replicate? But as you can see from my calculations, we've done it as a pilot, and then the next step is just moving on up. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, and really looking at building materials sort of gave us a fresh perspective on what can be done. And now we will turn to our discussant, our colleague, His Excellency Mr. Samuelu Laloniu, a permanent representative of Tuvalu to the United Nations. If you are connecting from New York, we all realize in a way that it's night there. So thanks for taking the time with us, dear colleague. You have the floor, please, for 4 minutes.
First of all, let me thank all our distinguished panelists, and thank you, Ambassador Juka, for leading our discussion. And yes, I'm joining from New York, and it's a pleasure to be with friends of LDC. I think one thing is very clear from the presentations, and it is that we are all, as LDCs, impacted the most as far as climate change is concerned. But within our grouping of LDC, there are stark differences in how some of us are affected. I think over the years we have seen places where we once considered safe, no longer safe now, and places where we consider or we saw as vulnerable are now extremely vulnerable. And Tuvalu is one of those places that is now extremely vulnerable to climate change. And I want to bring to our discussion the context of Tuvalu as an atoll nation. And that is, as an atoll nation, we are no more than 2 meters above sea level. So climate change is our single greatest threat to livelihood and prosperity and the security of our people. In fact, climate change is an existential threat, as some of our previous speakers have also mentioned. And, in our case, 2 meters above sea level, science is predicting our total submersion within this century. So for us, the intervention we use to adapt and to build resilience must be effective, but also it must be implemented with urgency at a pace that should keep us a step ahead of sea level rise. The point also is that for atoll nations, the tipping points are much closer than when an atoll nation eventually becomes submerged. This is because decades before an atoll nation is submerged, atoll nations will not be able to support life because the groundwater and the water security and food security is severely compromised by sea level rise. And when I say that, in Tuvalu right now, as we speak, we are living with that those impacts. So atoll nations brings a very critical case for discussion. Our adaptation interventions and must be effective, but also with utmost urgency. And failing that, we atoll nations will have to deal with very sensitive and difficult political questions of sovereignty, statelessness, human rights, and so forth. So adaptation is number one priority in the cases of Tuvalu and I think also other atoll nations. So living with this sense of fear and uncertainty, Tuvalu, including the Pacific Island Forum, agreed to a regional initiative. And that is how we should protect our EEZs, our economic, our maritime zones. So in 2019, the Pacific committed to a collective effort, including to develop international law with the aim of ensuring that once a forum member's maritime zones are delineated according to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, that those maritime zones should not be challenged or reduced by the impacts of climate change and sea level rise. So in August this year, our Pacific leaders endorsed a Pacific Regional Normative Declaration on Permanency of Maritime Zones, including ownership of the resources in those zones. So that is a response from the region, a regional response. And we also ask that similar regional cooperation in other regions can also look at that at our Pacific initiative and perhaps to have a more responsive international response to the specific situation of those of us who are extremely vulnerable to sea level rise. I heard a lot of the panelists spoke about finance, climate finance, and we do share that, but I want to bring to our discussions an important issue that is specific of atoll nation, and that is the challenge of developing bankable projects. Because in the case of Tuvalu, we have a population of 11,000 people, 26 square kilometers of land. We extremely lack the scale, the scale of economy that we can attract investment into our projects to enhance our resilience and adapt. So this is an issue that I think policies going forward for LDC and look at the scale, the challenge of a scale of economy that some of us who are very vulnerable to climate change. I will stop here and thank you very much, Ambassador Chuba.
Well, thank you so much, Samuelu, for connecting with us and for your views and also sort of introducing new angles like maritime boundaries and climate change. And I think that we now have some 20 minutes for an interactive discussion, and I would like to encourage all participants, both in the room and participating virtually, to ask questions and share their views and experiences. I would like to ask you to introduce yourselves when you take the floor, and if you are joining virtually, please type your name, title, and country or organization into the chat to be added to the speakers list, and outline your question, statement, or comment. I would also like to ask you to limit your intervention to a minute to enable as many interventions as possible. So, dear friends, this is the opportunity to ask our eminent experts, both here present and online. I feel like I'm at an auction house. And the first bid goes to Perks.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Yuka, and all the speakers, very elaborate and informative. My question is to Dumi from Malawi. It's very interesting and innovative that instead of looking at climate financing from the donor perspective, you are bringing in, domestic sources of financing. I wish you take this forward to the policymakers in your country and other countries to propagate this and move it forward to implementation. My question is, you say for every building that you come up with, you take, is it 10% or 12%?
Yeah, we can work on the model. It can be from 5 to 10%. Ours, we did 10% because we had a grant. But if you are a private investor, then maybe you can reduce it to 5%.
So you get that money and put in a fund?
Yes. So the idea is that at the beginning, you can actually choose a community that you want to help. So for us, we had a few schools and 2 communities where we're saying that every month we'll be giving you X amount of money. How many trees can you be planting with this money and managing with that money? So it's just about the planning ahead. If you are building maybe 200 houses, then you can actually also think about it that maybe you should go into something that is bigger, a bigger investment. But that was the idea.
Very good, very innovative, and I like that presentation. Thank you.
And this was a very concrete angle, and I'm looking for sort of bids in a way that will. And while we are waiting for sort of more questions, perhaps I can abuse my role as moderator and then ask Mr. Amadi. And you made a very good case about sort of really investing in agriculture and how that's a good way to build resilience. But of course, sort of financing is always a big part of the issue in a way. And since we heard a very good example from Malawi about sort of also tapping into domestic resources And I could imagine that sort of microfinancing projects could be very useful for agriculture. So what would be your angle to sort of the financing issue and agriculture?
Yes, that's lovely. That's lovely. You know, financing in agriculture is important for the least developed countries because they are largely agrarian and informal sector. So to me, I think it's necessary to encourage them. The major challenge in agricultural practices in the least developed countries are climate vulnerability. So to overcome this, there's need for climate financing. So I believe that climate financing is essential in terms of overcoming the vulnerability of the least developed countries. For instance, in Angola, there was a time, we had a severe drought. So building their resilience by providing alternative mechanisms is essential. So thank you. So climate financing, I think, is very, very necessary.
Dear friends, there is space and... Oh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. Diego Valadares from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I'd like to make a question linked to two recent reports of the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development, mandate holder from the Human Rights Council. The last one from this year on climate action from a right to development perspective, and the previous one from 2019, I believe, on disaster risk reduction, Sendai framework, and so on. And in both these reports, he make very strong recommendations on the importance of participation of those that are most affected by climate-related disasters in policy making. So I'd like to hear from the panelists if they could speak a little bit about how do they see the importance, or how do they see in their findings as well, the voices of those who are most affected, and what recommendations would they make to policymakers on ensuring a broader participation to bring to the forefront concerns of those that are most affected by climate disasters?
Thanks for the great question, and perhaps I could sort of first invite Mr. Revi to comment on these questions, but of course, well, the opportunity is there for other panelists as well, and then we will move on to the back row with Sophia for further questions. But Mr. Revi, if you're online, your comments are very welcome.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think this is a very critical question, because without mobilization of communities and the most vulnerable, we cannot reduce vulnerability. I mean, most of the efforts in many parts of the world to reduce vulnerability sort of top down haven't worked very effectively, especially in the climate context. Community-based adaptation that's linked to what we call ecosystem-based adaptation is really the most effective. And Bangladesh, for example, is one of the great examples of that in the disaster risk context. But having said that, if the economic and the development base is continually being eroded, then you have no place to start from. So I'll be very sort of frank and direct in saying this is fundamentally a development challenge. And to address LDC developmental challenges, it's not only a question of climate finance. It is that development finance has to flow and flow very effectively. And as we've seen in the post-COVID process, a lot of the OECD countries have committed trillions of dollars of investment to recovering their economies, but the flow to many other parts of the world, especially the LDCs, is weak. So climate finance is an additionality. It's important. It needs to be focused on adaptation, but we do need to see development finance moving, and also the building of capacities inside government to strengthen community and other responses. Else vulnerability will not come down. And if you do not address vulnerability, you cannot build resilience, irrespective of how much you would like.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Revi. And there's a further question from the chat room, which is how can we differentiate between climate finance and development finance for LDCs? So perhaps, Mr. Revi, you could take this question as well.
I'll take that too. So actually, there's a significant overlap in that. When we're talking about, let's say, in the agriculture sector, when we're talking about trying to increase drought resilience, and you're trying to do that by dealing with both surface and groundwater, there is a deep convergence between the two. In fact, the Green Climate Fund is deeply challenged in some ways in trying to organize their climate financing. Because we do not have adequate evidence of how much split there should be between, let's say, mitigation finance, which is where the bulk of climate finance goes. And again, I'll be maybe a little direct and somewhat sort of provocative. The 100 billion we're talking about per year is actually a fraction of what is needed to effect the climate transition. But the development transition will require even more. So actually, if you bring them both together, you're able to address this. And unfortunately, our systems are very siloed in terms of financing, both in the international framework, but also inside many of our countries. So I would say convergence is important. We do need to make sure the resources get to where they are, and we need to empower resource mobilization from the communities, the local and regional governments, where much of this action will take place. So our frameworks are just not up to the task of mobilization and moving the resources to where they're required.
Thank you so much. And next we have a few questions from the floor, and let's start with the DPR from Liberia. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. To my brother from Malawi, with respect to the climate change and the microfinance, how do you see women getting involved, or the importance of women contributing? Thank you.
So yes, in our project, we also try to mainstream gender roles. So for example, with the communities we are working with, some of the people who were actually looking after the trees were women. And we've also got, we had a training component where we're actually training people to mold cement blocks, and some of those were also women. So we did try to incorporate that in our project, so it's possible.
Thank you. An important question, and we have a question from Bangladesh, and then we will move to Eritrea.
Thank you, moderator. So my name is Devabroto Chakraborty. I come from Geneva. I represent Bangladesh mission there, but I am also the LDC group's expert group's focal point on LDC graduation in Geneva. So it's an open question on technology, and particularly impacts of climate. So it's an open question any panelist or keynote speaker can answer. That what do you find the impact of technology or the relevance of technology transfer, better to say, mitigating or addressing these climate challenges, particularly on agriculture? And what are the challenges that you see there transferring technology to LDCs? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And while panelists think about sort of answering this important question, let's give the microphone to the PR of Eritrea. Sophia, you have the floor.
I thank you. Of course, congratulations to all the panelists and the excellent work that you're doing and presenting here. But referring to climate resilience, I'm thinking of Eritrea. We're a very drought-prone country. And one of the things that we did at a community level, without waiting for the finances from the outside, was to build as many dams around the country as we can to harness every single drop of rainwater. That was one of the things that we did. And the second thing we did was every high school, elementary school, and college students were also planting trees in their environment, in their college, around their dorms, in the houses, in the complexes. And then, of course, my favorite, diaspora. Every time we go home, for every martyr's family, every Independence Day, we are planting trees, 1 tree per person as you go in there, and that also helps to finance some of the seedlings that the Ministry of Agriculture distributes. So there's many ways to skin this cat, and I think sometimes we need to look more inside for our own countries to see what we can do from within our communities, both the diaspora and the inside the country. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and let's give the chance to Perks, a PR of Malawi, also to add to the questions to our distinguished panelists.
Thank you. Mine is not a question per se, but a note for information. We have in the LDC group a ministerial declaration on the local climate adaptation living facility. This is called LOCAL in short. This is a UNCDF initiative that is looking at the possibilities of financing adaptation in LDCs. It's already working, and I'm very glad to tell you that governments, donor governments like Sweden, Liechtenstein, Andorra, Belgium, Korea, and others have already joined. There is a pool of fund that these donors bring in, and they go, UNCDF goes to local communities, villages or municipalities, ask them what their problem is on climate change, especially on adaptation, and help them to come up with projects that can be implemented using this facility. This facility was already adopted by the ambassadors in New York, of LDC ambassadors, to be one of the facilities to be promoted and used by all those who would want to finance adaptation in LDC countries. And we are going to COP26 with this. We have written to the chief of party of the British government about this facility and that it should be recognized and adopted. The good thing about this facility is that there is direct link between the financiers and the local people. So you know what the needs of the local people are, and you can finance that directly. The ministerial declaration, I will give it to the organizers here, if you don't have it already, so that it's circulated to everybody. I thank you.
Oh, thanks, Perks, for the intervention. And I think that the good thing about sort of meetings like this is really making sort of, well, unknown knowns into known knows in a way, that now we know that sort of, that this is very much available. I think that we are sort of soon wrapping up, but I will allow for one more question, please.
Hello, Anna Toppari from UNU Wider, and I just wanted to thank for all the great presentations, and I especially want to thank Rashoy Bishui Rakshit for bringing this complexity into the table, because I've been struggling with that a lot. Like, we are, of course, aiming to decrease poverty, but at the same time doing it in an environmentally sustainable way. So I would just like to hear maybe some comments from the presenters on this. Will this be possible, or is it always kind of the economic growth first, and then let's think about the environment? Will this be possible actually to do it in an environmentally sustainable way, and what could be the ways forward in this? Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I think that we have now sort of, well, very good questions about the environment, how you can engage the local communities, and then also how to use technology. And so before we wrap up, I will give our panelists a chance to respond. And then I think that we are having coffee next door, so we can all sort of nurture our jet lags. But perhaps I can turn to our panelists first here, present Mr. Amadi and Mr. Kirambo, if you would like to take any of these sort of questions on communities, environment, and technology.
Okay, yeah, I can
Please.
start. Yeah, about the technology, I think it's more about adopting the right technologies, because I know that most of in my other projects, we used to do renewable energy. Why is it that people in villages don't adopt renewable energy? But then it's just because it's sometimes too complicated for the people, and it's a question of modifying it and making sure that they find use in it, and of course, they can also afford it. So affordability and ease of use are the things that maybe hinder the use or the adoption of technologies in some circumstances.
Thank you. And what I noted in, for example, the presentation by Mr. Endengle was that sometimes technology can be as simple as a text message, in a way that you have a right connection and the right information from producer to markets. Mr. Amadi, would you like to inject?
Yes, environmental sustainability, community-based environmental sustainability, a bottom-top approach involving the local people in preserving the natural environment is essential, and it is practicable. There's need for advocacy at the local level, awareness, engaging the CSOs. So economic growth and sustainable development in terms of environmental sustainability is achievable and is very key to Agenda 2030. But the least developed countries should not be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And would Mr. Revi like to sort of comment on these last questions, please?
Thank you. I'll also comment to a question. I'll respond to a question in the chat. The core thing, I think, is in the chat that development finance does need to promote climate resilient development. That's, I think, the core organizing principle as far as finance is concerned. And there's also going to be an entire spectrum. You know, in some LDCs, and we heard from the PR in Tuvalu, it is almost impossible to think about bankability as far as projects are concerned. You have to deal with questions of, you know, sovereignty, of climate justice to be able to try and address those questions. On the other end of the spectrum, there are LDCs who are making the transition into sort of low middle income kind of status, let's say. So we have to tailor the framework depending on what the context is. But to expect things to be completely financed without transfers in some cases is just not going to work. Technology is very important, and I'll just highlight one very simple thing. I think pretty much universal access to digital technology, especially cell phones and telecommunication, is going to be very important for climate services, because we have satellite information now pretty much across the world at very high resolution. It should be possible for us not only to do emergency response and early warning, but also help farmers, pastoralists, and people in informal settlements in cities to try and respond to questions of, let's say, extreme weather, or drought, or flooding well in advance. But you need connectivity for that. That's not very expensive, and it's very easy to deploy if we're able to get the right mixture of public and private finance and technology together. So that's one example of a remarkably good win that could be easily connected up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Revi. And I would just like to check if Mr. Endengle from the IMF is still online, and whether he would like to perhaps comment on the questions.
Of technology. So in our analysis, we show that actually mechanization, telecommunication, and electricity have a significant impact on reducing the effect of climate-related disasters on growth. Those three elements are related to technology, and between those three, electricity is the one that has the biggest impact, actually. And this is interesting because when we talk about electricity, we're talking about all the research and development that has to be done in terms regarding developing new sources of electricity, renewable source of electricity. So the place of technology is very important in that picture. So and also we have to keep in mind, as some other panelists said, that this is very also related to development financing. And when we're talking about development, we're talking about everything that related basically also to technology, because technology is also a factor of production. So I think the place of technology in this kind of in this assessment is very important, and we need to look and we need to take it very, very, very seriously. And to finish on that specific point, I need to say that I have to tell that the effect on growth are very important. And when we think about the SDGs, like 30 years ahead, we see that, for example, by raising just simple things like housing, just simple things like maybe providing some small things to population, this can provide a big effect on the adaptation, and this can have a huge effect on growth. So basically, technology is very important for growth, for long-term growth, and that's something we definitely have to look and to work for going forward on the policy end.
Thank you so much, Mr. Endengle, and let's check whether we have still Mr. Rakshit online, whether he would like to comment. Mr. Rakshit, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would like to say that in our study, what we have found that this SSA region gets the maximum share of the development finance. And if the development finance is directed towards the program of poverty alleviation or to build the energy efficient infrastructure, especially in the urban region, and to also give sustainable housing facilities to the poor who are being migrated from the rural area to urban. So it can lead to the problem, it can actually reduce the problem of environmental degradation in the SSA region. So that is one of the policy implications that I would like to add from my side, and that's something our study has found.
Thank you so much, and I think that this is now a good moment to wrap up, and can I just sort of, well, warmly thank our panelists for your insights, and I really must sort of, well, thank you, because, well, you make things sound so simple in a way that, well, it's there are sort of very simple things that we can do. So I think that the responsibility in this room is just to make it happen. And I think that we all will sort of, well, come out of this meeting with a strong understanding that, well, adaptation is sort of so connected to resilience, and resilience is important for LDCs, and I think that we also sort of, well, heard very powerful examples, sort of whether it's in agriculture or construction, in a way that, well, it's very important to engage the local communities, and sometimes sort of policy making is very much sort of, well, top down, but it's really sort of the bottom up approach that sort of brings very concrete results. So let's give a big hand to our panelists. And there's coffee next door.
Good morning, everyone. The panel number 7 will be composed of remote moderator and remote panelists. So I would really invite all of you to please take a seat. We are running slightly late compared to our schedule. So just not to have our panelists and moderator wait any longer looking at the screen with the panelists. I would like to really encourage everyone to take a seat and welcome Mr. Ratnakar Adhikari, our moderator today. He is the Executive Director of the Enhanced Integrated Framework based in Geneva. It's an organization that is completely dedicated to the LDCs. Mr. Adhikari, just one moment as we gather more participants from the coffee break, and then I think we can begin.
Yeah, we are ready. Thank you, Margarita.
You're very,
so just
very
let
kind.
me know
Yes,
when to
just
start.
1 minute more.
Sure.
Okay, so then let's start. The floor is yours, Mr. Adhikari. Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and excellencies. Such an honor and privilege for me to be able to moderate this session of the LDC Future Forum. This is something that is very close to my heart. This forum is occurring at a critical time, and its significance to the least developed countries has been well highlighted as captured in the title. The session today on trading places, increasing LDC's share in global trade contributes to the important conversations that are taking place over the course of the forum. It is my pleasure to moderate the session, and it is my honor and privilege to welcome our distinguished panelists and discussants. Our panelists will be presenting their cutting-edge research that contributes to important dimensions of these vital topic for the future of the LDCs. Our distinguished panelists, in no particular order, are Professor Jim DeMello, who is presenting on implementing the Trade Facilitation Agreement, estimates of reduction in time at customs for the United Nations vulnerable economies. I'll invite you later, Professor. Mr. Stefano Inama and Ms. Pramila Kribali, who will be presenting on getting to better use of trade preferences granted to LDCs by reforming the rules of origin. And Ms. Jodie Keane, who was supposed to present on graduation from the least developed countries status within captive global value chain, but because of some challenges that she faced, she has been replaced by Dr. Liam Campling. And Liam Campling is with us, and he will be presenting on behalf of Jody. Then we have Mr. Lucian Cernat, who will be presenting on the global value chain for the LDCs, how a new plan could boost trade for the least developed countries. We are also joined by distinguished discussants. I'll invite them a little later. I'll introduce them when they join. But before starting the session, I just want to set the scene. Despite several market access opportunities provided to least developed countries, whether through the multilateral trading arrangement or through the regional trading arrangement or bilateral channel, their supply capacity constraint is such that it has created a massive challenge for them to utilize the market access opportunities. And as a result of which, the LDC's share of global trade still hovers around 1%, despite the commitment made at Istanbul Program of Action, despite the target set for doubling the share of LDC reiterated at the SDG global the Sustainable Development Goal. This has remained around 1%. The trade pattern in LDCs has been largely dominated by primary commodities, which is a matter of concern. Manufactured products, by contrast, have dominated exports of developed and other developing countries. Although LDC witnessed a steady rise in their manufacturing exports from slightly over 20% in 2011 to about 37% of total exports in 2019, this hardly matches with the overall global trend. While the share of primary commodities in total world trade continues to shrink, it still constitutes a larger proportion of share of LDC's trade. According to UNCTAD, in 2019, 85% of LDCs were classified as commodity dependent. Services have also become important exports for LDCs, especially in recent years, averaging about 20% of their exports. Diversification of the main exports remain challenging, however, as the export basket of many LDCs consists of only a handful of products, such as agriculture products, fuels, and minerals. The low and unsustainable growth pattern amongst the LDCs has been linked to their commodity specialization, which in turn has conditioned their development path and limited their scope for innovation and the emergence of productivity-led growth dynamics. These constants are at the heart of the long-term development conundrum. The LDCs will remain marginalized if they fail to diversify their exports and increase their share of manufacturing exports. And this is against this backdrop, we are having this discussion. So I would now like to give a brief hint to the panelists. Panelists today will present their research on important themes that will be essential to changing the LDC's growth trajectory. I would like to remind you that you will each have 7 minutes to present. This will be followed by intervention from our discussants for 4 minutes each. Our participants will also have the opportunity to field questions to the panelists and discussion. I will commence by inviting Professor Jim DeMello to present his research on the implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement and estimates of reduction in time at customs for the UN vulnerable economies. Over to you, Professor DeMello.
Thank you. I hope you hear me.
Yes.
Yes, well, thank you very much for this invitation. I'll try to be brief, and I will start by sharing my screen, if that's okay with you.
Okay, sure.
Here, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And slideshow. Okay. So basically, what this is just a very simple, down-to-earth paper. It's about the Trade Facilitation Agreement. As you know, the Trade Facilitation Agreement is the only multilateral trade agreement that has really been signed since the creation of WTO over 25 years ago. It took a while to get there, but it has been it's been implemented and it's been taking off since 2017. So what we're trying to do here is we're asking a question that might be of interest to the UN. As you know, there are these different categories: LDCs, landlocked LDCs, and SIDS, all vulnerable countries. And one of the questions we are asking is, to what extent are these countries more vulnerable than others in terms of their trade costs, the trade costs at the border? I have a slide on that, but since I have very little time, I will go through it very, very quickly. So what the rest of the paper or the presentation I will try to go very quickly through is to see what are the different costs at customs, and we have different data sets, and the paper discusses that in detail. And then once we've done that, what we try to do is to indicate what might be some of the gains in terms of less time at the border if this trade facilitation agreement is actually implemented. Now, what is very interesting about other aid for trade measures, what's interesting about the trade facilitation agreement is this is really something that you can monitor because they are very rather precise objectives, and that makes it easier to evaluate. So this is what you know, the different type of trade costs that you have, and what we're really going to look at in this trade facilitation agreement is customs. So what is the relative importance of these, I call this policy imposed barriers, even though you may argue it's not policy imposed. So here, this is the first data we have. We have a lot of countries. You have the 43 LDCs, the different categories. And these are box plots. And that shows for each of the groups, I have LDCs, landlocked, SIDS, and also the countries involved in the African continental free trade area, because that also is important because it's one of the objectives of the continental free trade area is to reduce trade costs. And of course, reducing trade costs at the border includes customs and what might be the gains from that. So what the paper is based on is this trade facilitation indicator developed by the OECD. You have these 11 elements. And what you do here is I take the LDC group, of which there are 35 there, because the sample we don't have all of them. We have 35 out of 46. And you see here where the countries are on each of these indicators. So the maximum score is 2, the minimum is 0, and then you have the mean in the interquartile range. So you see, for instance, that Senegal is doing very well on formalities. It's way above the interquartile range. So having this information, then the next question we're asking is, well, you see first is not surprisingly that the landlocked LDCs, the value of the index is, as you can see, is higher, which is interesting because they have tried to, well, in some sense, they've done better than the average in terms of these. This is the average of the indicators. So you see the different averages for each group, and in the SIDS, of course, the star is Singapore. Should the Singapore be a SID? That's another matter, not for discussion here. So here you have the sample of countries. I have the landlocked and the SIDS. Now, not surprisingly, the landlocked, well, they'll have more time for border compliance and more also for documentary. And the costs are also usually higher than they are for the SIDS. Well, the SIDS usually they have only one port of entry, and it's easier the compliance costs are less. So what we do then, and it's detailed in the paper, is we try and we estimate what is the time at customs, and we estimate it and we see what are estimates compared to the actual ones. So you see here that our estimates are relatively close. The paper goes in quite a lot of detail about why our estimation method is more reliable than the previous ones. And then from there on, if you look at the circles in the last two columns, we ask the question, what would happen if within each group, the countries in that group increased the average value of the trade facilitation index to the average of the top 2 in the group? And what would be the average or the percentage reduction in trade costs? And you see in the last column, if you look at the LDCs, it would be 2.9% for the one simulation. And if you go a little bit harder, that is, if you go to the whole sample of developing countries, forget about the developed, which are better. We estimate that you just have to try and go to the best of your group or the developing. So what you do see there is that there's quite an improvement. And in fact, these improvement in percentages are probably often higher than they are than the tariffs, the imports from the developing or these group of countries face in developed countries. So the conclusion of this exercise, the rest of the paper is, of course, didn't have time to detail, is first, the TFA is a best shot endeavor, and it really is one where there's really no legal content. As in fact, our dear old friend Michael Finger once said, TFA is akin to a tariff agreement with no tariff schedule, meaning that both those on the giving and on the receiving end, they're not forced or engaged legally to do anything. So looking at it, the average you can see is that you can have basically 4 to 6% average tariff equivalent of the the inefficiencies, if you want to call it that way, in the in these customs in these different categories. The paper goes into some detail. And then also the end of the papers, we say, well, what are some of the things that you could do? Digitalization, connectivity at customs, and the paper goes into some detail about that. So my conclusion or the conclusion of this paper is rather simple. It isn't that you shouldn't get more access for your exports in developed country markets. Obviously, you should still aim for that. However, there's quite a lot that you can do. And here are some estimates. 4 to 6% is certainly higher on average than the tariffs or I didn't talk about non-tariff barriers, but of the tariff barriers faced in developed countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for completing your intervention on time and your conclusion, in particular, which suggests that 4.6% of tariff equivalent can be potentially saved or gained, the way you want to put it, by these countries if they were to implement effectively. So thank you very much. And there will be a few questions, I guess. So hang in there. I would like to now invite Mr. Stefano Inama and Pramila Kribeli to highlight the importance of the implementation. They will be basically, sorry, I was mixing up. They will be talking about the duty-free and quota-free market access and basically the rules of origin. So over to you, Stefano.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind opportunity. If you can share the video. Okay. It seems that a problem with my sharing. Well, I mean, I think the problem with my presentation. So I'll start. I mean, without.
No problem.
I have a problem because I was my co-author was supposed to share, but apparently we have a problem. So perhaps we can join later and we go ahead with the paper.
Sure.
The paper that we are presenting is about the issue of rules of origin, because we are, and it's timely because we are on the verge of MC12, and the LDC group at WTO is preparing for MC12, and the issue of rules of origin is one issue that the group is aiming at getting better results. The paper that we are discussing and presented is about the issue of rules of origin, because we are discussing market access for LDCs. And in the Hong Kong ministerial decision of 2005, there was a commitment by WTO member state to provide not only duty-free and quota-free, but with simple and transparent rules of origin. Now, what is, simple and transparent rules of origin? That's I think the crux or the difficulty of the matter, in the sense that since there is no multilateral agreement on rules of origin, there is no benchmark saying what is the best, what is a simple and transparent set of rules of origin. So the LDCs, they started to argue that simple and transparent rules of origin in WTO means a set of rules of origin which should be similar to the set that has been adopted by the European Union in 2011. In fact, in 2011, the European Union has provided a reform of the rules of origin, basically simplifying the rules of origin. And the LDCs have argued in WTO Committee on Rules of Origin that similar reform should be undertaken not only by the European Union, but also by other member states like the United States and Japan, which they did not add, similar reforms. And they have been basically saying since the beginning of the 70s that when the GSP, the Generalized System of Preferences, has been taking place, that these rules of origin under these schemes were very good. And they continue to argue that the rules of origin under these schemes are very good, and they are up to date even 50 years later in WTO, when the LDCs are arguing for better rules of origin, similar to the one that has been adopted by the European Union. So in our paper, we demonstrate that subsequent to the European Union reform of rules of origin, there has been an increase of utilization rate and also an increase of trade volume. Finally, we are joined by our presentation. So we go directly to that slide, exactly what we're discussing. In this slide, we can see that from 2010 and 2011, you will see that there is this red line, which is showing a dramatic increase of utilization rates for garments and of Chapter 62 from LDCs. So this increase in utilization rate is not only an increase in utilization rate, but is also an increase in trade volumes. So in a nutshell, the trade from LDCs, especially in this case, Asian LDCs, countries like Bangladesh and Cambodia, their trade subsequent to a change of rules of origin, which became more lenient, has generated an increase of utilization rate and also an increase of the trade volumes. Hence the argument for LDCs to say that, well, the European Union has done this reform. These reforms are generated trade and investment effects. The other preference-giving countries, they should follow suit, especially those preference-giving countries like Japan, the United States, but also other preference-giving countries thinking about the developing preference-giving countries. They should adopt a similar lenient rules of origin so that the market access become effective. Of course, their arguments on the other side, they said, well, there is no link. There is no causal link between a reform of rules of origin and an increase of utilization rate and trade volumes. So the paper, I mean, is about demonstrating that this link, in fact, exists. Not only we know from factory visits and also private sector that de facto basis, this reform has generated trade, an increase on utilization rate and volume of trade, not only in garment sector, but also in other factories, like bicycle factories, for instance, but also this reform has also indicated that there is a causal link between rules of origin and leniency of rules of origin and trade flows and utilization rates. I now pass it to the Pramila, the end of my presentation and the policy recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. I'm muted now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Not a
So
problem.
yeah, so this contribution is to fulfill also a gap, showing this link between utilization rate and rules of origin that will also support not only the LDCs, but in general also multilateral negotiations and also regional trade negotiations. So to do that, we had to codify rules of origin. And so we conducted a really extensive exercise to codify specific product by product rules. And we codified the change in stringency in product specific rules of origin before and after the reform. So what is quite new is that it's also a time varying measure of rules of origins, which allows us to use panel data econometrics to conduct the analysis, which is also a novelty of the paper. And why is it important to be able to use panel data econometrics? Well, because we can control for a lot what we call in econometrics fixed effects, which means we can control for all the, many other effects that could actually also impact trade and utilization rates. But we can isolate those effects to show that the impact is actually due to rules of origin. So I cannot present the detailed analysis, but this is mostly what we do. Now, in the results, what we show is that once we control for all these external factors, we find out that the more liberal rules of origin will generate an increase in utilization rates, about 5 percentage points on average, but this is also varying depending on the preference margin. So when the preference margin is higher, then the liberalization of rules of origin will generate a higher impact. And we saw also that the impact is particularly important on imports themselves. So not only on utilization rates, but also on trade, which means that you see a trade creation effect of liberalization of rules of origin. And finally, because this is an effect that we call in terms of intensive margins of trade, so conditional on the fact that you already trade, but we also checked if there is an impact and if you start using a preference schemes when the rules become more liberal, and this is actually the case, we find a positive effect on the probability of starting to use the preference. We see a lot of heterogeneity across sectors, and I think, as it has already been mentioned, the utilization rates also, this analysis needs to be contextualized and looked at also at the sector specific level. But an important contribution here is also to show that the preference margin, so basically the difference between MFN and preferential rates, is not significant, is not a significant determinant, which is what usually we see in the literature. So, okay, and I leave the floor to Mr. Nama for conclusion.
the conclusion is that basically there is reforms of rules of origin that are matching value chains, because obviously if we have a lenient rules of origin, the objective is that it is easier to comply with rules of origin and taking advantage of trade preferences. And also, I mean, if we create valuable market assets, it also shows, I mean, that there are investments coming into the country, either local or either foreign, that wish to use these trade preferences and opportunities if it makes commercial sense, and if rules of origin is matching the value chains. And the utilization rate also is an indicator of restrictiveness of rules of origin. Obviously, it's not an absolute indicator. It needs to be contextualized because also other schemes like AGOA in Japan, they show high utilization, but very little trade volumes. That is a sign, I mean, that the scheme by itself has been successful in terms of utilization rate, but has not created trade volumes, significant trade volumes. And obviously at the MC12, I mean, next week we will have an executive workshop, I mean, with the LDCs, I mean, especially on this topic, organized by ACTAD and the European University Institute. And we will discuss, I mean, on how, I mean, the LDCs, they can argue their case further for a liberalization of rules of origin with a new, hopefully with a new text in MC12, which advocates for reforms of rules of origin in preference-giving country to make it duty-free and quota-free effective and effectively used by LDCs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stefano and Pramila, for this extremely valuable contribution that you have made to the debate on rules of origin. Of course, this is understandable, but what you've done is to provide additional evidence. The liberal rules of origin or reform of rules of origin, contributing to as much as 5 percentage point higher utilization is a good sign, actually. And then of course, it depends on the preference margin, but at the same time, if the preference margin is higher, of course, then utilization would be higher. So because there will be more incentive, I think, for those exporters to utilize the rules of origin. Anyway, and then I also commend your work, actually, on rules of origin that you have initiated at least 2 decades ago. Stefano and Pramila also had joined. So very good. Thank you very much. You'll probably receive a few questions later, and please continue to advocate for this cause that is so important to LDCs. Now I would like to invite Dr. Liam Campling. Dr. Campling would be speaking, as I said, on behalf of Jody King. And Dr. Campling, the graduation issue has become extremely important in the current context, not least because 19 countries are at various stages of graduation. And it is important to look at various factors within graduation and how to help graduating countries, particularly when they graduate, to continue to utilize the market access opportunity and be able to continue along the path of export diversification that they have pursued. So in this context, could you please share some insights from your case study, I guess, on Solomon Island, and any other that you would like to add?
I'll do my best. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
So I'm presenting on behalf of Jody Keane of the Overseas Development Institute. Myself, I'm a professor of international business and development at Queen Mary University of London. I issued a declaration of interest. I've been working part-time for the Pacific Islands on trade and market access issues for 15 years, so I'm very closely aligned with Solomon Islands' position here. So just a quick overview. As you all know, the graduation of LDCs and especially Pacific SIDS is especially contentious because of the extreme vulnerability to climate change. So unless the process of graduation is well managed, there is the risk, and this is the basis for our case study, there is the risk of an extreme trade shock which can accentuate existing economic vulnerabilities. In other words, graduation can make countries much worse off than they were before. So we're looking here at the case study of the Solomon Islands, and we're looking at how existing economic vulnerabilities might be accentuated through the graduation process. To do this, we adapt a case study analysis using a global value chain framework, specifically looking at the captive position of the Solomon Islands within the tuna global value chain and the changes in market access that could have transpired. The overarching conclusion is that pre-graduation conditions within captive global value chains requires greater thought. So we need to think more seriously about what the economic conditions are of given LDCs in global value chains upon which they depend. As we all know, it's companies that trade, not countries. And so as a result, we have to look at the impacts of changing trading relations between countries on the companies based in their borders. And so just very quickly, because I don't have much time, and Jody gave me lots of slides, so I'm going to zip through this part. But the main point to flag here is that the generalized system of preferences has been criticized for encouraging specialization and rent seeking within specific sectors. However, there has been much less work looking at who captures those rents. So this remains an important area of research, and more critical global value chain analysis has been looking at the distribution of rents in global value chains and how often they're taken offshore. Now, as you all know, the generalized system of preferences was initially a temporary agreement, but then locked in place with the enabling clause of 1979. And ever since then, there's been a wide debate on the pros and cons of trade preferences, the preference pessimists generally taking a kind of aggregated view on how trade preferences have not been especially successful, and then the preference optimists often drilling down into specific industries and even segments of value chains. And the findings are quite different depending upon how granular one gets. It's important to note that fisheries, fish processing has been one of the success stories of the EU-ACP relationship in terms of industrial upgrading. There is much less research done on how the mechanisms of trade preferences actually target the specific characteristics of LDCs, so higher economic vulnerability, low human capital, vulnerability to shocks. Now, in 2018, the Committee for Development Policy did recommend a new category of countries facing extreme vulnerability to climate change, but this was dismissed by UN members. In the 2021 triennial review, COVID-19 provided additional scope for delayed graduation, and I think that what this all shows is there's increasing recognition of extreme environmental and other vulnerabilities, hopefully into the future. In other words, taking more seriously the very specific concerns of lots of LDCs and SIDS. So what is a captive global value chain? Well, there's a definition here, but in short, the key point is that small suppliers in a global value chain tend to be dependent upon dominant buyers. Those small suppliers are locked into an asymmetrical power relationship, which creates relationships that are quite difficult to switch out of. In other words, they are captive. Now, the Solomon Islands has been captive within the tuna global value chain for many years. It hasn't moved its functional position. It hasn't upgraded. It hasn't downgraded either. It's stayed in the same kind of place, essentially. But this is an outcome, we argue, of inherent characteristics similar to many least developed countries. And the concern was that this would be accentuated through LDC graduation. So what were the risks? Well, downgrading within global value chains as a direct result of trade policy changes has received quite insignificant research interest. Most of the international institutions focus on upgrading. They take a very positive view of how global value chains work, global value chains for development, this kind of discourse. However, there is there is an emerging chunk of work, emerging range of work that has looked at the potential for downgrading as a result of trade policy changes from Peter Gibbon and Stefano Ponting And Chris Stevens, the more recent work that actually demonstrates this very strongly empirically. Using specific cases, in other words, shifts in trade policy can be shown to change the structure of entire global value chains. The study here was led by Victoria Allard. I supported her and based upon a methodology defined by Jodie Keane. And it was looking at how the Solomon Islands' functional position in the tuna global value chain may change as a result of graduation. And we basically found that it simply enhanced existing power asymmetries, existing vulnerabilities, because of the captive nature of Solomon Islands' position in the value chain. This has important implications for the continuation of international support measures for LDCs when they're engaging in transition from LDC status. It also highlights or re-highlights broader concerns to do with commodity dependence in many LDCs. So just very quickly on the key findings. In short, the Solomon Islands is embedded in a global value chain that's centered on the EU market. The Western Central Pacific, or the WCPO, is where the largest number of industrial scale tuna purse seining takes place in the world, about 50% of all of that fishing, but a tiny fraction of that is locally owned or controlled. The majority is owned and controlled by East Asian and US interests. No EU vessels a very small number of EU vessels are operating in the region because of a very specific set of sub-regional policies developed by the Pacific Islands, which allowed them to capture more rents from the fishery. But the EU wasn't very happy about that. But that made it difficult to comply with everything but arms rules of origin, and something this is very restrictive rules of origin that Stefano kind of identifying earlier on in fisheries that apply also to textiles and so on. So, while the Western Central Pacific is important to the EU in terms of accessing raw materials, it's not European boats that are doing that. Instead, EU industry is importing pre-cooked frozen loins. And so a pre-cooked frozen loin is just basically the butchered frozen fish, which is then sent in a container to be defrosted and put in a can in the EU. So in other words, saving labor costs. Now, graduation, Solomon Islands graduation in 2015 was announced as what began, the process began when it met two of the three eligibility thresholds. There was a kind of a sequence of meeting of the various economic vulnerability indexes and so on, which meant that by 2018, it was clear that it was going to graduate. So the concerns started to be raised. So switching to the local structure of the global value chain, the key point to emphasize, I think, here is that there is structural and unemployment in the Solomon Islands. The principal policy concern around this industry is its generation of employment, over 2,000, the vast majority of which are women. And so in the Solomon Islands, the factory is majority owned by a big trading company called Trimarine, which is in competition with another trading company called FCF, who owns a similar factory in Fiji. And the company itself is 49% owned by government entities. Now, crucial to this entire system is a national fishing company called National Fisheries Development, which is nationally registered. So that means that that fleet that supplies sole tuna for the EU market complies with EU rules of origin, which is a fundamental part of the story here. So just very quickly, I'm not going to dwell on the detail here, but this is a kind of schematic of the supply chain, different types of fishing, purse seining, long lining, a trading company, so Trimarine, which also owns the loining plant in the Solomon Islands, which is then selling its loins to the EU, but it's also canning some product for the local and kind of sub-regional markets as well. And here's a picture of a loin, in case you're curious to know what it looks like. So the captive nature of the value chain is essentially that there are only 5 companies that control almost all of the major brands in the world. And those 5 companies are exerting price pressure down the value chain. And so contract processes such as sole tuna and the various other contract processes in the developing world, including in LDCs, are essentially squeezed in this process. There are around 200 plus of them, and they're put in competition against each other by the buyers, whether they're the buyers in the big canning firms, the branding firms, or big supermarkets such as Walmart or Tesco or Carrefour. The sole tuna, it's especially vulnerable because it's reliant on a single buyer supplying primarily Italy. And the trade preferences in this kind of relationship are crucial. It's a 0% duty-free access compared to a 24% MFN tariff. So it's a very significant, commercially significant tariff. Now, the concern with all of this was that the maintenance, so how was graduation going to affect this process? Now, the concern was that graduation, the velocity of graduation was far too quick for the Solomon Islands to be able to respond, to be able to develop any further industrial capacity, to be able to remove itself from this highly captive position and its dependence upon the preference. In fact, over time, economic concentration, so export concentration has intensified. So there's less diversification. And there was very significant concern on the impact of jobs as a result of the loss of the preference. So all of this essentially pushed the Solomon Islands to enter into an interim economic partnership agreement with the EU, just really focused on tuna. And so this provided the additional benefit of changing the rule of origin, which is called the global sourcing rule of origin, which is essentially a change in tariff heading rule. So ultimately, the Solomon Islands was pushed politically because of graduation to enter into a free trade agreement in order to maintain its preferences. So this raises a few bigger questions. First of all, how can competitiveness challenges such as that faced by the Solomons be addressed? How can they be mitigated both by countries but also international development partners, especially when they're locked into captive global value chains? And of course, Bangladesh and its lock-in in its position in the garment manufacturing global value chains is in a similar kind of captive position. A question here is how to actively influence the terms under which LDCs and their graduates engage with global value chains. So, for example, could tools like industrial policy be useful here? And there is also the broader question of the loss of the tariff preference rent can mean the loss of leverage for host governments seeking to attract foreign direct investment based upon the preferential market
Professor
access.
Kaplan, sorry to interrupt you. Could you please wrap up?
Yes, I'm just
give
going
you
to the
one
last
more
slide
minute.
now.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so just to conclude, the vulnerabilities of all countries trading within global value chains has been highlighted, but for LDCs, especially LDCs trading within captive global value chains, there is the need to boost resilience, especially overcoming reliance on a single buyer. Perhaps we need to work more with existing LDC criteria and the line support measures. So for example, aid for trade resources could be prioritized by the WTO's Enhanced Integrated Framework for LDCs, with, for example, the Economic Vulnerability Index scores being placed over a certain threshold. Trade preferences could also be maintained in view of higher EVI scores, for example. I think the key point to emphasize here, in view of the inherent structural characteristics of LDCs and small island developing states, their environmental and economic vulnerability may remain persistently high. And this is unlikely to go away. So this warrants continued trade support measures, we argue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kaplan. And this is a very valuable contribution on the, I would say, the political economy of global value chain, particularly in the context of a graduating country such as Solomon Island. And, you also highlighted some of the structural issues, including the collusion and anti-competitive practices. So, that could be resolved probably by a competition policy and other mechanism, and the effort that Solomon Island has made so far. I think you've discussed very well, highlighted some of the key lessons and policy from a policy perspective, which are important to take forward. So I think this would be a very good segue to move to the next presentation, which would be by Lucian Serna, and he will be presenting on new plan for global value chain as a means to help LDCs expand their export opportunities. Over to you, Lucian.
Thank you, Radnakar. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would have very much liked to join all the other participants in Helsinki for this very important forum in preparation for the LDC summit. Unfortunately, like other panelists I see now, I couldn't travel, but all my greetings to friends and colleagues who could make it to Helsinki, and I look forward to our conversation and exchange at the end of this panel in the Q&A session. Let me maybe just to get it out of the way, I'd like to, from the outset, highlight the disclaimer. I am here in my personal capacity. The views that I will present today are my own and should not be seen as an official position of the European Commission. And now, what I wanted to also indicate is that perhaps this is very fitting with the title of our panel, making trade work in the future for LDCs, to actually look also into the future. I think we had excellent presentations so far from top experts looking at the past. And I think by now, whether you're a preference pessimist or a preference optimist, I think there is undeniable evidence that by and large, preferences are extremely useful to LDCs, and we can improve them. So this is what I'd like to share with you now. One idea to improve the way in which we can help existing preferences to further integrate LDCs in global value chains. As I said, it may not be a silver bullet, and some of the issues that we've heard so far may not be resolved by this proposal, but I think there is ample potential, and I will come back to it in a second. So I would probably spend less than a few seconds on this slide because it was already very well explained, and with this expert audience, there's no need to highlight the severe challenges that LDCs faced throughout history from the very beginning up until now. And I think if you are a small country, if you are an LDC, trade is one of the most important drivers for your development. It's impossible to have a quick and robust economic development, reach prosperity if you're not connected to global trade, because your market is very small. So it's imperative, it has been imperative for LDCs all along these years to be better integrated in LDCs. That's why we have also an SDG that promotes that objective. And I think now with COVID, it's even more important to try to do something in addition to what we already have in our trade rule books to facilitate this integration of LDCs in value chains. As you mentioned, Radnakar, their share in world trade has been rather stagnant, despite many efforts like Everything But Arms. Stefan, I was glad to see clear evidence that the Everything But Arms works. It's good to see that, and I think what I am trying to share with you today could be an additional element that could be on top of the existing schemes. It's not meant to replace these schemes, as opposed to just complement them and perhaps offer a wider platform for preferences. Because I think one thing we've probably realized, but I'm not sure we had kind of explicitly mentioned it, despite the acronym Generalized System of Preferences and GSPs having been there for ages, if you really think about it, what we actually have is bilateral schemes. There is no generalized, real, on a global scale scheme that would really promote the trade in the same way as the Everything But Arms or perhaps other ambitious bilateral schemes. So that's one element where I think this idea wants to aims to fill a gap. So it makes sense in a plurilateral, if not a multilateral context. It will not make sense as yet another bilateral scheme, because global value chains are, as the name says, global, and you need scale for companies to be incentivized to work with LDCs if they could actually serve more markets by having the same production processes with the same trade documentation that would allow them to therefore buy more from LDC. So what is the idea? Now, let me just try to very briefly explain it to you. I sent in the chat a link to a very short paper that Ratnakar and his colleagues kindly published online, so you can go back to it and clarify if I don't explain it well now. Essentially, if we take a very clear example, so let's take mango. I like to call my proposal the mango theory. So let's take mango as a primary commodity export from an LDC. What happens now that we have the mango that benefits from schemes like everything but arms? So a European importer will work with an LDC producers. We will import in Europe the mango with all the certificates of origins, with all the SPS, with every single piece of paperwork that is required for the mango to cross borders. And that documentation now it's in possession of the European producer. And let's assume that this mango is, to stay with the GVC logic, it is an ingredient to an agri-food product, a further processed product that includes mango. So it could be a mango flavored yogurt, it could be any other drink or anything that includes mango. And maybe I should say from the outset, this is not an agri-food initiative. I take mango, but it can apply to any other product, including industrial products. But I think mango is more palatable and easier to follow. So what happens once we have this LDC mango incorporated in a drink or an agri-food product from Europe? If we want to export this product to a country that has an MFN trade regime with Europe, that country will impose MFN duties on the full value of the yogurt, including on the value of the mango from the LDCs. So the proposal says, look, on the basis of the same documents that we have in Europe already used to cross borders first time, don't throw these documents to the bin. Let's use them, recycle them along the value chain, maximize the value of all these administrative efforts that LDCs have made in order to place mangoes on a market. And let's let that value travel along the value chains and give LDCs all the preferences that one could hope throughout the chain, also on the processed products. And mind you, tariffs on processed products are probably higher than on the actual mangoes. So the tariff preferential margin is higher. And in doing so, there are several economic benefits that we have quantified using a CG model with my co-author. We have published it in the Journal of World Trade. I can also share that link with participants if they're interested. Just to, in a nutshell, to give you the economic rationale. This is probably just for you to understand the idea, but it's very powerful. Why? Because it creates a premium market, a premium world market for LDC products. So there is a very strong demand from all the producers in the world who now have the chance to get a double-digit tariff reductions on their products by using LDC inputs. So it creates this terms of trade effect, we call it. An LDC doesn't have to now massively increase production, although they could. If they could, so much the better. But even without increasing production, they get a much better price. And I think that's one clear benefit for the 800 or so million people working very hard in LDCs, particularly in agriculture, where I think poverty and all other indicators are still lagging behind. So for all the small producers, this would be a premium from GVCs for the product that they already produce. There is a second round effect, if you want, if we try to quantify also this one, because if you imagine, if you are a producer, you want to have as much LDC value added in your product in order to get higher tariff revenues now worldwide, if we have a worldwide unified sort of scheme. And that may actually trigger an upgrading of existing production capacity. So stick to the mango example. You're not going to just place the mango as a fruit on a truck and then the truck on the ship, and that's your LDC export. Maybe you want to cut it to further processes. Maybe you wanted to somehow make it a little bit more value added through minimal processing. It doesn't have to be now the full value chain in LDCs, but there is an incentive. There's a clear economic incentive for companies to place maybe some stages of production whenever it's possible and economically advantageous for them in LDCs. So these are the two economic driving forces that, as we quantified, will have a very clear impact on UN SDGs, on the integration of LDCs in global value chains. And I'll leave with you my last slide here with some headline numbers. So according to our estimates, if this scheme would be implemented by all the WTO members, maybe that's something that colleagues in Geneva can take a coffee break and think about it or chat about it in the preparation of the ministerial. It might generate in the range of $5 billion additional exports for LDCs. And it's not just mangoes, it's across the entire production capacity and frontier of LDCs. It could be textile, it could be metal products, it could be wood-based or chemicals. There are some products we probably tend to focus on the top exports of LDCs, but they have potential to diversify and they just need a little nudge. It's also important, I think, in a multilateral context like in the WTO or maybe for the LDC summit, for everyone to understand that the logic of this proposal supports LDC exports through the exports of everyone else. And that creates a win-win solution. According to our estimates, there is no country that will have a loss in exports. And that is, I think, politically speaking, but also in terms of promoting South-South trade, which is the biggest winner of the proposal, it would probably create additional incentives for regional cooperation. So I will stop here, Radnakar. I hope it was clear enough. I hope I was loud and clear. And once again, I am very grateful that I had the chance to present this proposal to all of you, and I'm ready to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Lucien. I think you were loud and clear. Participant also felt so. I guess they will probably ask you a question later if there's time. But at the same time, the point that you made was so clear in terms of helping LDCs to access the premium world market and and enhancing LDC's participation through a different mechanism. And this is quite innovative. And you mentioned 5 billion export, additional export for LDC. This is a huge amount. Are you talking about annual export growth, or it's
this is an annual increase in exports? So
and then more importantly, politically, it might be palatable given the fact that it is a win-win solution for everybody, and it will also help promote South-South trade, which you made very clearly in your concluding remark. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, I would like to check with organizers. I was in touch separately with the organizers, and they have mentioned to me that the discussants from Rwanda and Gambia, both the PSs, who were supposed to attend this and who had confirmed, have not joined as yet. So there's no discussion. So this actually provides us a very good opportunity to open the floor so that the participants can contribute their thoughts. And if they have any questions, they could raise those questions to the panelists. So over to you, distinguished participants. If you have any questions, please raise those questions to the panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Adhikari. We do have a question from a delegate from Bangladesh.
Hi, I'm Joel Qayyum. I work in the Ministry of Commerce in Bangladesh government. And in fact, some questions and some observations. To start with the first presentation of Mr. Di Mello. You have very correctly highlighted the need for digitization and connectivity across customs. I'm just wondering that you see when whether an export or an import consignment arrives in an LDC, it has already started from another country, perhaps from a developed world or from a developing country. I mean, why is it that we don't really share information across the countries? I mean, if the information that was lodged at the time of, from the port of embarkation, and if that was shared with the other receiving country in the LDC, I mean,
with the aid of some digitization, then this cost of time that is taken by customs can be significantly reduced. So the data is already there at the other end. And I'm just wondering that why is it that this data is not shared across the countries? This can significantly reduce the time that is taken for customs clearance at the other end. I mean, there are definitely other challenges of infrastructure and having appropriate governance mechanism. But sharing of data is something that also is holding us back. This perhaps can help us in reducing customs time in developing countries. On the second, third, fourth presentation, there are so many common issues, like say specifically talking about Bangladesh, and Professor Kempling did mention that whether our RMG products are captive as well, and I see perhaps we are, because if you go back last year, in the middle of the pandemic, when things were going from bad to worse, and when we see suddenly some of the global buyers reneging on their contracts, and we were so helpless. I mean, we are indeed captive. I mean, not only that, under pressure when we go green, we don't get the green price, but also suddenly we see that when some of the buyers, and not all, I mean, most of the global buyers and retailers are acting responsibly. But when some are not acting responsibly, then how do we address those issues? And coming back to the last presentation where we talked about GVC, and Bangladesh is a graduating country, and some would say that we have been doing well. And I keep telling ourselves that we have done well, but we have a long way to go. And the challenges that we will be facing is that after we graduate, and even in our biggest market in the European Union, under the rules of origin, our value addition criteria will change. And we hear so much about productive transformation and structural transformation. So how does graduating countries address these challenges of structural transformation so that they can meet these increased value addition criteria are important questions that even for a graduating country like Bangladesh, we have to keep thinking about and find solutions with support of our global partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there is another question. The question from online. So it's there's a question. Can you read it out, because it's not clear. One of the organizers, could you please read out the question, please? This is the challenge of the
of a hybrid meeting, right? 1 second.
Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. Oh, this is a good provocation, actually. So thank you very much. Is there any other question from the participants?
Yes, we have the ambassador of Finland to the UN.
Hello, I'm Jukka Salovaara, the Finnish UN ambassador, and about captive value chains, and in the European Union, we like to think that we have sort of...
Can't hear. Sorry, Margarita, we can't hear. The panelists can't hear.
And it's about the captive value chains. And in the EU, we like to think that sort of we have tough competition policies. So it's a bit sort of perplexing to hear in a way that sort of, well, buyers can be so sort of concentrated in a way that, or are there policy changes we should do in the EU to make sort of the value chain sort of less captive on the buying end?
Were the panelists able to hear the question? Unfortunately, I was unable. So can that, so somebody will have to take that up. Apologies for that. Is there any other question?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Hani Magari, Business Development Manager at FCI Investments. I just wanted to ask about
the nationalist trade policies and how to address things on the ground, like to make the trade more smoother across the least developed countries and so on. Thanks.
Great. And a few more.
We have more, Mr. Adhikari. Would you like to stop here and then ask?
I think I'll stop here. In the interest of time, I think we are keeping you, the participants actually, from their lunch. So I would like to actually invite the panelists to respond. Professor Dimelo, would you like to respond to that question from Bangladesh to start off with?
One second.
I'll be very brief.
Please.
I think there's a lot to be gained for customs to have increased digitalization. I know there are other sessions on digitalization and what it means for developing countries in general, but I would say that LDCs or the vulnerable economies have potentially more to gain from that, and certainly for customs, because the objectives are quite clear. Sharing of data and so on, it'll be much easier. But you could say the same thing about rules of origin. Rules of origin, eventually using digitalization, it'll be easier eventually to fulfill them. The fixed costs will be diminished. So I would put big emphasis in saying that there are dangers, of course, as we know, to digitizing everything. But developing countries, but the LDCs in particular, landlocked certainly, SIDS and others have a lot to gain from digitalization.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Now I would like to invite Lucien to respond to that question on regional, because you slightly touched upon that issue by mentioning about the South-South trade, but then you would be the right person to respond to that question, I guess.
Well, I'm not quite sure if I'm the right person. I did indeed refer in passing to increase of South-South trade as a result of a multilateral preferential scheme. I think it will facilitate South-South trade indirectly, and hence the schemes that are currently in place could benefit from what I proposed. Now, the actual question, I think, refers to the ways in which these regional agreements can improve their efficiency. And I think here, this is a separate discussion in my view. We certainly do not forget about promoting regional integration schemes in the EU. I think there are many efforts to do so. And I think the key is to create synergies between regional integration schemes and the untapped opportunities at the global level. Now, let me very quickly, Ratnakar, if you give me the floor, I don't want to take it again. So if I can provide some telegraphic answers to the other questions, and then we can move to the other panelists. So there was a question from the gentleman from Bangladesh, which is a very, very valid question. I didn't have time to address it, but I'm glad he raised it. What happens to LDCs if they would graduate? Maybe they are almost there in terms of integrating in supply chains, and all of a sudden now they won't benefit either from the existing schemes nor from the one I'm suggesting. Well, in this case, for the idea I put on the table, since it's about the future and maybe it's a bit pie in the sky, maybe we can dream about certain things. Yes. So there is a paragraph 276 in the Doha Program of Action, I think, for LDCs, which allows flexibilities for recently graduated LDCs to still benefit from certain schemes that will smoothen the shock. I think Liam mentioned that there may be a trade shock once you graduate. So this paragraph 276, at least in the GVCs for LDCs idea I propose, it could be invoked. Quickly on the question from His Excellency the Finnish ambassador, captive value chains can probably also be addressed to some extent and in some sectors if we promote participation of small and medium enterprises in global value chains, including as importers in Europe. We already have a strong participation, but unfortunately, as I discovered recently writing a little article about it, the participation even of European SMEs has declined in our own trade. So it's probably a COVID side effect, a casualty, but that's, I think, one possibility to facilitate a relationship between European SMEs and exporters in LDCs, because they can probably also create valuable business links. So I will stop here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lucien. Thank you, Lucien. Liam, I would like to invite you for your response, quick response.
Or antitrust law in the US, the way that it's been framed over the last 30, 40 years has been very much influenced by the Chicago school, which is entirely focused on the consumer impacts. But it's much less focused on the vertical kind of pressures that big business puts on suppliers. So, for example, the SMEs we just mentioned. And as a result of that, the big suppliers, or even the big or the small suppliers, are squeezed, and they don't have as useful access to competition law. This is changing. So, for example, the Competition Authority in the UK about 15 years ago recognised the very powerful role that supermarkets play, big buyers play, in shaping and unfairly shaping value chains. And this is kind of growing in the US context as well. But I do think that this requires a political change in the way that we think about competition and moving away from purely a consumer focus, which is very embedded in mainstream economics. The second thing I wanted to emphasize on the regional trade agreements, the case that I gave on Solomon tuna, so tuna is about 30% of their production is sub-regional. So it's canned for Solomon Islands, but also for other countries in the region. And it's got a great reputation of being a very high quality product and is now sold in Australia as well. And so in the Pacific region, there are a number of trade arrangements, regional trade arrangements that allow for or facilitate that trade. And it's very often seen as a poverty product because it's relatively cheap. And it's a source of protein. But also, and I think a key thing to emphasize in the Pacific context, which is a huge success story in this Pacific value chain, is that the parties to the narrow agreement, which includes some LDCs, grouped together in a form of South-South cooperation in order to better leverage the conditions by which foreign investors, in this case boats, came into their markets to extract tuna. In the process, through this South-South cooperation, over the last 10 years, they increased their revenue from the global tuna industry, just from the boats, from around $50 million a year to $500 million a year. That's through cooperation amongst states and leveraging that cooperation, leveraging the global value chain to extract more rents from it. So there's a lot of potential here, but it does require political decision-making.
Thank you very much, Liam. Stefano, yeah, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute is just a call because there is this issue of regional trade agreements to which LDCs are also members, and obviously the most recent is the African Continental Free Trade Area, and where also market access opportunities are there. However, there is a kind of tragedy there in terms of rules of origin, because the rules of origin, each of these regional trade agreements, especially South-South regional trade agreements, are more restrictive, at times much more restrictive than the rules of origin that the European Union has under the Everything But Arms initiatives, and more restrictive of the rules of origin that the LDCs are arguing in Geneva. So I think that there are some lessons learned, and that needs to be also adopted at regional level when we're negotiating rules of origin at regional level. And using utilization rates is a kind of litmus test, in the sense that if utilization rates are used, to make public how much firms are using the regional trade agreements, that will be a very much more transparent policy way to say, well, the agreement has been signed and has been used effectively or not. If it has not used effectively because of rules of origin, then again reform of rules of origin even at regional level. And one issue about digitalization and rules of origin. I have a word of caution because I've seen a lot of the movement towards the e-certificate of origin, but that's do not personally think, I mean, is way out. I mean, because it involves IT specialists, IT firms that are developing this system. I think that worldwide we have a tendency towards self-declaration. I mean, the exporter we produce is able to self-declare that the origin is the product that is producing is originating. I mean, I think this is the best way to go without avoiding digitalization, which is another layer between firms and governments. Firms should
Thank you, Stefano. Pramila, you want to add anything?
Yeah.
Pramila, no?
Sorry, yeah, I just add that right now on RCEP. And so the question of rules of origin and how they compare with other existing agreements in the region and how LDCs will be affected is also an issue that we are currently working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to wrap up. Just give me 2 minutes. I would like to request the organizers to provide me 2 minutes because
Mr.
it's important.
Ratnakar,
Although,
can we ask you your patience because we do have another participant who has had a question. Would you still like to ask your question?
okay,
Yes.
it's up to you.
Yes,
All
I
right.
think we can spend 2 more minutes to allow our
Okay, 2
participant
more minutes.
to ask.
There you go. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. So my name is Debabrata Chakraborty. I'm working at Bangladeshi Mission and also WTLDC Group's focal point on graduation. So it's basically a comment for all of you, particularly food for thoughts for our learned panelists, that last year LDC Group in WTO provided a submission to the General Council requesting extension of all LDC-specific support measures which are available to LDCs so that these support measures can continue after their graduation for 12 years. Members are discussing this. I think it's a great opportunity if members can agree on this, so that will secure a good policy space, future policy space for all LDCs, because you know that even after graduation, our challenges will not go overnight. So this is just a piece of information and food for thought for all our participants. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for raising that point, Debabrata. It is a very valid point. I think there's a discussion that's going on, and panelists will probably not like to hazard a guess on what will be the outcome, but they would obviously support some kind of transitional arrangement, I guess. So in the interest of time, it would be difficult to invite any panelists to respond, but we can discuss it bilaterally at some point. Thank you very much for raising that point. So based on the rich presentation that have been made, it would be impossible for me to make any kind of summarization, but there are a few key points that I would like to highlight in the form of the closing or wrapping up, as you may wish to call. Despite all the efforts, it's not because of the lack of effort on the part of development partners or other countries or multilateral institutions that the LDC's share of global trade has remained around 1%. Throughout the last decade, and it will probably remain the same if the business as usual scenario continues. So therefore, there is a need to do something. And what we've discussed today, we've discussed things that are extremely important, for helping LDCs to enhance their export, including enhancing preference utilization, reducing trade costs. And when we talk about reducing trade costs, infrastructure and other trade cost elements are important, but at the same time, the elements such as the implementation of trade facilitation agreement could help LDCs to significantly reduce their trade costs and be competitive in the global market and participate not only in the global trade, but also in the global value chain. And the third important aspect that we discussed this morning is the global value chain aspect, where the LDC's participation have been extremely limited. On that front, we discussed two different kinds of angles, looked at it from two different angles, particularly from the perspective of graduating LDCs. And it's important to understand the political economy as well as the concentration of market power and how those issues can be tackled, and how can we help LDCs to move away from these these various political economic factors, and how international community can help them. Besides having good policies, I think the help of international community would also be important. But at the same time, we also discuss about the global value chain aspect and how LDC's export can be expanded, and how LDCs can have the opportunity to access global market, as well as participate in the global value chain through an innovative approach that Lucian proposed. And we were pleased to publish it in the EIF Trade for Development news platform. But this has actually gained considerable traction around the world, with a number of academicians and practitioners raising these issues. And there was a letter that was drafted and sent to the WTO DG and the LDC ambassadors and others. So I think there's a lot of food for thought on that. So given that, for us, not only for us as the international civil servant, but for the government participants, including the trade diplomats and diplomats sitting there in New York, have a lot of work to do in coming 2 to 3 months, I guess, both in the run-up to the MC12, the WTO MC12, as well as in the run-up to UN LDC 5. I think it would be extremely important to have some deliverables for LDCs so as to help them enhance their trade. When we talk about enhancing trade, it's not only the quantity of trade, because the quality of trade also matters. And we've spent some time discussing about the quality of trade as well. And there will be more such discussion in the future. So with this, I would like to thank all the panelists, and would like to take this opportunity to thank UNOHRRLS, the UN WIDER, and Government of Finland, and everybody who helped us to participate in this, who put together the event and provided us the opportunity. Thank you very much, and have a very good afternoon to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, and bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much. So for us here in Helsinki, lunch is ready outside. And I would like to ask everybody to please be back 5 minutes before 1, so that we can start sharp for the next session that also will be as interesting as this one. Again, many thanks to all the panelists. And bye-bye. Thank you. See you soon, hopefully. Bye-bye.
Yes, I hear you. We can start? Okay. Let me... good morning to all in this part of the world. Good afternoon, Europe. Good evening for those in Asia. Good afternoon also for those in Africa and the Middle East. Let me say I'm Jose Antonio Campo, the chair of this session. I am from Colombia, the country, but a professor at Columbia University in New York. And in relation to the issues that we're going to discuss today, let me say that I'm the chair of the United Nations Committee for Development Policy, which is in charge of the following, on establishing the criteria for LDCs, what countries are considered or graduate from LDC status, and then to do a support and follow up of the graduation process. Let me say as an introduction that the issue of the financial needs of LDCs has been, of course, a major issue for decades, and certainly prior to the current COVID-19 crisis. But the COVID-19 certainly increased the financial needs of these countries. UNCTAD, for example, in its recent LDC report, estimated financial needs for fixed investments in LDCs to achieve the key SDGs with an average growth that is required of 7%, and then poverty eradication by 2030 would require almost $2 trillion per year, which is 3 times higher than the current amount of fixed investments. Most LDCs have limited domestic resources, making them reliant on international resources. However, most of the FDI and blended international financial flows to other developing countries fail to reach many LDCs. Hence, official development assistance and support from multilateral development banks and some forms of private financing are particularly important. In the study that we presented to ECOSOC on the impact of COVID-19 on LDCs, we found out that in the area of financing, some form of debt service suspension has been useful, but much more is required. Well, November of last year, the G20 launched a new initiative in this area, allowing the case-by-case renegotiation of the debts of LDCs, but this is, of course, an issue that many more LDCs will require. Over the years, we have also highlighted the need for domestic and international policies to harness foreign direct investment and remittances, and to create sound macroeconomic and financial policy frameworks to increase domestic resources. So I'm looking forward to hearing the experiences and views on the ground and from the international organizations on these issues. It's a very interesting and diverse panel that will focus on both domestic and international resources and public and private financing. Let me, of course, underscore that given the amount of panelists, I will really hope that each one of you will take only up to 7 minutes for your presentations. And then we will have at the end, if that is possible, a session of questions from the audience. Having said that, let me first give the floor to Ms. Aneta Kubik, a senior researcher at the Center for Development Research in the University of Bonn, who is going to speak of foreign direct investments in the African food and agriculture sector. You have the floor, Saneta.
Thank you very much. Let me share the screen. Okay, perfect. So I will now just very briefly discuss my work on foreign direct investment in the African food and agriculture sector. So over the last decade, we could observe a revived interest in the food and agriculture sector, both from policymakers as well as researchers, and mainly due to the importance of this sector for food security in many countries. At the political level, several multi-stakeholder initiatives have been launched in order to boost investment in the sector, including G20 Compact with Africa or the New Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition. The food and agriculture sector in Africa is undergoing a profound transformation, moving away from subsistence-oriented to more commercialized food systems. And it also gives a growing weight to the off-farm activities such as processing, marketing, and retail. And a common feature of this transformation is the rapidly growing importance of the private sector. At the same time, the prospects for the agro-industrial sector in Africa are really promising, considering especially the rapidly growing demand both locally and internationally, and also shifting consumption patterns. However, important investments are still necessary to keep pace with this growing demand. Capital investment levels in agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa are still much lower compared to other regions, and also much below what is required to bring African agriculture to its full potential. So in principle, FDI has the potential to fill this gap. However, to this day, Africa only receives slightly more than 10% of the world FDI in food and agriculture. A few stylized facts. So a total of close to $49 billion was invested in the African food and agriculture sector over the period 2003-17, and almost half of this was invested just in the fertilizer sector, and around $27 billion in other subsectors which are directly related to food production. So in this presentation, I will focus on the latter. The two figures you see here show FDI inflows in the sector measured in terms of capital investment on the left-hand side and number of deals on the right-hand side. The figures suggest that FDI inflows in the food and agriculture sector in Africa broadly followed the worldwide trends in that they were rather low before 2007 when the prices of agricultural commodities were low. And then that was followed by a rapid increase in 2008-09 and corresponded to the boom in agricultural commodities. We can also observe a growing importance of FDI flows from the global south, especially 3 countries from the global south figure among the top 10 investors, and these are India, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. There are considerable differences in investment flows between countries, as you can see on this map. So the highest amount of capital was invested in Nigeria, then Egypt, Cameroon, South Africa, and Ghana. Also, because of the expected positive impacts of these investments in terms of food security and poverty reduction, it might be of interest in this forum to see where the LDCs stand in terms of food and agriculture FDI. Only $8 billion were invested in LDCs over this period 2003-17, and this is around 25% of total inflows to Africa. But there exists a wide variety or disparity among LDCs as well. So 3 LDCs count among the top 10 host countries, and this is Angola, Ethiopia, and Mozambique, but at the same time, 10 LDCs received 0 food and agriculture FDI over that period of time. While going into details of the methodology adopted in the paper on which these findings are based is probably not of much interest in this forum, let me just say that it draws on the large theoretical literature on FDI, and the analysis as such employs both like standard econometric methods as well as spatial econometrics. What we could see based on the results is that foreign investors appear to be really responsive to global and regional developments in the food and agriculture sector, especially in terms of food prices. However, the African market also becomes intrinsically attractive for foreign investors in light of the transformation that the local food system has been undergoing. So the findings show that investments are driven mainly by the potential that a domestic consumer class represents, not only in the host country, but also in neighboring countries. In terms of purchasing power of the host country, investment decision appear to be more forward-looking and driven by future prospects rather than current opportunities. So it is not necessarily countries with higher incomes that receive more FDI inflows, but rather countries with higher income growth. Our findings also provide evidence of the importance of supply side factors, and these include countries' natural endowments in infrastructure. In particular, availability of agricultural land is an essential incentive for foreign investors in their location decision. The evidence is particularly strong in case of FDI flows originating from the global north. While this finding might seem to go in line with the debates on the often controversial large-scale investments in farmland in Africa, I think it is important to note that contrary to popular perceptions, investment in crop production constitute a very small share of total FDI inflows in the food and in agriculture sector because it's only 10%. Then institutional factors such as governance and tax incentives also matter for prospective investors. Finally, the results provide evidence for the existence of spatial dependencies in foreign investment between countries, whereby foreign investors account not only for the opportunities offered by the host country, but also by neighboring countries. However, the evidence is strong only in case of FDI flows originating from the global north. Foreign investment in the food and agriculture sector in Africa took form of regional export platforms, where investment in the host country is used as a platform to serve nearby countries as well. And for that reason, market potential of neighboring countries becomes a significant predictor of FDI inflows in the host country, as well as lower cross-border trade costs. I think this is in line really with the recent trends of the global value chains reconfiguration and the increasing importance of regional value chains. So what kind of policy implications can these findings?
Excuse me, Saneta, can you try to conclude your presentation?
Okay, this is the last. So despite improvements, Africa still receives only a small share of the global food and beverages FDI, and especially the recent COVID-19 crisis made it very clear. However, I think what is important is to know that even though structural factors play a decisive role in FDI allocation decision of foreign investors, appropriate policies and public investments can help overcome these structural disadvantages. So improving these factors can not only encourage FDI inflows, but will also have the potential to create conditions under which these investments can benefit the society as a whole. I think I can conclude here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Saneta. By the way, I think your presentation underscores the relevance, I guess, or rather the possibilities generated by rising prices now, but also the great challenge of regional integration in Africa as an instrument of increasing investment in food and agriculture. Now I give the floor to Pierre Mambondu. Sorry if I am mispronouncing your name. He is a researcher at University of Reunion, and he was going to speak about the VAT and the reduction of inequalities and poverty in Burkina Faso. You have the floor, Pierre.
First of all, I would like to thank the committee for this opportunity to share with you this research. But if I want to respect the allocated time, I must to switch in French, so please use the translator. L'objectif donc de ce travail de recherche est de mettre en évidence.
The objective of this research work is to show how the VAT impact can also have an effect on gender inequalities and food safety to a certain extent in a number of countries. And here we're looking at Burkina Faso. This was done within a doctoral project with a professor of economy in the Université de Normandie. I shall say a few words about context, literature, the methodology and data, and then the key results. Now, regarding the context, we know that about 40% of the population in Burkina Faso is poor, and this is compounded by a certain number of factors. Women are less present on the job market, they're not as well paid, and they also work mainly in the least productive sectors. And it is also women who have to carry the burden of domestic work, which will reduce the possibility for them to take part in commercial activities. So in order to change things, the government set up a development plan. However, there is the problem, which is that of mobilizing resources. So we have to see how, with the own resources, we can try to reform in order to enhance the country's capacity. And to see, we need to see whether the impact of that reform will not compound inequalities and poverty. So we have used a general model. Briefly, it is a model which shows how an exogenous shock, such as the VAT, can impact the situation of economic agents. So what are the channels we are looking at, and what policies have we simulated? Well, it's a recommendation of the IMF, which says to the Burkina Faso government, try to mobilize more domestic resources, and in order to do that, you will have to take a look at your VAT system, because there are quite a few exemptions. So try for 5% VAT rate. And then there are exemptions for everything which is energy, electricity, etc. So try to bring back VAT down to the legal rate of 18% on water and electricity. Now, this policy, when it is implemented, it has an impact on the country, except that the positive impact on GDP will benefit mainly businesses which are male work intensive, and there are sectors which will be less well served, where there are mainly women. Agriculture, with a drop in local demand, and we've observed an increase of prices in the country.
This takes us to observe women's situation more precisely. Their household chores increase and the paid work decreases. So this type of measure does not reduce inequality. And with a decrease in wages, there's a rise in precariousness. So this measure increases public resources, but it worsens the situation of the poorest households. So what can be done here is our proposition. Support the reform with targeted allocations for the poorest families. Second idea, maybe if the money is put to good use by reinvesting it, there can be positive effects. For instance, if you reinvest the money in agriculture, you can mitigate the impacts on the sector. And although gender inequality is decreasing in the formal workplace, inequality are still stable in the household because women are still in charge of the chores. So it is essential to invest in farming and services where women are most highly concentrated. And it is also essential to invest in infrastructure, for instance, water, electricity, because that will alleviate the chores for women who are often responsible for fetching wood, for instance. So this is a proposition that allows to increase public finances without increasing the debt while mitigating the potential negative effects of such measures. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for your time discipline, which was excellent. I think this is a very important point. I mean, the 2 points. I mean, how you collect and use the fiscal resources as a major instrument of cooperation, and the gender dimensions that you have underscored your presentation. Now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Olivier Cataneo, the head of the Policy Analysis and Strategy Unit at the OECD, Development Cooperation Directorate, who is going to speak about the financing the transition to sustainable development in the LDCs. You have the floor, Olivier.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will try to share my screen. Here you go. Is it working for you? Good. So thanks a lot for the invitation and for the opportunity to present this paper. I'm co-authored with my colleagues, Cecilia Piemonte and Abdoulaye Fabregas on transition finance in LDCs. And I will take a step back, from previous presentations to look at the big picture of financing sustainable development and present you our methodology that basically looks, it's all summarized on this graph, at how different sources of financing, both domestic and external, substitute and evolve as the countries become richer. You look, for instance, at the blue line that is going down, that's ODA, official development assistance, the green is private finance, the dotted line and the right axis, are domestic resources. And you see a progressive substitution of external by domestic finance and of public by private finance. Of course, this substitution doesn't happen at the same time, in all sectors. And we are looking, at the sectoral level, at the stage, for instance, here of substitution of concessional and non-concessional finance. And you see that this happens very early in some sectors, like banking, business, or production, but very late in other sectors, like the social sectors. Now, turning to the implications, through the pilot studies that we have done, in the LDCs, we see three main challenges. The first one is that graduating LDCs are often faced, with multiple transitions that they have to handle at the same time. For instance, they go from low-income country to a low-middle-income country. They also exit some concessional windows or funds like IDA, Gavi, the access to private capital markets, and so on. And the combination of all those transitions, might make the task of graduation even harder, knowing that there are always risks of setbacks. The second challenge, I mean, we see in our study is that the LDCs struggle more than other countries to achieve a smooth transition between different sources of financing. On the right-hand side is for non-LDCs, that is very similar to what I've shown you previously with the different curves. On the left-hand side is for LDCs, and you see that the curves are flat, which means that whatever the level of income of the LDCs, they face the same difficulties to mobilize domestic resources and private finance. So the risk is, and here I give you the example of social sectors, is that when you graduate and when you transition, you face what we call a transition finance gap. Which means that the substitution between the concessional and non-concessional, like on this picture, is not perfect, and you're left with a huge gap to finance through domestic resource mobilization. The third challenge is the one of debt that has already been evoked here, and that again I wanted to emphasize. And here on the left-hand side, this is exhibited from our transition pilot in Capo Verde, and you see that very often in LDCs after graduation there is a surge in the debt level, of course, because there is less concessionality. The conditions are different as you move to private sector funding. This has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis, and here you have the number of LDCs, I mean, that are in debt distress or at risk of debt distress. And of course, this high debt burden affects the capacities of LDCs to respond to the COVID-19 crisis and to recover. So in terms of policy recommendations, to conclude on my last slide, on the way forward also to Doha and LDC 5, I mean, I would like to focus on 3 points. I mean, the first one is that in the follow-up of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, I mean, we need to integrate this holistic approach, I mean, to financing sustainable development into the diagnostics. And this is also what is done as part of the INFFs. We really look at all the different sources of financing and how they articulate and how they can best leverage each other. The second point is that we see that the landscape of financing sustainable development is increasingly complex and evolving very quickly. And we see it with the sustainability bonds, with the debt swaps, and lots of new products that emerge in our countries. We counted as more than 2,000 instruments to choose from, and that's extremely difficult. And sometimes that means renouncing to accessing some funds like the green funds. And so we propose to pool all technical assistance and capacity building efforts into one mechanism to help developing countries and LDCs in particular be able to navigate this complex FFD landscape. And finally, the last point is to help the substitution of public by private financing. And we are working around strengthening the development cooperation investment trade nexus. We need to rethink and revamp, I think, the Aid for Trade initiative to take into consideration and new evolutions of trade, I mean, with digitalizations, with global value chains, and all the opportunities that we bring, and not only focus on market access, preferential treatment, and so on. And we need to rethink that for the LDCs in particular. So I will leave it here, Chair, with my 7 minutes, and thanks again.
Well, thanks again for this very interesting presentation about the challenges generated by the changes in the composition of financing to meet the international targets, as well as the debt issues, which I also mentioned in my initial remarks. I think this is a very important point. That let me also underscore, based on your graphs, the importance of official development assistance, which is of course the issue that you manage in your area in the OECD. Now, I now give the floor to Florence Muleja, the Chief Executive Officer of the Zambia Association of Manufacturers. who is going to speak about the allure of commercial debt, the case of Zambia and Mozambique. You have the floor, Florence. Sorry, you are not online? Okay.
Beam it, my presentation from there, or I can beam it from my side.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we see you now very well. Thank you.
Okay, let me just share my video now. Sorry, my presentation. Right. Good afternoon once again. I hope you can all see my presentation. My name is Florence Molea from the Zambia Association of Manufacturers, as has been said, in Zambia. And my study or my research centered around the allure of commercial debts in these development countries. And I looked at two countries, Zambia and Mozambique. The two countries struck as interesting cases to study because Zambia was the first country to fail to meet its obligations in the period of COVID, and Mozambique by then had already defaulted. So I was just trying to see what lessons Zambia would learn from Mozambique in ensuring that as it goes ahead with traversing this debt landscape, what would happen. So as at 2020, there were 5 countries that were acclaimed to be at high risk of debt. And these included the Republic of Congo, Zimbabwe, Sudan, Eritrea, and Zambia. Whilst Mozambique was also at a high risk of debt distress, it had already defaulted. And so, as I had explained, for me, this became an interesting picture to understand what lessons will be learned for a country like Zambia to proceed in its traversing of the debt landscape. And so what we see there is a situation in which from round about 2010, the gross national income of Zambia was quite high, the line in green, and this started to dissipate in 2015. But it was round about the same time, starting from about 2012, 2013, that the debt, which is in blue, started to increase at quite a fast rate. And so what we saw was that the percentage of debt to gross national income increased rapidly from 2013 to 2016, though this decreased in 2017, as shown by the dotted line in orange. We found that the percentage of GDP, the percentage of external debt to GDP was close to 70%. And whilst all this was happening, the debt service was also increasing in relation to the amount of exports that Zambia was generating. And some of the effects of this external debt was that inflation increased rapidly, with Zambia targeting inflation between 6 to 8%. We saw a steep increase of inflation round about the period in 2018, and inflation broke this range that had been targeted by the government. We also saw quite substantial crowding out effects on the private sector because the government started then to borrow more domestically, and this was being used to help fund the budget, because most of the monies that were being generated from revenues were being utilized to pay out debt. There was macro instability where the interest rates, the exchange rates and everything. So, for example, the exchange rates depreciated quite rapidly, whereas the interest rates were high and elevated to almost like 24 to 25%. And also in the country, there was reduced liquidity. The government also started to fail to pay its monies that it was owing to suppliers of goods and services, such as the private sector. So this picture here just depicts this crowding out effects that I mentioned before. The blue line is what private sector would borrow from the domestic markets, but the red line, we started to see that steep increase of the government borrowing from the domestic markets, and thus reducing how much the private sector could collect. So what really caused Zambia to get to this position? So we know that in 2011, Zambia was declared a low middle income country. And what this meant is that, one, it would not only have less access to concessional debt, but also that it had freedom to go into the concessional markets. But whilst this happened, the country did not have the institutional and legal framework that would allow it to ensure that even as it borrows more, there is a framework to ensure that the debt proceeds are used correctly. And with this, we saw an expansionary fiscal policy that came in with the regime that really wanted to ensure that the infrastructure development programs that it had put on the agenda would go ahead. And so with the freedom to go into the commercial markets, we saw debt increase, external debt increase quite rapidly. Mozambique, on the other hand, had already gone into the external markets, and as at 2013, there were quite a number of debts that the government guaranteed on behalf of three state-owned enterprises. But what this resulted in was that in 2015, after some external shocks, the GDP drastically reduced, and the debt therefore became much more than even the amount of GDP that was being generated in the country. And there we saw the percentage of the debt going above 100% and was as high as close to 120% of the GDP, whilst the exports were not performing very well. And so the debt service ratio to exports was also quite high. And for Mozambique, as at 2018, we see that their debt to public sector debt to GDP stood at about 110%. But what is interesting there is that we see that what was going into guarantees was going to the state-owned enterprises, and we have an increase from about 9.5% in 2014 to about 2016, 11.2, and this is the period in which the hidden debts were kind of like revealed. And so the information came to broad daylight, and they had to reveal that actually the debts that were guaranteed were as high as 5.7% of GDP on one individual company. So some of the causes of Mozambique's default.
Can you finish your presentation, because we have a shortage of time. Thank you.
Not a problem. So with the issues of the natural disasters and the limited control on the SMEs, on the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises. We saw the real exchange rates depreciation in Mozambique really depreciate, and the allure really was coming from the fact that legislative and institutional building capacities that come from institutions such as the IMF and World Bank were quite onerous on these companies. So they thought it best to go to bilateral creditors whose conditions were not as tough as the international organizations, and their accessibility into the international capital markets made it possible for them to increase their debts. So some of the debt refinancing options, as a lesson from Mozambique that Zambia has, that it could either buy back the bond as it stands, because Zambia's first bond, which is due in 2022, stands at $1 million, but in the market, it is rated somewhere around 500,000 to 750, the increase happening just in the last 2 weeks. So if the bond could be bought back, then Zambia would pay much less than the 1 million, but this would mean that it would need a substantial amount of money. If the IMF deal could come on, then they would be able to pay back. They could also refinance the Eurobond as was done by Mozambique, or the other option would be to roll it over. But really, the major issues that arise from here and the recommendations is that LDCs need to find that critical balance between fiscal consolidation efforts currently and the need to overcome the deficit in infrastructure. Of course, the macro fiscal risks need to be managed adequately, and implementation of new regulatory framework that allows them to manage public investment as well as debt. And public investment should be prioritized in those areas that have got high economic returns. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Florence. Again, you raised the major issue of debt, also underscored by Olivier and my initial remarks, and also very importantly, this very difficult transition towards commercial financing, or private sector financing, which many countries have faced in the past. I mean, coming from Latin America, this was a major issue, of course, in the debt crisis of the 1980s. Let me now give the floor to Mariana Jallet-Doré, the Development Finance Lead and Director of Research and Analysis Development Initiatives, a very interesting organization producing excellent information on these issues, who is going to speak about reversing the trends that leaves the LDCs behind. You have the floor, Mariana.
Screen. I think we're done. So thank you very much for the introduction. So my presentation is about the current trends that leave LDCs behind, and actually what we can do to reverse those trends. And in particular, in this presentation, we look at the financing landscape in LDCs and emphasize the role of official development assistance, as it was already done in the previous meeting, in these countries, and the challenges that ODA currently faces as a global financing source of finance. So we know that ODA is also a scarce resource which needs to be used wisely, and it faces competing priorities today more than ever. Particularly, there's an issue of where to be best spent. There's this competing priorities such as climate change or global health and country-specific needs. And what I'll show during this presentation is that historically, non-country specific aid, which basically means aid that is not allocated to any specific country, has actually grown much faster than country-specific aid. And in addition, ODA to LDC specifically has not grown at the same rate as ODA to other developing countries. And it only in the last couple of years that it started catching up. Furthermore, this pattern of order allocation doesn't really not reflect global trends in poverty and distributions, which basically show that extreme poverty is increasingly concentrated in LDCs. So that's exactly where I'm starting my presentation. So LDCs account for a disproportionate share of people of recent poverty increases. So in 2020, LDCs accounted for 14% of the global population. However, they were home to a quarter of people pushed back into poverty during the pandemic, and 50% of these people living in extreme poverty below the 1%, $1 a day, actually live in LDCs. This percentage was much lower in 2010, where basically extreme poverty has 29% rate in LDCs. So we see also there's a gap in domestic public finance between LDCs and other developing countries. So we see that even before the pandemic, the gap between LDCs and other developing countries was already growing, as measured by non-grant government revenues. But the growth was relatively flat, as it shows in the graphic. Development initiatives projections actually suggest that the resource gap will be even bigger between LDCs and other developing countries. So it will grow much more again after the pandemic. And we see, as we've seen in our presentations before, that debt service is actually taking a greater share of scarce domestic resources in LDCs. So debt service as a percentage of non-grant government revenue is actually more than double in the last decade, from 7.4% in 2010 to 20.7% in 2019. And this is because LDCs have been increasingly assessing non-traditional and also non-concessional sources of financing. But if we look particularly at what happened in aid, then we know that in 2019, donors have lent $16.7 billion US to LDCs, and more than a quarter of this was actually going to countries in high risk of debt distress, or actually debt distress, as mentioned before. And this is according to latest IMF estimates. So these risks actually a debt crisis among LDCs. So in the context of constrained financing with significant and growing demands because of the pandemic, we see that external resources are critical. However, LDCs capture a very small proportion of international flows, as we've seen already today, compared with other developing countries. And of course, the lack of resources there is usually a critical impact and implications LDC, which you cover in more detail in our paper. Many of these flows were actually reduced during the pandemic, in particular FDI and remittances. They fell substantial in 2020. And although we see in the graphic that LDCs received nearly 44% of official development assistance that was allocated to specific countries, remittances have seen substantially grown, which is not allocated to any particular countries, which is what I'm going to show next. So as we can see here in the figure, non-country specific official development assistance has actually grown by nearly 50% over the last decade. And this is particularly as a result of donors spending increased amounts of money on refugees within their own borders. And non-country specific aid has also grown at a faster rate than aid to LDCs or other developing countries. And what worries us is that this trend actually continue to happen, but of course driven by other factors such as global health and the pandemic. When looking at overall official development assistance, including non-country specific disbursements, we see that LDCs only receive a 29% share in 2019, and this is down from 32% in 2010. So we see that basically the share of people living in extreme poverty has increased in LDCs, and they're getting a lower share of official development assistance. And this trend is projected to continue. In other words, LDCs have been receiving a lower share of aid than the proportion of extreme poverty that they represent. And we know that 40 years ago, in 1981, there was a substantial new program of action for LDCs, where donor countries committed to provide aid equivalent to 0.15 to 0.2% of their own GNI to LDCs. And unfortunately, only a handful number of donors have actually met the target each year. So just to sum up some key takeaways, we know that LDCs face a long road to recovery, more so than other developing countries, including in financing that recovery. And official development assistance has, and particularly concessional finance, has a vital role to play in these countries in order to ensure a fair and more equitable recovery. It may only be a small resource, but it's actually a critical resource in these countries. Aid is actually the largest external resources, external financing flows in LDCs. However, we saw this in this presentation that non-country specific aid has grown much faster than country-specific aid. And this trend might indeed continue due to the global and competing priorities of aid between tackling global challenges, climate or global health, and country-specific needs. And of the country-specific aid, we see also that ODA to LDCs has not grown at the same rate as ODA to other developing countries. And furthermore, we see that ODA allocations actually do not reflect global trends in poverty, which show basically that extreme poverty has been increasingly concentrated in LDCs. So this leaves LDCs on average on a well-off track to meet the SDGs, with a number of people still living in poverty and, of course, a growing divergence between LDCs, other developing countries, and of course, the rest of the world. So I think this is a kind of a call for action. As the international community prepares for this 5th LDC conference, I think there's an opportunity to actually shift this trajectory. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much for your very nice presentation, Mariana. Let me, of course, underscore again the central role of ODA. As you have pointed out, the reallocation of ODA towards refugees and other internal problems that face developed countries is certainly a major issue, as well as the inadequate allocation, which is an old problem that the ODA or the Official Development Assistance world have faced for a long time. Now, I'll give the floor now to Theogen Segijumba. I'm sorry for mispronouncing certainly your name. Is economic planner at the University of Burundi, who is going to speak about financing micro enterprises in Burundi. You have the floor.
Hello, bonjour.
Go ahead, please.
Hello. Bonjour, moi c'est Théogène Sengyonva du Burundi. Est-ce que vous voyez la...
From Burundi. Can you see my presentation?
No, we can see you, but not your presentation.
Alors, je reprends la présentation.
Just give me a moment. I will share my screen.
Yes, now we can see it. Okay.
Dropped out. Yeah, he dropped.
Jose Antonio, could you go to the next speaker because we don't have him now?
Okay, very good. So I give the floor now to Daniel Gay, who is actually the advisor to our UN Committee for Development Policy, who is going to make a presentation on critical reflections on international support for LDCs. You have the floor, Daniel.
Thanks very much. I should say I was the advisor to the UN CDP till recently. I'm the former advisor. But anyway, still work closely with Jose Antonio.
But always an advisor.
Anyway, pleasure to be here. Thanks very much for listening. I told Susanna I'd stick to 6 minutes 59, and I will. I've started my watch. Okay, so my presentation is quite a general one, a bit different to most of the ones that have been made this morning and earlier. It's on a paper I wrote called A Critical Reflection on International Support for Least Developed Countries. It reflects, I suppose, my job over the last few years, which was to advise countries on the impact and the meaning of being a member of the LDC category and what it meant to graduate and how countries might themselves mitigate the impact of graduation. So I think sometimes programs of action and international initiatives can be general, set the tone, general framework, and so on. But really, where's the beef? what are the actual international support measures for LDCs? And they are threefold. You can categorize them into three headings. Firstly, trade, mostly duty-free, quota-free market access, and particularly the EBA scheme of the European Union. Secondly, official development assistance. And thirdly, support for participation in the intergovernmental process. So this is much smaller measures quite often, things like cheaper travel, free tickets to the General Assembly, things like that. And under ODA, we should also add the LDC fund for climate. So support I am hypothesizing or suggesting is based around the premise that LDCs are artificially or temporarily excluded from the global economy. Remove barriers, says the implicit underlying theory, provide temporary aid and help LDCs take part in the international system, and they'll catch up, hopefully. So to generalize, and this I know is perhaps a little bit controversial and certainly not explicitly stated, this is the underlying ethos of current international support measures for the least developed countries. Perhaps not intentionally, for whatever reason, but I would argue that that's the underlying theory. Has it worked? Well, as we've been hearing, performance has been mixed. I don't think we can say categorically that it has been a great success. We've fallen short of objectives. Lots of evidence has been put forward earlier about the shortfall. Actually, I wrote this paper before the pandemic, and even until early last year, you know, there were signs of underperformance. For sure, some of the support measures are extremely helpful, pivotal maybe, in the success of certain LDCs. Duty-free, quota-free market access, particularly EBA, has benefited the likes of Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Cambodia. But let's face it, as we heard earlier, ODA stagnated. Specific ODA to LDCs has actually fallen off a little bit over certain years recently. A few countries certainly progressed. Up to 12 countries might become eligible to leave the category in coming years, but some graduations have now been delayed, particularly as a result of the pandemic. This is a very brief summary of the long section in my paper about the performance of LDCs. I won't dwell on this bit, but clearly performance over the long term for LDCs has been unsatisfactory, I think you can say. There's no point in glossing it. Again, there's much more evidence presented in the paper. Trade as well has fallen short of objectives. We still remain in a situation of really high commodity dependence. This is something that hasn't come up over the last couple of days, but 85% of LDCs are classified as commodity dependent. Extreme commodity price volatility, particularly during the Istanbul program of action relative to earlier years, remains a massive problem. And pivotally, I would say, and this is the subject of this session, there's been a capital shortfall. The ability of LDCs to accumulate capital, both foreign, domestic, from government and privately, has fallen short. The rate of gross fixed capital formation, which I think is a really pivotal statistic relative to GDP in LDCs, is short of what would be required for structural transformation. And Ha-Joon Chang made this point quite eloquently in one or two of his books, and he'll speak next. Government revenue is quite low. So anyway, I posit some explanations for this underperformance broadly. There are theoretical and practical reasons for the shortcomings. So it's not only market access that's the challenge for LDCs. Even if LDCs were to fully participate in the global economic system via perfect market access, and certainly improvements can be made, and certainly that's an important source of support for the LDCs, they wouldn't catch up. Why? Exports are only a small part of the economy at the moment in LDCs, starting from way behind, structural inflexibilities that exist even in the developed world. Many LDCs are small and vulnerable and often remote. And they're operating, let's face it, we can't deny this, it's still true, perhaps more so than 20 years ago, in a global system of dependence. Some of the things that the early development theorists posited about the LDCs are still valid. So the implicit underpinnings of international support fall short. So what to do about it? I present quite an ambitious range of around 30 specific actionable ideas divided into 6 headings in the paper. And I'd urge you to read it and let me know what you think. Firstly, improve the international system. Secondly, further prioritize finance investment, a big thing. thirdly, trade, coordinate commodity prices, resource flows, technology, climate breakdown, and environment. And the crucial thing is that what is needed is a coherent international architecture of support to the LDCs, less ad hocery and more systemic thinking underpinned by solid theoretical foundations. So I'm running out of time, but yeah, I guess to pick on one, I think that there can actually be better coordination of the UN system on the least developed countries. Certainly more disaggregation between types of LDC. So the graduating LDCs should receive support alongside the less developed ones. I don't know, I'm not going to talk too much about finance investment other than to say that donors consistently fail to meet their pledges on ODA as a percentage of GNI. There are certain very generous donors who consistently performed, of which Finland is certainly one. Others don't. You know, commodities and resources remain a massive issue. Anyway, to summarize, I've reached the end of my 7 minutes and wasn't really able to go into any detail on some of the specific ideas that are in the paper. But again, I would urge people to have a good look and let me know what you think. There's always controversy when you go into detail, but I think practical detail is really needed now ahead of the next program of action. You know, we're beyond the theory and analysis. We need to really get down to brass tacks. And that's what I've tried to do in as comprehensive a way as possible. So the summary of the paper really is that LDC performance has fallen short of objectives. Whatever we're doing, we can do better. The theory and concepts behind international support need to be re-examined. LDC development is about more than just exposure to international markets, even if that were perfect, even if you got the prices right, even if trade preference schemes were perfectly designed. I mean, I can't count the number of times I've sat in an LDC government office and a senior official or minister or whoever has said, look, great, we have market access, but we don't make enough. The supply in our country is insufficient. And to some extent, this predates the existence of market access. There is an interaction between the two. So there is the requirement for sustainable productive capacity and explicit direct efforts also on behalf of the international community to build productive capacity. Industrial policy is back on the agenda, but not old-style vertical, hard industrial policy, more soft, smart, forward-looking, strategic policies in a vertical sense. So progress implies a systemic push for better international support along at least 6 dimensions, and I mentioned them: the UN system, finance investment, commodities and resources, trade, technology, and climate change. Each of these interacts with one another as well. So anyway, the next program of action is an opportunity to start putting in place such a system. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. And I think the last point you make about the integrated approach to support LDCs and the role of coordination, not only of the UN, but also of other development cooperations networks, for example, notably OECD, is quite important. And let me perhaps underscore in particular the point about the role of trade and trade preferences for LDCs, which is, of course, a major issue, and it's a major issue notably when countries graduate. I mean, for example, Bangladesh, the largest LDC who is graduating, will have certainly that problem. Having said that, let me give the floor back to Jen, who is back online. You have the floor.
Yeah, we hear you. We are going to present from here, so you can just talk.
Merci.
Thank you. I'm from the University of Burundi, so this is the Burundi experience, the financing of micro enterprises in Burundi with a stress laid on microfinance. Indeed, the state in its development strategy has set up policies to foster the funding of this type of enterprise. Next one, please. One more. So with this strategy, the financing of micro enterprises, these are small units which can be a solution to fight poverty and also for job creation. Next one, please. So the state has developed policies for the support to microfinance for micro enterprises. And microfinance were considered part of productive credit, but this is what you see in the table. There has been a shift. Productive credit has dropped from 2012 to 2018. Next slide, please. So the question is, are the microfinance bodies truly helping the micro enterprises? Their objective is to support them, but in their portfolios they have fewer microcredits to fund than is needed. So the idea is to see what the difficulties are, the obstacles to financing, to try and set up policies. And there are several factors which explain the situation. The level of guarantee, for instance, the nature of the business. There is the lack of training. So there are quite a few problems which need to be solved, and we have data on this in these localities, and you see here the red dots. Next slide, please. So results show well, there are interesting results following this analysis. Microfinance institutions fund more of the agro-pastoral businesses than others. But the support policies are such that the guarantees that can be offered are not always sufficient. If the richer a micro enterprise, the easier it gets to attract the support. And requesting a loan increases the level of training of the micro entrepreneur, because so to facilitate, to strengthen the funding in the Burundi case, we suggested that a platform be set up and the micro enterprises could be registered there. Those who are supported by the state, those who are supported by public finance, those that are supported by microfinance. And then there are the micro credits, especially for the non-agricultural sector. And at national level, there would be a coordination committee involving all of the players. for the microfinancing of micro enterprises. And such a committee could, for instance, offer training, support, advisory services with people who could guide the micro entrepreneurs, most of whom are in the agricultural sector. And this could improve the financing of micro enterprises. To conclude, I could say that micro enterprises are better financed in trade than they are in the agricultural sector. So the guaranteed loans stand a better chance of obtaining funding. And there are tools that can be used to improve the financing of micro enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have certainly addressed a crucial issue, but also a very challenging one, given the fact that this issue of microfinance is even a very serious problem in middle income countries. So it's of course an even greater challenge. And the focus on agriculture, I actually find to be correct. So that by the way, given the share of small producers in agriculture. Anyway, we have a very limited time, but maybe we can accept, 2 or 3 questions, but I don't see any in the chat. I don't know if Minerva has a...
We do have some questions in the room. We have
okay.
two
So let's give
here.
the floor to... okay. Let's give the floor then to, 3 questions.
My name is Cecilia McGill. My name is Cecilia McGill, and I have a question to Ms. Maria Anna, reversing the trend that leaves the LDCs, you hold it, LDCs behind. Thanks for the statistics. And my question is, are there any best practices that the mechanism that you have to extend the best practices to the LDCs, especially on a bilateral basis? And the next one is, on your statistics, do you have any KPIs that we can learn from in terms of progress? Thank you.
Mariana, you have the floor for
Oh, sorry, we collect a few questions and then get back. I'm sorry, we don't have much time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I want to congratulate all the panelists for their presentation. So I have, let's say, 3 main questions. Thank you. So the first one is to Pierre. So, j'aimerais savoir, bon, il y a des récentes études qui montrent que les réformes sur les produits toxiques, peut-être, disons, l'alcool, le sucre, le tabac,
goods, alcohol, tobacco. A recent study in the UK recently showed that higher taxes, higher VAT on sugar improves the well-being of the population. So rather than implement what is imposed, why not suggest rather than reducing VAT on processing, why not increase VAT on what I might call toxic products?
Je vous remercie de m'accorder la parole.
Okay, is there a third question from the floor?
Yes, 2 more questions from the floor.
Je vous remercie de m'accorder la parole.
Well, thank you for giving me the floor. Zefirina Tonga is my name, First of all, I should like to thank all the panelists for their most interesting presentations. And I should like to share a consideration with all of the panelists. If you look at things, what you see is that the main challenge for LDCs is the development programs. The agriculture sector, more often than not, lacks processing plants, and in order to pick up on the presentations, there are LDCs that receive support and others that don't. So there are inequalities in terms of access to finance. There are also some differences. There are those LDCs that are graduating and have to face a lot of transformations, there are those which have to bear a very heavy debt burden. Do you not feel then that, as was just said, should we not rethink the strategies and not just focus on philosophical and theoretical considerations, which are sometimes limiting? Should we not rather look at practical and actionable proposals in favor?
Question, I'm sorry, we are running out of time.
Okay, final question.
My name is J. Wellington Baju I from Liberia. So my question goes to the presenter on reversing trend that leave LDC behind. I did not hear you mention anything about governance. And we are all aware that most LDCs are left behind because of poor governance. The next question is that, do we actually need financial support to transform LDCs? I think in the absence of financial support, if LDCs are committed, they are able to transform their own development. Because if you look at the resource endowment in LDCs, you find out that they constitute greater percentage of the total world resources, but those resources are not being used adequately. So the support, in my view, from the developed countries should be in terms of technical assistance to be able to negotiate concessions, that will benefit these LDCs. A classic case is Liberia. During the past regime, our president signed 64 concession agreements, and study shows that only 3 of those concession agreements actually benefited the country, and the remaining either benefited the foreign direct investors or the elite politicians.
Thank you so much, and apologies, we can't take any more questions. And Professor Ocampo, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we have to finish in, well, we had to finish in 1 minute, but we'll take a few more minutes. And let me first say, so answers of at most 1 minute, please. Mariana first.
Very much for your comments, quick reactions. In terms of mechanisms that extend best practice LDC. So I think what we try to do in this presentation is to advocate for ODA, which is a very scarce resource, but also the largest one in LDCs, to actually be better target to LDCs and of course to areas within LDCs that need special attention, basic services and like areas like health and education. And I take very much the point on the governance and the fact that there is much, there should be a focus there, and of course the need for technical assistance to actually provide some input into that. And it's not only about financial support, so points well taken, but we see a gap on the financing that needs addressing, and it still only represents a small amount of financing going to LDC. So the more we can do at that front to start with, the best. So over to you, Alice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second question was on VAT. So Pierre, do you have some comments on that?
Thank you, Chair. Par rapport à cette question, je pense qu'effectivement, on pourrait taxer davantage les produits dits toxiques. Mais après, ce qu'il faudrait faire attention, c'est que la plupart de ces produits dits toxiques sont des produits qui sont importés.
Yes, indeed, I believe we could
On pourrait se retrouver en porte-à-faux
impose a tax on toxic products, but most of them are imported, so we would have to comply with the WTO rules, and they want to maintain some kind of balance, but it is an interesting option indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me say the last two questions were somewhat broader. So let me actually give the floor in the following order. First to Olivier, second to Daniel, and finally Saneta, to see if you have questions or comments about the agriculture part. Yeah. So Olivier, go ahead.
Just one brief comment on the last question. I mean, on governance and its importance. I think recently I had a question from one of our delegates who was saying, as we were developing new instruments, I mean, to de-risk investment in LDCs and other countries, whether that would be enough, I mean, to create incentives for the companies to invest there. And obviously we see, for instance, for blended finance that only 6% is in LDCs, so that's very little. So my answer was definitely not. I mean, instruments are not enough, and we need to work, I mean, on the enabling environment, I mean, to make the country more attractive. That's investment climate, private sector development and engagement. And also we need to work together with other actors, public and private, and to have the business strategies include more inclusiveness and the SDGs in their strategies. So just that was a brief point on that question. Thanks.
Thank you. Daniel?
I think not much time really, but to reiterate the call for a systematic approach to the next program of action, with perhaps the idea of this umbrella agreement on improving sustainable productive capacity and reorientation of the program towards direct support for improving productive capacities at the national levels, but according to context, and avoiding this idea of sort of one size fits all, in order to complement the sort of the gains that have been made so far over the last 10 years. But really, I think again, repeat, to raise in priority this idea of the direct stimulation of productive capacity for export and domestically. Thanks.
Very good, Saneta.
And food sector is very important in a sense that this is definitely a very critical sector, both from the perspective of just simply food security and hunger reduction, but also income and livelihoods. I think the problem we have so far is that we usually look at the issue just from a one-sided perspective. So for a very long time, it was only agricultural production. Now there is much more emphasis on post-production part of the food value chains. However, the two cannot exist without the second part, right? So we really need probably this more global perspective on food production in general, and maybe more integrated approach. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me just take 1 minute to, first of all, to thank the office in charge of least developed countries in the United Nations, which we work very closely together. All panelists for the presentations, which have been covered, part of the broader range of issues that both international and domestic that are crucial in terms of financing. I mean, the ODA, the debt issues, the questions of trade rules for LDCs, and then at the domestic level, the issue of agriculture, which is quite crucial, and let me say microfinance, which also cover fiscal resources, with the VAT having been covered in this presentation. And let me perhaps end up with reinforcing a comment that Daniel made, which has been a central point for the Committee for Development Policy, which is developing productive capacities has to be the main objective of the next 10 years of actions on LDCs. With that, let me again thank all of you and thank the Office of Least Developed Countries and other countries in a special situation for the presentations. Excuse me, for convening this meeting. It has been a great pleasure being with all of you. Thank you.
I would also like to thank Professor Ocampo and all the panelists, and apologies for being a bit strict on time for this session. We will now continue immediately with the keynote speech by Professor Ha-Joon Chang. So please don't leave the room, those who are in here. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hola. I'm Courtney, OHR LLS. I think you met me yesterday. So today, well, let me make a public service announcement first. There's a lovely man outside the gate. Just when you go through here on the covered area, and you go through those white doors and you go into the outside air, you may have seen him. He's like at a little coffee stand. And he does like espresso, cappuccino, Americano, hot chocolate. It's on the house, it's free. And I think nobody's patronizing him, and it really will set it up for you guys. And dare I say, it's a slightly better coffee than what you get inside here. So I told him that I would do this public service announcement. His name is Tito. No, but his name is Tito, so just remember, when you feel like I'm boring you too much, just get some coffee, and that would solve the problem. So, you see our guest speaker is already on screen. Can you hear me, Professor? No, we can't hear you.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
Okay, all right, relax. I'm going to give you a formal introduction that befits your status. So, and then I'll call you in, okay? Is that all right?
Yep, of course.
Great,
Thank you.
wonderful. All right. So, good afternoon, friends, colleagues. So, It's been another long day, but I hope you've had a very interesting and insightful day so far. I know you've heard a wide array of speakers and panelists. You know, when we were putting together the program for this event, I kept on emphasizing to my team that we want people to explain what admittedly is, some of them is really complex ideas, but we wanted them to convey it in a very sort of understandable way. Words that can connect with leaders and with policymakers and really put some inspiration behind the program of action, which will be called the Doha Program of Action. So in that vein, and by the way, I think it's a very difficult thing to do. Sometimes you watch like these business shows like CNBC and you hear them talking about these very complicated economic concepts. And the really, really good ones make it so comprehensible, so easy for the layperson to understand. And that's why I'm so glad that we have Professor Ha-Joon Chang with us today, because our next speaker, the professor, is someone who has made it his life's mission to sort of rescue economics from the ivory towers and make it accessible to the layperson. And I'm going to give you the titles of 3 of his books, and you'll understand what I mean when I say that. And all 3 of these books are award-winning books, and they tell the stories of what's inside them through their titles. So the first one that is called Economics, a User's Guide. So you see where he's coming from. The second one, 23 Things That They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. And then thirdly, Kicking Away the Ladder. So these books are witty, the language is provocative, and it's written in a style that you wouldn't normally associate with an economics professor. With apologies to any of you that are economics professors outside there. But you know, professors are normally very dry in terms of the theory, and that's not how he is at all. He has spent a long time thinking seriously about how to communicate his ideas to the wider world. He connects his ideas to the people they affect each and every day, and I think that's a good lesson for us all. Professor Ha-Joon Chang is a professor in the political economy of development out of Cambridge University, and he's been described as one of the world's top 20 thinkers by Prospect magazine. He's somebody that thinks clearly and passionately about how to inject humanity into not just economics, but into capitalism itself. And about also, he thinks about how development policy works in reality and how it could work to better serve people. So I hope I'm not putting the bar too high for him, but with those few words, I'm honored to introduce him to you today. And we all await what he has to say. After he's finished his presentation, we can open it up and you can ask him some questions based on what you've heard from him today. So Professor, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, the Undersecretary General, for that very, very generous introduction. Yeah, today I want to give a short speech about the need for LDCs to transform their productive structure and the underlying productive capabilities. So let me bring up the, oh, hang on. Can I share my screen? I have PowerPoint and Zoom says host disabled screen sharing. Let me try, yeah, now it's. Okay, so let me begin. In the early, oh, Are we? Okay, what's going on? Let me try again. Did I? Yeah, is this working? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. So let me begin again. In the early days of decolonization between the 1940s and the 70s, there was a widespread consensus that developing countries, including the least developed countries, need to industrialize so that they can move away from primary commodities. Now, there were disagreements on exactly how to do it, but there was that firm consensus on the need to get out of primary commodities, get into the manufacturing industries, and upgrade the productive structure and capabilities. And indeed, many developing countries made great strides in industrialization during this period. You know, unfortunately, since the 1980s, those free market economies or neoliberal economies who have taken over have done their best to portray the 50s, 60s, and 70s as a period of disaster in the developing world. But actually, the developing world grew much faster in those years than in the subsequent neoliberal periods. I mean, I don't have time to go into that, but for very complicated reasons, neoliberalism came to dominate our policy thinking, including development policy thinking, since the 1980s. And since then, the developing countries have been discouraged from the industrialization on the ground that manufacturing industries are not where they have their comparative advantages, and they need to focus on things they are relatively good at. You know, this idea of comparative advantage is often misunderstood. I mean, I heard actually even quite prominent economists saying things like, oh, such and such poor country in Africa doesn't have comparative advantage in anything. But that's wrong. I mean, that's that logical impossibility. Comparative advantage simply means that you should, you may be bad at everything, but you should specialize in things at which you are least bad at. So it's comparative advantage. You are not comparing yourself with other countries. It's that you're comparing different activities that you could be doing. Anyway, so on this ground, developing countries were discouraged from trying to change their productive structure and capabilities. At most, it was recommended that if developing countries want to industrialize, they should do it through unconditional integration into global value chains. So do whatever menial task that the international corporations give you, and just leave it to those companies and market forces to take your economy upward. And during this period, especially in the case of LDCs, development was unfortunately reduced to basically meeting basic needs, fighting poverty, and investing in health and education. Now, these are all extremely important things. I don't mean to kind of undervalue these things, but as embodied in the MDGs, there was no notion that these countries need to change the nature of their activities. These countries need to accumulate new capabilities and so on. Fortunately, in the last decade or so, things have shifted in the right direction. The most prominent example of this being the adoption of SDGs, which include a much broader set of goals, but especially including the goals related to production, employment, and productivity. And a lot of countries have come to realize that they are not going to get out of their current state of economic difficulties by simply relying on the market forces and sticking with whatever they're already doing, what nature has given them. But then actually, when you think about it, it's not the nature that has given a lot of things that you are doing today. From when did Ghana grow cocoa? It was brought to the Ghana by British imperialists. From when did Malaysia grow the rubber? It was stolen from Brazil by the British and brought to the Malaysia. So actually a lot of these natural endowments are not natural at all. Just think about it. Coffee in the Latin America, coffee is the African crop. The tea in the Sri Lanka. Teas from China. So there's nothing natural about these so-called natural resources. But anyway, the countries are increasingly recognizing that they need to get out of this state of affairs by upgrading their productive structure and capabilities. Yeah. No, it's not that ready yet. Yeah. And indeed, the history of capitalism, which I wrote about in these books, Kicking Out the Ladder, Bad Samaritans. History of capitalism actually shows that the rich countries that preach to developing countries that they should develop their economies along, according to what the market dictates, develop their own economies through various measures that they recommend against these days. Yeah? So they use trade protectionism, especially Britain and the US used very high protectionism, but average industrial tariff rates reaching 40–50% in their respective protectionist period. They used direct subsidies. They subsidized long-term loans by state-owned banks. They regulated foreign direct investment very heavily. Not all of them, but many of them used state-owned enterprises extensively. They had very lax intellectual property right laws so that their own people could freely borrow technologies from more advanced countries, you name it. Yeah? Now, when I recommend this type of policies by looking at the historical experiences, people have various reactions, but one of them is, yeah, maybe these policies work for the US, Germany, Sweden, Japan, but how can an LDC do these kind of things? Yeah? But let me tell you, there's an LDC that has achieved this in our living memory that proves that these policies are feasible for these countries. And that country is, let me be a bit nationalistic, my own native South Korea. In 1961, on the eve of its start of ambitious development program in 1962, South Korea's per capita income was $93. Okay, it wasn't as poor as countries like Nepal or Haiti, but it was one of the poorest countries in the world. Its income level was basically at the same level as that of India, Kenya, Nigeria. Many African countries are far richer than Korea. Ghana had that per capita income that's more than twice. Senegal was nearly 3.5 times. At the time, the country was reliant on primary commodities like tungsten ore, rice, fish. No different from that of today's LDCs. But today's per capita income is more than $30,000, and its main exports are sophisticated manufacturing products like semiconductors, mobile phones, and automobiles. And I think the best the illustration of this structural transformation based on upgrading of productive capabilities. That's the important thing. The country didn't become rich because it found oil or the uranium or whatever. It achieved it by building the more sophisticated productive capabilities with a combination of private sector initiative and very sophisticated trade and industrial policies implemented by the government. And the best example of this is the Korean automobile manufacturer Hyundai. Now, Hyundai started as a joint venture with Ford in the late, started this automobile manufacturing in the late 60s as a joint venture with Ford. I mean, it's a conglomerate that engaged in many different businesses. And the initial operation was basically importing semi-knockdown kits from Ford and assembling one of Ford models, Cortina, and then selling them locally. Its production run was at not even 3,000. And in 1973, prompted by government announcement that the Korean government wants the automobile industries to indigenize and demanded that they start producing locally designed models. And yeah, some of the foreign companies that were operating in Korea in the way of joint venture left saying this is a ridiculous demand. And yeah, Ford left, Hyundai was left alone. And it designed its own car and started its production in 1976. There's a small hatchback called Pony, and as you can guess from the name and the way it looks, it was more of a kind of 4 wheels and an ashtray kind of a car, nothing sophisticated. In the first full year of production, Hyundai, in 1976, Hyundai produced 10,000 cars, which was 3 times bigger than what it used to with the Ford model, but still 10,000 cars. In the same year, General Motors produced 4.8 million cars. Ford produced 1.9 million cars. Yeah, so just think about it, that you invent a time machine, fly back to 1976, and tell people that there's this unknown car manufacturer, well, more of a glorified car mechanic shop in this poor country called South Korea. South Korea had 15 years of rapid growth, but given where it started, it was still a very poor country. Its per capita income in 1976 was not even not even 2/3 that of Ecuador's. And if you told people that there's this new 2-bit company from this poor country called Korea, which currently has production run that is 0.2% of General Motors and 0.5% of Ford, but this company will be bigger than Ford in just over 30 years, and it will produce more cars than General Motors in less than 40 years. What do you think people would have done? They would have tried to put you in a mental hospital. But this is what happened. That as from 2009, Hyundai has been producing more cars than Ford, and in 2015 it overtook General Motors. And its cars look like these days. Yeah? This is a kind of transformation that has to be achieved. And this is a kind of transformation that is possible even for an LDC. If someone tries to tell me that there's something special about the Koreans that only they could do this kind of thing, jumping from an LDC to one of the richest countries in the world in less than 60 years, I would call that person a racist. There's nothing special about Koreans. Anyone can do it. Of course, this doesn't mean that you can just copy what the Koreans did in the 60s and 70s. You need to revise and update policies according to your own conditions and changes in the world conditions. So, I mean, I cannot go into what I think should be done now in terms of individual countries, but please don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sell the Korean model or whatever. I'm just saying that if you do the right things, it is possible. Yeah? Now, what can the international community do to help the LDCs achieve structural transformation of this kind? I mean, there are many things. I mean, the last session was talking about financing and many issues, but let me just focus on a couple of things that I know most about. First of all, I think there has to be a reform of the global economic system. Since the rise of neoliberalism, the global economic system has been changed in such a way that developing countries get much less allowance for the disadvantages they have. In the old days, there was the recognition that different countries need different policies and different conditions. So there was actually quite a lot of policy space, so to speak, available for developing countries. But since the 1980s, especially since the launch of the WTO in 1995, the developing countries have been forced to more or less to follow the same rules as the rich countries. Of course, there is for many things was a longer transition period, but that's about it. Yeah? LDCs get greater allowance for their disadvantages. For example, they can use export subsidies that other countries are not allowed to use. But they are given only a very short transition period when they graduate from LDC status, creating probably even disincentive for graduation. I've been involved in the CDP, the Committee for Development Policy, which assesses the LDC status, and it's clear that many of these countries need much longer transition period. Also, there are formal and informal pressures from the rich country governments, international lending institutions, and international investors on LDCs and other developing countries not to even use the allowance they have in the WTO system. So, for example, in terms of tariff, most developing countries bound their tariffs at relatively high levels at like 25%, 30%. Many LDCs that didn't bind any of their tariff, but in practice, most of these countries use very low tariff. The average industrial tariff rate for developing countries these days is about 10%, way, way below what they could be using, way, way below what the US, the UK, South Korea, Japan used when they were trying to develop their economies. Typically, these countries had 30, 40, 50% the average tariff rate. Why? Because these developing countries, even knowing that they could use higher tariff, are always under the pressure to have a lower tariff. So I think we need to reform the global economic system to create what I call asymmetric protectionism. Poorer countries should be allowed to use more policy tools that give them, if you like, unfair advantages to make up for the structural deficiencies they have, to make up for the weak power they have in the international negotiations, and to give them time to upgrade their productive structure and capabilities. as the countries develop, these allowance should be gradually reduced, not done in a kind of guillotine kind of way, as it is done with LDC's graduation. And I think it's very important that this is recognized. I mean, we talk about it all the time, but we need to really put our mind to it so that disadvantaged countries can have more room for maneuver. Now, one thing I want to point out is that that a lot of people have become very skeptical about the active role of the state since the launch of the WTO system. Basically, they think there's nothing they can do. This is true. I sometimes joke that the WTO has become the best friend of lazy bureaucrats in developing countries, because when the minister wants you to do something, all you have to do is to tell him that this is banned by the WTO. The minister is not going to run to the library and go through 800 pages of WTO agreement. So there are actually a lot of room for maneuver, of course, reduced than before, all in terms of the tariff subsidies, regulation of FDI, and so on. And actually, I have a chapter in this report that I authored, co-authored for United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, detailing what countries can actually do given what they are allowed in the formal system. This the report is freely downloadable from ECA website, so please take a look at it. The second thing that, and I should finish very quickly, that the international community can do to help LDCs is to accelerate knowledge transfer. Because now that LDCs have even greater challenge of knowledge absorption than before. There's climate change that requires deployment of a whole set of alternative technologies. There's the so-called fourth industrial revolution going on. I do not believe that we are actually yet in the fourth industrial revolution, but as a shorthand, I would say so-called fourth industrial revolution, which require acquisition of the abilities to combine different technologies and cross sectoral boundaries, because the most important thing about the current phase of technological change is not simply this technology, that technology, is that the fusion of technologies, the breaking down of sectoral barriers. A friend of mine who works as one of the top executives of Hyundai already several years ago told me that he doesn't know anymore whether his company is a mechanical company or electronics company, because so many of things that go into cars these days is electronic. Digital technologies are now being used for agriculture and mining and so on. So, there's a much greater need for LDCs than before to absorb a whole new range of technologies and new range of capabilities. And yeah, I mean frankly, they can do it alone. There has to be more aggressive effort to transfer the technologies and help these countries to acquire the new capabilities. Okay, I think I have run out of time, so let me finish here, and maybe take one or two questions if there's a few minutes left.
Thank you very much, Professor. We have actually had a couple questions that were submitted to us by some of the delegates here today. And if we do have time, well, I'll read the questions for you. You can answer them seriatim, one at a time. And if we have a little bit more time, I can open it up to the audience and get some more. But given what you have said, I mean, I'm going to read these questions against in the context of some of the points that you are making. Principally, one of the main points which I got from what you just said is that today there is much more limited policy space for developing countries than there used to be in the past. And with respect to the short transition periods post-graduation, we know in this room that the 16 of the 46 LDCs that are in the graduation pipeline, so to speak, are racked with a fair degree of anxiety over the process of some of the support measures that the international community is providing to them being summarily withdrawn upon graduation. So that obviously is something that is causing quite a bit of anxiety amongst those in the graduation pipeline. We also hear what you say about the prevailing tariffs, which are relatively lower today, and the need for developed countries to accelerate the process of knowledge transfer. The first question that was submitted to us is how could LDC strengthen their productive capacity given the low industrialization of their economies? So if you could probably give us a short response to that, and then I would read out a couple more, and then hopefully just open it up to the audience for some more.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, on your own point, Undersecretary General, yeah, I think it's really concerning that LDC graduation means that having to meet a huge range of additional requirements. You know, this problem wouldn't exist if we had like 5, 6, 7 different categories in the WTO system. You know, if graduation doesn't mean jumping from I don't know 10 to 60, but jumping from 10 to 20 and then 30 to 40, it would be a lot easier. I mean, because the problem is that essentially there's that in the WTO system, there's everyone and then LDCs, yeah? So how can you expect that LDCs to become like every, you know, you have to realize that some of the gap between the rich countries and the upper middle income countries is actually smaller than the gap between upper middle income countries and the LDCs, yeah? And they are given like 3-5 years to jump from, you know, LDC to the upper middle income, yeah? In terms of what they are allowed to do. So I think we need to reform that too. Now, how can you develop productive capabilities when you have such low level of industrialization? No, this is really the important question. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a chicken and egg because productive capability development happens the fastest in the manufacturing sector. So you have to kind of somehow kickstart some manufacturing activities in order to develop your productive capabilities in general. But you know, if you go back to the Korean example, you know, it may have moved very quickly through these stages, but it didn't jump from selling tungsten ore to, you know, making steel overnight. It didn't jump from selling rice to manufacturing semiconductors overnight. I mean, it went through various stages. So initially they focused on the low value added, very labor intensive manufacturing, you know, including making human wig. You know, apparently at the time, but you had to plant each strand of hair on whatever you are putting on your head when you're wearing a wig, and it was very labor intensive. So they started with those things and then moved to slightly more sophisticated things like putting together transistor radios, you know, the assembling the black and white TV, and then they moved into the making steel, you know, making color TV. Yeah? And even within the same industry, you know, you saw the first Korean car, which was a bit of a joke. You know, you keep improving. So, you know, I don't want you to get the wrong impression that I'm recommending jumping from, you know, rice farming to the aircraft making overnight. You know, you have to go through these steps, but that you need to get some of these industry activities started if you want to develop productive capabilities. Thank you.
You know, Professor, thank you. When I look at the 3 questions that were submitted by 3 different delegations here, you know, thematically, I mean, they're very similar. I'm going to actually read the second and the third one in conjunction, because all 3 of them, in my view, relate to the first one. and it actually reveals the anxiety that I referred to before. The second question that we received is, how can LDCs adjust to the loss of preferential market access? And the third one says, trade liberalization in LDCs has not only eroded trade protections, but further constrained their limited fiscal space. How will an LDC with low productivity and lack of product diversification face these multiple challenges in these uncertain times? And I think they're referring to the COVID pandemic. So I see them sort of a piece with the first one as well.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Right. So if you wanted to add anything to what you originally said.
The very important questions. Yes, I mean, the second question, the loss of preferential market access, I mean, this would not be a worry if the preferential market access was graduated to your income. So instead of 0 or 1, if it could be gradually reduced as you become richer, this won't be a worry. But as I said earlier, in the WTO, there's basically, only 2 categories. I mean, the LDCs and everyone else. And LDCs, when they graduate, is not really everyone else. I mean, they cannot behave like everyone else, but they are made to. So I think that requires serious reform. Yeah, the issue of the fiscal space is very, very important. Basically, the economists don't understand that the tax collection is very kind of much dependent on the ability and the resources of the government. So the other things being equal, poorer countries tend to rely more on the tariffs, not necessarily because they want to use it to promote certain industries, but because that's the easiest tax to collect. So actually, even the IMF, in one of the working papers published in mid-2000s, admitted that developing countries that on average recovered only about 1/3 of lost revenue coming from trade liberalization. That's a huge hit. And at the same time, the IMF was telling these countries to balance their budget. So how do you, balance your budget when your main source of the government revenue was eliminated? So I think that once again, we need to kind of drop this unfairly negative view of tariffs. I mean, the tariffs serve many functions. I mean, it could be, abused to protect totally inefficient producers who have no wish to upgrade. But if it's combined with other incentives, it is a great tool to push producers, allow producers to promote their productivity. It's an important source of government revenue, especially for poor countries with little resource and manpower in the government. So we need to review that as well. I mean, unfortunately, the economists are not in the habit of what some people call joined up thinking. They think if the one policy is correct, they should just we should just implement it, whatever the consequences of it for the other things in our society and economy.
Yeah.
Let me leave it there.
Yeah. I want to harken back to something that you said during your earlier remarks about Korea. I mean, because from time to time you hear about the Korean model. And what I got from what you were saying is that there is no Korean model per se. It's not sui generis in that sense. It is something that can be replicated with account being taken of the current environment. Obviously, adjustments have to be made. But it's something that is not unique to Korea. It's something that LDCs can do today. You want to say a little bit? I mean, what we're here doing is to try and find a blueprint for the sort of structural transformation that needs to take place. But it hasn't taken place. Since 1971 to now, very little of that has happened, you know.
Yes, the reason why I try to show the kind of historical record of today's rich countries in that they implemented all these interventionist trade and industrial policies, which are usually associated with a few countries in East Asia like Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. You know, by showing that, actually, I'm trying to argue that there's no such thing as one single right model. You know, but there is this principle that run through all of these different models of economic development, which is basically that you need to initially provide protection and nurturing to young industries that may already exist abroad, but that you don't have industries that you at the moment in which you at the moment cannot compete, but that you want to in the future. And you know, indeed, this principle was first practiced by Britain in the 18th century. It was first theorized by Alexander Hamilton, the first finance minister or the Treasury Secretary of the United States. And it was used repeatedly by Germany, Sweden, then France, and you know, so this is actually the very important message, because you know it's very easy to dismiss something, some model, some principle, if it's used by only one or two countries. You can always find reasons why, oh yeah, Korea may have used protection, but they had this, they had that, you know, God knows, I mean, the ethnic homogeneity and the confrontation in North Korea, you know, US support, all of these are not really true, but it sounds plausible. But when you can show that 25, 30 countries repeatedly use the same principles, although in very different, using very different policy mixes, then you have to take those principles seriously. Huh? So I think it's extremely important not to talk about, you know, Korean model or the German model or the Swedish model. There is a set of principles that all countries have used, and exactly what you use really depends on who you are, what the global economic condition is, where you want to get to.
Yeah, I'm going to open it up to the floor now. I mean, you know, I think we have to take account of the environment in which we are today, and how realistic is it to think that we in 2021 can apply the principle of asymmetric protectionism that you're talking about. What realistically are we able to do? But let me open it up to colleagues. Is anybody that wants to engage with the professor or ask him a question, make a point on what he has said? Yes, please.
Merci, Monsieur le représentant. Merci, Monsieur le professeur, de nous faire rêver. C'est l'impression que j'ai. Comme
It's
le
a bit of
disait
a dream,
le
at
sous-secrétaire.
least. That's how I see it. Right now, way forward for us. Thank you.
Professor, did you get that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I located the translation button a bit too late, so I lost the first half of the question. I unfortunately cannot speak French. So can you can someone quickly summarize what the speaker was saying?
I wasn't hearing the translation
Oh,
either.
right, yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, in that case, I think I can guess what he was trying to say. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for countries with very little bargaining power to do things against the global system. But first of all, I repeat that there are a lot of things that are allowed. Yeah, you can do things, and as LDCs, you have some extra room for maneuver. Secondly, these rules you have to be street smart about it. You have to exploit the loopholes. You have to operate under the radar. And as the poor LDC, probably the rich countries are not going to descend upon you immediately if you did something slightly off the book, because they don't probably pay too much attention to you. But of course, together we all need to work together to call for systemic reform, because eventually, without systemic reform, there's a limit to what you can do by exploiting loopholes and operating under the radar. Let me leave it at that. Oh, I see that Joe Stiglitz has joined us, so probably I should shut up now and the floor to him.
Well, not shut up, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. And as Professor Ha-Joon Chang has said, we are joined now by Professor Joseph Stiglitz. We're honored to have him with us today. So I will do it a little bit different here. I will ask him some questions on my own behalf, and then I will pose some questions to Professor Stiglitz that have again been submitted by some of you. And then if we have time at the end, I'll open it up for engagement with the wider audience here. It's difficult to know where to begin with an introduction of somebody of such prestige. And I really am not even going to attempt to list all of Professor Stiglitz's honors, awards, and publications. I think we would run out of time. But let me just say, I do want to highlight some aspects of his biography. As you probably all know, he's a Nobel Prize-winning economist and best-selling author, also a former senior vice president and chief economist of the World Bank, former member and chairman of the US President's Council of Economic Advisors. He was named by Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Currently, he's a professor at Columbia University, and he's also the co-chair of the high-level expert group on the measurement of economic performance and social progress at the OECD. And the last one that I would highlight is that he is the chief economist of the Roosevelt Institute. This, I think, colleagues, is just a flavor of the work that Professor Stiglitz has done and continues to do. Many of you here will be familiar with his work that focuses on income distribution, risk, corporate governance, public policy, macroeconomics, and of course, globalization. So Professor Stiglitz, thank you so much for joining us at what is the UN's first ever quote-unquote future forum for the least developed countries. You join us at a particularly crucial time for these vulnerable countries as we seek to build support ahead of their new 10-year program of action, which will be launched next January from the 23rd to the 27th of January next year at Doha in Qatar. So as I said, Professor, let me just ask you some questions. If you can just answer them I'm not going to just read out all of them, but let me ask you the first one and get you to respond. At some point, we'll just try and open it up for some more questions from the floor. So trade, as you know, is an extremely important issue for least developed countries. And these countries historically struggle to increase their share of global trade. In your view, what more can they do to close that gap?
Well, let me first try to explain. There's some confusion about the role of trade. It's sometimes been exaggerated because the magnitude of the trade depends on the state of the world. In the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, trade was mostly in commodities. There was a lot of trade, but it was basically taking resources from the least developed countries, less developed countries, and moving them to the advanced countries to be processed. It didn't actually promote growth in the less developed countries. It was a kind of exploitive trade. Then in the second half of the 20th century, trade involved a lot of manufacturing goods. And that was the basis of the growth of the East Asian countries. And there, in that era, trade did play an important role in development. But since 2008, roughly, there's been a major transformation of the economy, a continuation of what's going on, but marked, which is we've moved to a service sector economy. And in a service sector economy, trade takes on less of an importance. And that is one of the reasons why the global trade to GDP ratios have gone down. Now, obviously, for a small country, a small island country, trade is absolutely essential. You're not big enough to produce the goods that one wants, that one needs. So I think the way to think about it is more, how do we develop a comparative advantage that allows others to want to get the goods that we produce? Some cases, it's tourism. And obviously, COVID-19 has been a disaster for tourism. But I believe it's going to come back. Many people are anticipating, having been deprived of the joys of seeing what's going on in other places. When it comes back, it'll come back even stronger. There are, other niches in the product space that particular places can help develop. The particular development of skills, of resources. So I think the way to phrase it is not what can one do to promote trade, but what can one do to promote those areas in which one can develop a comparative advantage, a dynamic comparative advantage that others will want to avail themselves of.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question related to the prospects for economic growth. The part of the world that I come from in the Caribbean, which, as you know, Professor, is heavily reliant on tourism. It's one of the major external flows for countries in the Caribbean. And we saw an average in the Caribbean last year at the height of the pandemic. Last year averaged a deceleration in GDP growth of 7% last year. This year, the prospects for growth in the Caribbean look much better. If the projections hold good, we're looking at a 6% GDP increase this year, 2021. But obviously not enough of an increase to wipe out the 7% decrease that we saw last year. And the situation, I think, is more dire for the least developed countries. But I do expect that all across the world, as the pace of acceleration of the vaccines picks up, you're going to see some rebounding. But, they're starting from a very low level when it comes to vaccines. The figure for the amount of people in the LDCs that have been vaccinated is below 3%. So what do you think are the prospects for economic growth in these countries? I know because of the pace of vaccine acceleration, it should pick up, But realistically, are these countries looking at another decade of lost growth? Another lost decade? Is that what you think is going to happen?
So let me first express some optimism. I think it was a very big mistake, a moral mistake, but also a strategic mistake for the advanced countries not to have done a better job in making sure that everyone in the world had access to vaccines. In many ways, it was a miracle, our ability to produce these vaccines, to identify the source of the virus that was causing COVID-19, develop a vaccine against it. It wasn't, I should say, a miracle. It was based on investments by governments in research that paid off at this critical time. And I want to emphasize it was investments by governments. And then governments said, we have to, having developed the basic idea of mRNA vaccine, we have to push it across the finishing line. We have to use that knowledge in fighting this scourge. And they did that. But then they relied too much on markets to scale up the production. And the result, markets took advantage of market power, monopoly power. They didn't have the incentives to expand production in the way that that the world needed. The United States should have used the War Production Act to expand production. The international community should have supported the efforts of South Africa and India at the WTO to have a waiver on the intellectual property rights related to COVID-19. And because we didn't do that, there's been this shortage of vaccines. But I think the world is waking up, and I remain hopeful that within the not too distant future, we will have enough vaccines for everybody to be vaccinated. And when that happens, I think the disease will be put under control. In the United States and Europe, you already feel the sense of opening up. Travel is beginning again. Tourism is picking up. And when you go to some places today, Rome, and you feel the vibrancy of people having been locked down and really, really happy to get back into some kind of normalcy. So I'm optimistic that as the countries in your part of the world, in the Caribbean, will actually have be experiencing a era of actually strong economic growth. There's one other aspect of this that worries me, of course, about a number of the countries, not all of them, but a number of the countries. A number of them had high levels of debt before the crisis. And then the pandemic lowered their income, increased their expenditures. Every country in the world saw their debt rise significantly. But for those who began with a high level of debt, the subsequent debt has pushed them over a critical threshold. And I worry about debt crises in many of the developing countries, least developed countries. There's at the beginning of the pandemic, there were G20, IMF took leadership in pushing for a debt stay. But that was based on the hypothesis that the pandemic would be much shorter lived than it has been. It was based on the hypothesis that there would be cooperation with the private creditors. Unfortunately, the crisis, the pandemic has lasted far longer than was anticipated. And the private sector has been far less cooperative than one would have hoped. And so we are now in a situation what is needed is a deep debt restructuring. Without that kind of debt restructuring, many countries will face a debt crisis. And those countries, I do worry about having a lost decade.
Let me just pick up on something. I think you're completely right when you speak about the debt situation. I mean, in the LDCs, almost half of them are either in deep debt distress or already in default. There are 4 of them that are in default and 16 of them that are in debt distress, so quite a number. And you mentioned the initiatives that have been taken by the G20. We have the debt service suspension initiative that has been extended, as you know, to the end of this year. And then you have the common framework for debt treatment that tries to provide a little more in terms of actual debt relief and debt restructuring. But I agree with you. I think what we need in terms of the international debt architecture is the introduction of a sovereign debt mechanism, and a mechanism that is robust enough to deal with a long-standing problem of holdout creditors. And I don't need to tell you about Elliott Management and Argentina and what they went through with respect to that. But you know, we tried to have something like that, that was much more long-lasting back in 2014, 2015, coming through the UN. And there was stout resistance to that. And the prevailing view amongst the creditor countries was that, you know, if you want to talk about restructuring, you don't want to mandate anything like a statutorily based sovereign debt restructuring mechanism. You really want to have debtors and creditors work it out through the private market themselves. And, you know, then we went into the problem of, you know, the collective action clauses and this whole new era. Do you think the time has come for us on the UN side to revisit the issue of a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism, maybe under the auspices of the United Nations and maybe with some statutory functions?
Very much so. You know, when Argentina went to restructure its debt somewhat more than a year ago, it turned out that the collective action clauses didn't work in the way that anybody had thought. As you mentioned, back 5-6 years ago, the hope was that the collective action clauses would facilitate a debt restructuring. And they do help in one problem. They do help in the case where there's a single firm that is the holdout. You mentioned Elliott. And they played a very bad role in a large number of restructurings. But what happens when a majority of the creditors are holdouts? The IMF and Argentina had done an analysis of debt sustainability. What was the most that Argentina could afford to pay without having another debt restructuring 5 years down the line? You know, more than half of all debt restructurings wind up with another debt restructuring just a few years later. Evidence of a phenomena that I've written about called too little too late, that the restructurings typically take a long time to occur. So when they finally occur, they're too late, too much suffering. And when they finally occur, they're too little. The evidence is overwhelming. This is the pattern. And to me, it's not a surprise. Restructuring sovereign debt, cross-border debt involving many countries, different legal systems, is even more complicated than restructuring within a country. Within a country, virtually no country says, let's leave it out for the creditors and debtors to duke it out, to fight the bargaining. We all have bankruptcy laws with bankruptcy judges that try to adjudicate, facilitate debt restructuring. It should be clear that the reason we do that is that you need a legal framework, and leaving it to bargaining just doesn't work. It leads to a phenomenon too little, too late, a breakdown of bargaining, the powerful taking advantage of the weak. And we should have learned that lesson from the very fact of what we do within our countries, that given the difficulty of debt restructuring, we do need a legal framework. A rule of law internationally is as important as a rule of law within a country. And bankruptcy turns out to be an important element of the rule of law. And I find it totally ununderstandable how countries like the United States say, we believe in the rule of law, but we don't think there should be a rule of law when it comes to restructuring debt. It is a total mystery to me. And so I think this is the time, as so many countries who are limited economic means are going to be facing high levels of debt distress, and there will have to be something done. And the question is a really simple one: how much stress, distress, suffering, deaths, how much economic consequences do we want to have? Remember, whenever a country gets in debt too much, it's as much the result of bad lending as it is bad borrowing. Whenever you have a loan, it's a transaction between a lender and a borrower. Nobody forced the lender to lend. And we tend to put the onus on the borrower, but it's a voluntary transaction, and it's often the lenders who are really at fault, because the lenders are the ones who are supposed to be the experts in risk analysis. Unfortunately, it's often the lenders who push these loans in their short-sighted attempt to make more money off of those in desperate need.
Let me just turn now to something that is just every time we have a conversation about the development prospects and trajectory of the LDCs, in fact, of any developing country, always seem to come back to a hardy perennial, which is how are we going to finance this? How are we going to finance our infrastructure needs, for example? And there are huge infrastructure needs across the LDCs. We all know that ODA is limited, so we're not going to be able to close the SDG gap or meet the financing needs of developing countries strictly from ODA. We all have constrained fiscal space, so domestic resource mobilization has proved challenging. And so even with respect to crowding in the private sector through blended finance, that has not closed the investment gap related to the SDGs. I mean, estimates are a bit all over the place. I've seen that the SDG financing gap is as low as $2.5 trillion for developing countries per year, 2.5 trillion, that's on the low side. I've seen estimates of $7 trillion a year that is needed, you know? But the fact of the matter is that the largest pool of private finance that is out there is intermediated through the capital markets. The latest figures that I have seen for assets under management is $103 trillion. But how to tap into that pool of funds is not easy. And you would think, just looking at it objectively, that this is a sort of money, you know, that is managed by asset managers that, you know, when they're managing money for pension funds and insurance companies, these are long-dated liabilities. You think that they would be ideally suited to the sort of long-term sustainable development investments that needs to be financed. And people look at it and say, well, there obviously is some market failure. There's a huge amount of cash that is out there. There is manifest demand on the other end, but the supply is just not meeting the demand. In your view, what needs to happen for developing countries and LDCs in particular to tap into that pool of assets that are under management, intermediated through the capital markets?
You've put it exactly the way I often do put it. It seems like a mystery. We have countries that are in need of long-term finance. We have sovereign wealth funds, pension funds that want long-term investment opportunities. And yet there seems to be a gap. In fact, a few years ago, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Ben Bernanke, talked about a savings glut. And you know, when he said that, I said, I don't know what planet you're living on, but I don't see a savings glut. I see a lack of money going for the investment projects that developing countries, emerging markets need. We need more savings, not less. And obviously, between these long-term needs and the savers, many of whom are long-term, stands our short-term financial markets, focusing on the next quarter. We have our banks, our hedge funds that are thinking about, you know, a quarter is a long horizon for many of these financial enterprises. So one of the answers is strengthening development banks. And that is a major change in perspective that has occurred in the last, I'd say, 5 years. The recognition that development banks play a very important role. The European Investment Bank, of course, is an enormous development bank, and it plays a critical role in financing investment in Europe. The World Bank is a development bank. But as the world has confronted the challenge of climate change, even in my own state, New York State, we've created a green development bank because we realize the market is not going to be adequate in providing a flow of funds for the investments, the long-term investments that we need for the green transition. And that has happened in states and communities all over the country and all over the world. So I think one response is the creation of more development banks. Two examples of recently created development banks focusing particularly on the green transition are the so-called New Development Bank created by the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, in which Nick Stern and I played a role as sort of a midwife trying to bring it into fruition. And then AIIB, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, that has been created with the membership of dozens of countries around the world. So I think this recognition of the importance of development banks, I think is a welcome one, and there needs to be further work in helping them, particularly as we think about the green transition. But there's another topic in terms of finance that is very much being discussed this week, and that is one of the sources of finance is taxation. And one of the parts of globalization that in the past has not worked very well is that while developing countries, emerging markets open their doors to foreign direct investment, the multilateral corporations did everything they could not to pay the taxes which they should have paid in response to their presence in these countries. And now their presence takes on many forms, not only the production that occurs, but through the digital giants in sales, and through the digital giants and advertising. And while these multinational corporations are very present and affecting the countries, these tech giants use the same intelligence to produce products that people love to avoid paying the taxes that they should be paying. And the discussions going on this week are about, unfortunately, at the center of them is the OECD, the club of the advanced countries. They're supposed to determine a global minimum tax and they're called Pillar 2 and an assignment of taxing rights at Pillar 1. But what I am very afraid of is that the voice of the developing countries, and especially the least developed countries, is not being heard. And what one is hearing as the likely outcome is something that may not help the developing countries very much at all. And some of them are likely to be even hurt by it. Not a surprise, given who's at the table and whose voices are being heard.
Thank you. Professor, I'm now going to open it up to the floor. I do have a request for the floor from the Deputy Permanent Representative of the Permanent Mission of Liberia to the United Nations in New York.
Thank you very much, USG.
Sorry.
I appreciate the time. My question is, IMF and World Bank and all the other financial institutions, the lenders, do they know the risk analysis involved in lending? Are they kind enough, or they are aware that there needs to be an education to the LDCs in terms of the pros and cons of lending to them and what they need to be aware of so that they meet their obligations?
Yeah, I think there needs to be much better risk analysis by the lenders and much better education of the risks of borrowing so that the borrowers understand these risks. You know, the standard framework for debt sustainability analysis is supposed to be that you assess the level of debt that a country can undertake such that with a very high probability, 95%, 98%, whatever, they can repay their debt. The fact that you recognize that there's risk, that there are events you can't anticipate, pandemics, global recessions like in 2008, means you can never be uncertain. Countries in the Caribbean we were just mentioning have faced earthquakes, hurricanes, natural disasters that also pose a risk to them. Small countries that don't have a diversified export base face the risk of a collapse of a commodity price of their export good. So any analysis of debt sustainability has to have as a central feature risk. But it also has to have as a central feature the recognition that the growth prospects of a country are what economists would say endogenous. They are dependent on the amount of resources that the country has. That if one doesn't do, for instance, enough debt restructuring, the country won't have enough resources to make the investments, we've been talking about those investments, that the country needs, and the growth will be lower, and the result of the lower growth is that debt becomes less sustainable. So at the heart of debt sustainability has to be an understanding of the interaction between the magnitude of debt that one has, the magnitude of debt forgiveness that one undertakes, and the growth prospects of the country. Now, unfortunately, in the past, the debt sustainability analyses done both by the private sector and by public entities has not adequately taken into account either of the two aspects, either a deep understanding of the sources and nature of the risks that countries confront, or of the endogeneity of the growth and the dependence on the growth on the availability of funds to make those critical investments. And so I would hope going forward that there is better education on both sides, both on the creditor sides and on the debtor side, of exactly what debt sustainability means, so that countries are warned about the dangers of undertaking excessive debt, and lenders have a better understanding of the limitations. You know, there's one aspect that I perhaps should mention, and it goes to the point that on both sides of this market, there are incentives for short-sightedness. I mentioned before short-sighted financial markets. The bankers doing the deals typically get paid on the basis of the size of the deals they make. They are not punished when 5-10 years down the line, the money is not repaid. So the bankers like lending. They are not disciplined about, as they should be, about the consequences of the lending. And it's understandable that politicians would like to be able to have more resources today. Political life is often short. And so if you have a short-sighted banker willing to provide money to a politician who's in office for a limited amount of time, it's a recipe for getting into excessive debt. And that's why I put the onus on the lenders to do a much better job of debt sustainability than they have done in the past.
Thank you. We now turn to the Permanent Representative Ambassador of Tanzania to the United Nations.
Okay. Thank you very much. Tax reforms is among things that they have been pushed and being really, to a large extent, promoted, particularly in the context of LDCs. And I think it is necessary because that's the only way you can mobilize local resources, but also try to generate necessary income to fund so many other activities of the government. But there is always aspect of tax incentives that has been very unique and as one of the main ways of attracting FDIs and investors. Now, for many years, many countries have embarked on that process of reforming tax systems by providing necessary tax incentives to foreign investors. I wonder whether on the ground, do we really have statistics that shows benefits, if any, in terms of the return of the much resources, much sacrifice that countries put in the name of tax incentives, vis-a-vis the returns of those investors? That's one. But the second question connected to that is the whole concept of investors. At one point in time, there was understanding that an investor is somebody who comes in a particular country and set up some investment and contributes to the welfare and development of that particular community. And that was one among the main features that distinguishes an investor from a normal business person or businessman who walks in for profit and does business and leave. I don't know whether, have we reached a stage that perhaps from the perspective of least developed countries, there should be no distinction between an investor or a normal businessman who just walk in, so that maybe the focus of our planning should really not be about investors. We should simply create an environment where investment, be local or foreign, can just flourish. Thank you very much.
Yeah, both good, very good questions. On the second question, I very strongly believe that there's a distinction between short-term capital and long-term investment. Short-term capital is money that can go into and out of a country overnight. The money, often provided by financial institutions, has no commitment to the country, no commitment to the long-term prosperity. Whereas somebody who is making a long-term real investment is making a commitment to that country. And I agree with you that we've often put too much emphasis on foreign investors, real investors, vis-a-vis domestic investors. They're all investors. One wants to create a good environment for investment. Now, what is a good environment for investment? A good environment for business? Well, a good environment for business includes infrastructure, a rule of law, educated, hardworking people. And this relates then to the first question. I think the experience in general is that simply giving tax concessions does not work. In fact, in many ways, it works just the opposite for two reasons. Typically, the tax concessions are of limited duration, say 5, 10, 15 years. And that attracts people whose focus is on the short term. And you want long-term investors, not short-term investors. Secondly, the money that the government raises by taxes is absolutely necessary for investments in infrastructure, investments in education and health. And so not having that money means that these other components, which are so essential for a good business environment, aren't there. In general, when I was chief economist of the World Bank, what we counsel countries is don't compete by a race to the bottom, compete by a race to the top. Say, we're going to be a country that provides you a good place to do business. And that is one of the key flaws in the World Bank Doing Business report. That was a report that has been issued now for more than 2 decades. It was issued when I was at the World Bank by the IFC. It then moved over to the World Bank's main headquarters. I always thought it was a terrible report because it said the lower the taxes, the worse the labor, the worse the labor protections, the better it is for doing business. I thought it was just the opposite. You need taxation in order to provide good infrastructure, and you want workers to be healthy and well protected. And so it was a short-sighted view of what was good for doing business. And I am pleased that the World Bank just recently, after a number of scandals that have occurred, most recently under the current president, under a number of scandals, has decided to discontinue that report because it really put the wrong emphasis on what it means to have a country that provides a good environment for business.
I have a question now from the ambassador from Laos, PDR. Anupar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. USG. I actually sent my question to you previously, but I think it would be good to me to be more interactive with you. I have two questions. First is on, we are talking a lot about graduation and smooth graduation and ways and means to ensure that graduation is something that we all are proud of and we will celebrate. But given the current situation, is not something that we are going to celebrate, meaning still daunting challenges that countries like my own continue to face, not only being an LDC, but also a landlocked country. My question is related to financing infrastructure. And we have witnessed and observed that international financial institutions are not interested in financing infrastructure or building roads and bridges. And getting into alternative lending or financial resources sometimes is critical, but we've been criticized that we are falling into that trap. So what a country like my own can do, because there seems to be little options for us to choose. And perhaps as you have been an advisor to those financial institutions, what would be your recommendation to them, taking into account that the LDC 5 will be convened, and perhaps we can come up not only with policy recommendations, but what is more concrete, more implementable solutions for LDCs to consider and work closely with the international community. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the issue of debt undertaken for investment is a critical issue. No company would be able to succeed if it didn't make investments. Countries need to make investments, and as you pointed out, they often lack domestic resources to make those investments. So there are two aspects of this that I would, two or three that I would highlight. The first is one has to do a very careful analysis of the benefits of the project. Too often, there are rosy scenarios. The belief that this particular road is going to have a much bigger impact, and the result is there will be more growth. More growth will enable the country to repay the loan, and those prospects don't pan out. So I think that's part of the risk analysis. What is the probability that the project will actually deliver to the extent that is hoped, and to what extent that may not happen? Ideally, one wants to have contracts with both the builder and the provider of the finance that are what we say contingent contracts that entail some degree of risk sharing. That say, in effect, if the project is as successful as we hope and you believe, we'll pay you more. But if the project isn't successful, you're richer than we are. You need to bear some of that risk. So I think there are opportunities for what are sometimes called equity-like sources of finance. And I think there at least needs to be more exploration of mechanisms, better mechanisms for sharing the inherent risk associated with any project. The third thing is I would encourage countries to do what they can to develop their own domestic ability to mobilize resources. The countries in East Asia that were most successful over the last 40 years are countries that managed somehow in their critical era of rapid economic growth to get savings rates of 25, 30, 35% or more. And thereby avoiding the high dependence on foreign lenders. When countries do need to borrow, they should try to borrow in their own domestic currency. That gives more flexibility than borrowing in dollars or euros, yen, in hard currencies. So one has to, as I emphasized before, take into account both the growth potential of borrowing, but also the risks that the country faces. And through a whole set of actions, try to manage those risks so that one doesn't have the kinds of calamities that happen all too frequently, and which have these debt crises, which do occur over and over again, have effects which can last a decade or longer.
Very much. We have the ambassador of Malawi, permanent representative of Malawi to the UN. Perks, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. It's great to see you again. One of the areas we have touched on in our draft document for the program of action is illicit financial flows. Now, the reports we have within the UN, and I'm quoting the Mbeki report, the famous Mbeki report, said that the sources of these illicit financial flows, 65% of that comes from the commercial dealings by multinationals and others. The rest is, of course, pure corruption by leaders, political leaders, and otherwise. Now you see that the bulk of that illicit financial flows is by the commercial dealings of multinationals and others. Now, these multinationals, you talked about the possibility of having a minimum tax for them. Our fear is that if we do that, they simply will not come to our countries. After all, they are not coming because they say we are too small. There is no money to be made in our countries, which I don't believe. I don't know what you think. Now, the UNCTAD told us that OO predicted a 40% decline in direct foreign investments in our countries. And here we are trying to fight corruption from our leaders, but these multinationals and the investors, foreign direct investors, are too sophisticated for us to understand, in that when we are signing the contracts and all that, they have clauses in there that maybe we don't understand much, and through that, they get away with transfer pricing, not able to declare all their profits, and they get away with our money. What do you think we need to do? Because if we press on them too much again, they will simply not come to our countries. We are working, I think, in our sixth committee on the return of assets. Because when we discover these illicit financial flows in this country, we are having, again, problems to recover those assets back to our countries. What's your recommendation, Prof?
So, I mean, obviously, what you said is very important, that these illicit flows have become a major problem for developing countries. Money is leaving, rather than going to developing countries, it's leaving developing countries. I sometimes describe it as an anti-gravity flow. Money should be flowing from the rich to the poor, and too often it goes the other way. I think the concern about the economic activity not going to the countries is misplaced for the most part. What is at issue in these tax agreements that are being discussed is not where the economic activity occurs, but where it's booked. In other words, where the profits are recorded. The economic activity may still occur in Mali or in some other country, but the multinationals have the ability to pretend that all the profits originated in some low tax jurisdiction. And so that is what these, the focus of a lot of the discussions going on right now. It's not trying to, it's trying to affect where people book their income and therefore how much taxes they pay, not where they locate. They're going to locate on the basis of where the cost of the resources are low, where they can get labor, which adjusted for productivity is less expensive, and so forth. So the real activity is less affected than the place where it's booked. There's a final point that you raised that I think is very important, and that is the contracts, the agreements are often very complex, and the multinationals put clauses in these agreements that are not well understood, and then they use investment agreements to enforce those clauses, to inhibit the ability to renegotiate those contracts. And so one of the advice I give developing countries is being very wary of signing those investment agreements. South Africa has decided not only not to sign them, but those that it has, when they come up for time to end them, after 20 years, for instance, they will terminate them. I think the UN can play an important role in helping advise countries in terms of, are they being cheated by these contracts? And I think countries themselves have to take action, not let themselves be succumbed by these investment agreements. I have another meeting at 9:10. Should that be the last question?
No, I mean, you have to go, and that's coincident with the time that we have. So thank you so much for sharing your insights with us this morning. I know it's early morning for you there, and We really appreciate your frank and unvarnished views on some of the real pressing issues and challenges that are facing the least developed countries. So thank you. Could you give a round of applause to Professor Stiglitz for me? Professor.
Well, thank you for this chance.
Yes, until we meet again. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Colleagues, we're going to take a 10-minute coffee break, and then we come back for the closing. You know, somebody told me there was a gentleman by the gate that has coffee. He's not selling it. It's on the house. I'm just going to mention that. Come back here in 10 minutes' time for the close. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, presenters, and colleagues, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is my great pleasure to moderate today's closing session of the LDC Future Forum. The last 2 days have been filled with very inspiring presentations and discussions, and I am sure that all of us, we have learned a great deal. And we take with us our new ideas and concepts, and we hope that they will also inform the ongoing negotiations on the new program of action for the LDCs. We have shared our ideas on everything from managing peace to the best ways to farm land, and we have learned just how connected all of these things can be. We have heard illuminating ideas of how to close all the divides that must be urgently bridged for the LDCs to get on the path of graduation and beyond. Better digital connectivity, access to finance, social protection, bridging the gender gap. Ideas that every one of us can take away and share with our colleagues. So before we say goodbye for now, I am very pleased to begin with our closing plenary. They say you should have the best until the last, so I am very delighted that we have such an excellent range of speakers to close. Let me now introduce them. Our first speaker will be Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and we are very happy that he will be able to hear from Professor Sachs at our closing panel. Then we will hear a presentation by His Excellency Ville Skinnari, the Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade of Finland, followed by Her Excellency Susi Carla Barbosa, Senior Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Communities of Guinea-Bissau, followed by His Excellency Ambassador Perks Ligoya, Permanent Representative of Malawi, and also Chair of the Global Coordination Bureau for the Least Developed Countries, followed by Ambassador Rabab Fatima, Permanent Representative of Bangladesh to the United Nations and co-chair of the LDC 5 Preparatory Committee. She will be participating virtually. And last but not least, USG E. Courtney Rattray, Undersecretary General and High Representative for the LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. So now, without further ado, we are really happy to have you, Professor Sachs, with us today. He's truly a person who needs really no introduction. He's a world-renowned economist and the president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, as I mentioned, and really they have been a key partner for us in organizing and putting together this LDC Future Forum. So, Professor Sachs, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings, friends. Greetings from Rome on a nice sunny day just outside the Colosseum. There's an interreligious meeting of the community San Egidio that I'm attending, which is really very wonderful because it brings together the Pope, the Patriarch Bartholomew, and many religious leaders all asking for the same thing: social justice, a common plan for our common home. And this is, of course, what this meeting is all about. I have one basic piece of advice and focus, which is follow the money. There's no way that the developing countries and the LDCs in particular can achieve the sustainable development goals without more money, without more finance, without more fiscal space. We're a little bit cruel in the world. I come from a country that has a kind of traditional cruelty, I'm afraid, the United States. It doesn't want to hear about more money. It doesn't want to hear about more aid. It doesn't want to hear about budgets that poor people need. That's traditional of the United States. Unlimited sums for the military, but when it comes to development assistance, they They lost the melody several decades ago in my country. But the fact of the matter is really straightforward, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the budgets of your countries. In a country like Malawi or any of the countries on the LDC list, with very few exceptions, the total government revenues are typically under $200 per person per year, and for many of the countries, under $50 per person per year. This, to my mind, is absolute cruelty of the world, not to observe that fact and not to relieve that fact. How can a government function in this world when the revenues that it has are $50 per person or $100 per person or $300 per person? When in the rich countries, we spend thousands of dollars per person, of course, on our children, on healthcare, on all infrastructure. Follow the money. We have left nearly 1 billion people on the planet without the basic resources to function, even to survive. Well, there are many ways that the developing countries that are on the LDC list ended up there. I happen to be spending a lot of time thinking about the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. I know how it got to the list. King Leopold of Belgium created a slave colony 140 years ago. Belgium ran a slave colony from around 1908 until 1960. The United States conspired with Belgium to assassinate Lumumba and installed a dictator for the next 30 years. Then several international companies, Glencore and others, have taken out cobalt and copper and other commodities with paying almost no revenues and putting it into all these secret Caribbean accounts that we have read about in the Pandora files in the last couple of days. Well, that's just one country, but it's a story really of evil and abuse. And then we leave the DRC, well, you know, fix yourself, get in order, achieve the SDGs. What's the matter with you? And unfortunately, so many of the countries on our list experience this kind of depredation, and in many cases until today. But however countries got on the list, the fact of the matter is they don't have the means to achieve the SDGs. And we talk, we go to conferences, we say how important everything is, but we don't have the money. The IMF has recently done some very good studies starting in 2019, and then a recent study with the 5 country case studies this year showing that in order to achieve the SDGs in the IMF's category of low-income developing countries, which is 57 developing countries eligible for concessional finance from the IMF, we're missing around $500 billion a year of investment space for these countries. In other words, they fall about $500 billion short of what's needed to put children in school, to get digital connectivity, to get electrification for all as called for in SDG 7, to get safe water and sanitation, to provide basic health care, all the basics. And yet these countries are $500 billion a year short of what they need. What do we do about it? Truly, colleagues, nothing so far. We don't do anything about it because rich and powerful people don't want to be taxed, because this is a sideshow to the politics in the United States and in other countries, because we're not focused on this. We have no plan how to close the financing gap. So we have inspiring meetings. We call on countries to commit. We say all the wonderful things that can be done with microgrids and community health workers and community development, all of which I love and believe in, but we don't say how to pay for it. Without that, we are doomed to fail. And I just want to remind us, this is not a problem of ability to pay by the rich. The world economy today is $100 trillion annual. Half of that, $50 trillion annual, is the rich countries. The rich countries are home, of course, to the world's billionaires. I just checked an hour ago. The 500 richest people on the planet have a combined net worth of $8.1 trillion this morning. It's updated every day, depending on the stock market. Now, $8.1 trillion has a payout of about $400 billion a year, at a conservative estimate of 5% per year payout. And so 500 people could basically close the financing gap for 1.7 billion people to enable them to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Do we ask for it? Do we have a coherent approach to a global wealth tax to fund the SDGs as we should? No, it's not even on the political agenda. If it were on the political agenda in the United States, I can assure you the Wall Street Journal would go absolutely crazy. Fox News, Rupert Murdoch, social media, how dare you? But this morning, by the way, Mr. Bezos's personal account is $210 billion. So my basic point is really very simple. I've been working on this for nonstop for 25 years. Money makes the difference. We don't need a lot of it, but you don't get kids in school, you don't get health care, you don't get vaccines in people's arms, you don't get fiber connectivity, you don't get electrification without some funds. I'm here in Rome this month because I'm looking forward to the G20 summit, October 30, 31. That brings together about 85% of the world GDP, 20 leading countries. Let them step forward, honestly, for heaven's sake. Let's have the debt relief. Let's have the new funding through the multilateral development banks. Let's tax the digital sector. Let's tax the super mega rich whose net worth is higher than anything imaginable before in human history. The average, by the way, of these 500 richest people is $16 billion each. So if we're serious about this, I know most of the world's serious, but I don't think most of the political leaders and the big interests behind them are necessarily serious. But if we're serious about this, we need fiscal space for the LDCs. We need budgets that are meaningful. We should never sign IMF agreements with countries where their revenues are $20, $40, $60 per person, as occurred in Afghanistan over many programs. Are we kidding? Can we look seriously at what real needs and real costs are? Because if we do, we'll solve this problem. All of the solutions that you've been discussing in the last 2 days are real. They work. I know. I've seen them. I've led some of them. They work, but they require modest amounts of funding. 0.5% of world GDP devoted really to ending poverty. So if we can get that done, I'm sure we can be successful. Thanks for letting me join you today, and all best wishes. And please count on me for anything I can do to help make serious budgets for the serious investments for the real accomplishment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Grateful to be with you today. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sachs, for your sharing your always very thought-provoking ideas, making, money makes the difference, focus on the development financing and keeping governments and people engaged really fully to end poverty. I know I have a room full of people who would like to engage with you in a discussion, but unfortunately we don't have the opportunity in this closing session today, but we are very grateful for you to be here with us today, and we see that the weather there in Rome is a little bit nicer than here today in Helsinki, but we have had very good discussion. Thank you for being with us.
If I could just mention that as I think everybody knows, in this year's SDG report, which I lead, Finland came out #1. In the World Happiness Report, which I lead, Finland came out #1. Even if the weather's not quite so good, you're the happiest and most sustainably developed country in the world. And I'm grateful for Finland's leadership. It's very impressive. And I hope I can see people in person very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words. And I am sure that the Finnish colleagues here in the room take those very much to heart. And we have all enjoyed our time here, even if it has been perhaps a little bit colder and today rainy as well. Thank you. Now we will hear a statement from His Excellency Mr. Ville Skinnari, Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade of Finland. Minister Skinnari has really been the person that has, through his generous support, financial contribution, is why we are all here. They have really enabled us to put together this LDC Future Forum and provide this opportunity for all of us to be here. So we are very grateful, and I look at Ambassador Salovaara there too, if you can please convey our grateful thanks to Minister Skinnari when you see him. So unfortunately he's on travel, he couldn't be here in person today, but we will hear a pre-recorded video message now.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and pleasure and honor for Finland to host the first ever LDC Future Forum in Helsinki. I do apologize that I couldn't be with you in person, but I'm very proud that so many of the brightest minds in global development have come together in Finland. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the United Nations Office of the High Representative of the Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states for organizing the forum in collaboration with UNO Wider and the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lived through decades of global progress in fighting poverty. However, the COVID pandemic is now threatening to reverse many of these gains. We've witnessed a significant rise of extreme poverty, food shortages, and climate-related emergencies. Statistics show that the pandemic is leading to an even more unequal world as the development gains for millions in poor countries are reversed. This is a call to firm action. Finland has supported the global response to the pandemic by over 110 million euros through bilateral commitments and via the European Union's Team Europe approach. The political and financial support to the United Nations is particularly important in our global response. We are currently preparing additional support, including vaccine donations. Dear friends, the LDC Forum has addressed a wide range of issues that are critical for achieving sustainable development. In the course of the past 2 days, the main goals of the 2030 agenda have been discussed with the objective to identify key challenges and opportunities for building peace and prosperity globally. While LDCs have been at the core of this forum, the guiding principles of the discussions has been and must be leave no one behind. This principle is enshrined in the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, I would like to raise 3 questions that I consider vital for the future of the LDCs and in many ways for the future of our planet. My first point concerns climate change, which is one of the greatest challenges facing humanity today. Least developed countries are the most affected by climate change, yet they are least responsible for it. Climate change disproportionately affects the lives and livelihoods of the world's poorest. To be more resilient together, we must ensure that countries at all stages of their development find their own paths to zero emissions and climate resilient development. While we need to ensure that ourselves are walking the talk, Finland is committed to a goal to be climate neutral by 2035. We're also scaling up our climate finance. I may add that Finland is a forerunner in building resilience to weather and climate-related disasters, having financed the improvement of weather and climate services of over 50 national meteorological and hydrological services around the globe during the past decade. Ladies and gentlemen, my second point concerns the importance of building peaceful, inclusive societies as a precondition for sustainable development. Goal number 16 of the Agenda 2030 is often referred to as an enabler for achieving the other development goals. I fully agree with this interpretation. Finland is firmly committed to promoting and defending democracy, human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law nationally in the European Union and globally. One of our 4 priorities of Finland's development cooperation is to strengthen peaceful, democratic societies. To this effect, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs has recently established, in collaboration with the University of Helsinki, a rule of law center aimed at enhancing our cooperation in the field of democracy and the rule of law. The main purpose of the new center is to support developing countries in building the institutions for the rule of law as the foundation for a peaceful and just society. We will do this in collaboration with our bilateral and multilateral partners. Distinguished guests, my final point concerns the question of financing for development and the role of the private sector. Official development assistance can play a catalytic role in supporting developing countries in implementing their national development strategies and providing funding for tackling global challenges. ODA is also necessary for addressing the needs of the poorest and of the people faced with humanitarian crises. However, ODA is only one of the components of financing for development. It is clear that public funding is not nearly enough to accumulate the financing needed to reach the SDGs. Private sector participation is a must. We need strong private sector engagement in trade and investment in order to have a better impact on SDGs. We have seen that countries that have successfully transitioned from LDG status have had a major impact from the private sector. I am happy that in Doha we will have a business forum to interlink investors, entrepreneurs, and development actors together. We all know that the lack of financing for trade and investment is an impediment for economic growth. We should therefore be able to establish right conditions for creative new ways to development financing with engagement from the private sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of Finland, I would like to thank you all, the organizers as well as the participants, for convening in Helsinki to discuss pathways to sustainable development from the viewpoint of the LDCs. Major efforts are still needed, but I remain optimistic. Jointly, we will be able to tackle the challenges caused by climate change, backsliding of democracy, the pandemic and subsequent economic and political instabilities. The Doha LDC 5 conference early next year will come at the critical time to help build an ambitious program for action. I'm convinced that this forum has provided food for thought for each of us and has contributed to the preparations of the 5th LDC forum to take place in Doha. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Skinnari, for his remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite our next speaker, Her Excellency Susi Carla Barbosa, Senior Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Communities of Guinea-Bissau. Madam Minister, the floor is yours.
Do I go there? Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody, Excellencies, dear participants. At the outset, I would like to thank the United Nations Office of High Representative for the LDCs, the LLDC and SIDS, as well as the Government of Finland and all partners organizing this important forum of the LDCs for the warm hospitality we have been receiving since our arrival to Finland. Thank you very much. While the entire world is still dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, struggling with the recovery from its negative impacts, the timing could not be better for this gathering with a focus on the least developed countries, the most vulnerable and the most affected of all. This will help us to set the tone for the sustainable recovery as we prepare the 5th conference for the LDCs to be held in Doha, Qatar in January 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to announce that the President of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency General Umar Sissoko Embalo, was invited to be one of the champions of the LDC conference to be held in Doha, which constitutes for us, Guinea-Bissau, a great honor, but also a great challenge. I believe this forum has a great importance and it will be a great help for all the LDC countries, thanks to the lessons we have learned from these 2 days of sessions. Experience that has shown that how different countries have faced different problems in different sectors, but at the end, they are common problems. I thank you for that opportunity, and in my own name, in behalf of the government of Guinea-Bissau, I thank you once again for having invited me to participate here. Excellencies, it has been 40 years since the first least developed countries conference was held in Paris, where our vulnerability were recognized and a program of action was set to help the LDCs transform their economies to reduce the level of poverty in their population and better living conditions in areas such as health, nutrition, education, basic infrastructures, create job opportunities, especially for young people and women, and enabling an environment especially for youth, environment for economic growth. Today, although many improvements have been happening and some countries have been graduated from the initial membership, still 46 of us, majority of African countries, still remain on the LDCs, and most of the same difficulties and fragilities still are part of our country's realities. However, the conference in Istanbul, the hopes that we raised then high, And then suddenly, without notice, we find ourselves facing the COVID pandemic and many other natural catastrophes, which have once again pushed further back and taking away most of the gains achieved in our countries. For all these reasons, as the day for the 5th conference is fast approaching, in the midst of these unprecedented times of the COVID pandemic that has ravaged the world and debilitated even more our already weak economies, we are counting on a strong commitment of our partners more than ever. Only with even distribution of vaccines and full implementation of all the decisions that have been taken in Doha would allow us to strengthen the socio-economic conditions of our countries in the post-COVID era and reduce the poverty so that together we can strive to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and bring dignity and security for all. Excellencies, the pandemic taught us that we are all part of this planet and we are all interconnected in many ways. For we should care for each other, rich and poor, small and big countries. We should care for our planet, and we should go to Glasgow objectively to reaffirm it and to put in practice the ambitious commitment achieved in COP21 in Paris. For my country, Guinea-Bissau, an African LDC country, and SIDS, these are very important steps to build back better and sustainability development. We need a healthy planet, and even distribution of vaccines should be more sustainable, so that we can beat COVID-19 together and build a better world for everybody. Let us make Doha Conference a success for all of us and for the good of all of us. I thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Ministra. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to be here with us. Really wonderful that you have made the long trip to be with us during this future forum. It's now my great honor and pleasure to invite Ambassador Perks Ligoya, Permanent Representative of Malawi to the United Nations and Chair of the Global Coordination Bureau of the Least Developed Countries. Ambassador Ligoya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hedy, Honorable Minister, USG, Ambassador Yuka, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to stand here at the end of a great occasion. It's been intense 2 days of discussion, and I would like to thank all the researchers from around the world for presenting their findings here to contribute to a better future for the people in the LDCs. I would like to encourage you, the researchers, to continue to make your research accessible to policymakers. They need to implement innovative measures that will help the LDCs to achieve the SDGs. Therefore, I will be very happy to continue with this dialogue that we have started today. As I said the other day, this is the first of its kind. And thanks to our host, the happiest country in the world, for this initiative. The LDCs made some concrete proposals for the next program of action, which we will call Doha Program of Action. These include the establishment of investment promotion regimes, enhanced support for graduating and graduated countries, and a multi-hazard crisis mitigation and resilience building mechanisms for LDCs. These are, unfortunately, the outcome of some of our proposals will have to be discussed and approved in our other fora, for example, WTO. If we have to support the graduated countries for the 12 years that we have proposed, this definitely will pass through the WTO. And we encourage our ministers of trade and commerce representing our countries in the WTO to stand for us and present our proposals in there. We have also put forward draft elements that raise the ambitions in certain areas, including increasing broadband connectivity, doubling industrial share of employment and GDP, doubling the aid for trade to LDCs, providing enhanced direct budget support to LDCs for social protection systems, providing 50% of all climate finance for adaptation and 50% of that money, of the adaptation money to LDCs and other vulnerable countries, and providing enhanced blended finance, just to name some of them. I am pleased that several presentations touched on these issues, and we will study them carefully to strengthen the outcome document, which I am sure the co-chair, Ambassador Rabab, will speak on, the status of our document. Let me flag a few points that struck me during the sessions. We know that LDCs face a lot of risks that are often interrelated, from commodity price fluctuations to the effects of climate change. But we also need to take risks to achieve transformational change. I was impressed by the example of the women in Liberia who were planning to go out in the streets naked to stop the long civil war. And it worked. Because the men hearing that got scared. Oh no, that cannot happen. And they stopped the war. So the role of women in society. I enjoyed that example in one of the discussions. And the other one is USG, you remember. We said if the G7, the G20 countries spend money for vaccination for our people in the LDCs, they should not consider that as sunk costs, but as investment. And we saw that the study by the IMF and UNESCO shows that for every $1 spent for vaccination, the result is $35 of gains that will result. Even if it were a private business, I would go into that business. All right? So this is the message that we should take to all those who have the capacity to help us with the greatest problem that we have now, vaccination. We need the vaccines. Another challenge for policymakers is what to prioritize in the face of the many problems that we face. It is crucial to identify accelerators like access to digital technology, electricity, water services that will make progress in many SDGs. Thus, we need in-depth country-specific research for evidence-based policies to reach the SDGs and leave no one behind. Finally, I would like to tell you that I have put on the WhatsApp group that we have the ministerial declaration that I talked about. So far, we have 25 countries that have adhered to that facility. I promise you, it is a good facility and innovative and encourage all our countries because it's on demand. They can't just put you as member of that. You have to request to be member of it. And most of the, I should not say some, most, but some of the financing for adaptation will surely go through this window because it's innovative, not too many intermediaries in between. It goes from the pockets or of the treasuries or of the donors direct to the people who need that money. You know, you remember in the past the reports were saying that for climate financing, out of $100 that were given for the financing, only about $20 of that money reached out to the grassroots people, those who need. We want to reverse that. And I want to finally thank the organizers of this very, very useful forum, Future Forum. And if you heard the SG, UN Secretary General, at the opening of the 76th session, he referred to this concept of having even a group of elders for future, to take care of our youth and all that. So it's in the same spirit that we came up, and thank you, USG, for the naming of this Future Forum. And I hope we will have more of this in future. I want to thank OHRLS, United Nations WIDER, SDSN, and of course, our host government of Finland. I have just learned, and I hope it is true, that Finland is one of the champions for the group on adaptation finance. And there is Finland, the Kingdom of Denmark, Ireland, Sweden, and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We are already making progress. And in the WTO, there has already been an extension of the waiver, the TRIPS waiver. Now there is an extension up to, is it end 2033, which is already an achievement for us. I want to thank you so much for this occasion, for giving me the occasion to speak. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ligoya, for your very important, insightful statement. It is now my great honor, great pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Rabab Fatima, Permanent Representative of Bangladesh to the United Nations, and also one of the co-chairs of the LDC 5 Preparatory Committee. Ambassador, we have really missed you here in Helsinki, but we are very grateful that you are joining us today virtually from New York. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Heidi. Good to see you. His Excellency, Mr. Bill Kennedy, Her Excellency, Ms. Susie Carla Barbosa, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Ambassador Pax Ligoya, USG Courtney Rattray, Excellencies, distinguished participants. A very good morning to you all from New York. I'm honored to join you today to speak on behalf of my co-chair, Ambassador Bobry, and myself. I was very keen to join the forum in person, but due to some pressing engagements here, I could not do so at the very last minute, but I have tried to follow the discussions online. At the outset, I wish to thank and commend the government of Finland for hosting the first LDC Future Forum. This was an invaluable contribution to our preparations for the LDC 5 conference. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Finland. I thank Minister Kenari and Minister Barbosa for their inspiring statements, and it is always a pleasure to hear Professor Sachs. And our chair, Ambassador Ligoya, is always inspiring, showing us the way. Thank you very much. I congratulate USG Rattray and his excellent team for their tireless efforts to ensure a successful event. Thank you, both names. I also thank and convey our deep appreciation to the distinguished participants, the scholars, academicians, the development practitioners for their important contributions. Over the past 2 days, we have had very rich discussions and heard many insightful presentations. A wide variety of thematic areas have been covered, which are all very pertinent to the next program of action for the LDCs. As we prepare for the next round of negotiations of the draft program of action, the takeaways from this forum will encourage us to be more ambitious. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the future forum is taking place for the first time, and it comes at a critical time. We are in the midst of an unprecedented crisis. The pandemic has created havoc in all spheres of our societies. Millions of people have been pushed into poverty and hunger. Inequalities, both within and across societies, are on the rise. The twin impacts of climate change and disasters have compounded the situation further. The LDCs are bearing the heaviest brunt of these crises. Recovery efforts are grossly insufficient and uneven, to say the least. Take vaccines, for instance. Only about 1.2% of the people in the LDCs have been vaccinated so far. Even before the pandemic, the LDCs were the furthest behind. The 46 LDCs are home to 12% of the global population, but they account for less than 2% of the world's GDP and less than 1% of global exports. The pandemic has exacerbated the pre-existing vulnerabilities and pushed them further behind. The Istanbul Program of Action has had limited success. Since its adoption, 4 countries have graduated and 16 others are in different stages of graduation. Yet the targets in all its priority areas remain unfulfilled. And we have heard how the pandemic is posing further challenges. The 5th LDC conference offers an excellent opportunity to agree on a new transformative roadmap for the LDCs to overcome this crisis and build back better and stronger. Excellencies, distinguished participants, as many of you are aware, the negotiations on the draft program of action is well underway. Ambassador Bobry and I are truly honored to co-chair the preparatory committee of the LDC 5 conference. The group of LDCs under the leadership of Ambassador Ligoya has submitted an excellent draft. We have already had 1 round of consultations, and the PrepCom will meet for the 2nd round on the revised draft next week on the 13th and 14th in New York. The draft captures the hopes and aspirations of the LDCs, especially now in their efforts to build back better from the pandemic. It is expected to be a strong compact of partnership between the LDCs and the development partners and all other stakeholders. The draft has identified some concrete deliverables for eradicating poverty, ensuring lifelong learning, facilitating trade and investment, and ensuring sustainable and irreversible graduation of the LDCs. And very importantly, it sets a target to address the vaccines crisis by promoting and encouraging technology transfer to increase production and distribution capacities of vaccines in the LDCs. Negotiations so far have been very constructive, with all sides showing a genuine desire to have a transformative program of action. We expect to conclude the negotiations on the program of action positively by mid-December. The proposals and recommendations from the academic papers and the rich discussions held over the past 2 days are expected to complement our ongoing discussions in New York. This event is also likely to facilitate consensus building on critical issues of importance to the LDCs, as many of you will be going back to your home countries with this important message. Keeping this in mind, Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, I wish to propose 4 specific recommendations very briefly. First, I would request OHR LLS and other co-organizers to prepare a compendium of the specific policy recommendations coming out from the various analytical papers and share it with the member states and other stakeholders for their consideration, as those could serve as important inputs for the development strategies and practices. Second, on a similar note, some of the innovative ideas and key deliverables from here could be shared with the member states for their consideration for suitable reflection in the negotiating text and to complement the elements contained in the draft program of action. Thirdly, create an online platform for the LDC Future Forum to engage the resource persons virtually on issues that are of importance to the LDCs, especially now in the preparatory process, as well as in later stages. Finally, distinguished colleagues, bring the Future Forum to Doha as a part of the program of the LDC5 conference to be held in January 2022 in Doha. I thank you, dear colleagues, for your kind attention, and we look forward to remaining engaged with you in the coming days. Thank you very much. Katie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Rabah Fatima, for your important and insightful statement, and we have very much taken note of the 4 recommendations that you have proposed, very important ones, and we will certainly move forward with those. Thank you so much for being with us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker of this closing session, we will hear from USG and High Representative Mr. E. Courtney Rattray, his final considerations of our meeting, Future Forum. USG, the floor is yours.
Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished participants. Well, what have we heard over the past 2 days? And what have we learned? Different ideas, different approaches, and different views. And that was really the point of us gathering together at this first of its kind LDC Future Forum. In order to realize our goal of leaving no one behind, we have to find new approaches and explore new and fresh ideas. And if you want an example of the power of ideas to make a real difference, we only need to look at the news this week. We now have a green light for a malaria vaccine for Africa after a century of trying. Every step forward starts with an idea that grows with research and that becomes a reality by virtue of us working together as one. That is the ethos that we need to help the LDCs out of the many traps in which they find themselves, where many structural vulnerabilities just reinforce one another, from abject poverty, low productivity and commodity dependence, to the disproportional effects of climate change. We have heard over these past 2 days about the need to look at whole systems and not just individual projects if we want to drive real change. We do not only need new technologies, we need new mindsets. We heard powerful testimony, in particular from my friend from Haiti. I'm trying to see if he's here with us, Antonio Rodriguez, who spoke about the need for sustainable, profitable domestic food systems that can deliver food security and nutrition for all. In education, we have to look at the whole continuum from early childhood learning to higher education. Childhood education is also where social norms can be changed, which is crucial to enable women's empowerment. We have heard such powerful testimony this week about the vital role of gender equality in shaping more peaceful and indeed prosperous societies, and about how to break down barriers in STEM education, which in turn brings tangible economic benefits in terms of household income. Professor Koulibaly mentioned the concept of industries without smokestacks. Industries that provide employment opportunities at every skill level and which can drive export diversification. So friends, all the LDCs strive to graduate, to leave the category. We have heard this many times, not least from Ambassador Perks-Ligoyo, and how right he is, but the graduation process has been uneven. It is obvious that more needs to be done to accelerate progress to meet the criteria. And the countries that are about to graduate also need targeted support measures to ensure a smooth transition. And that includes adjusting to the effects of less preferential market access for specific sectors, and how to supplement declining access to concessional finance with other flows of finance, including our domestic resources or foreign direct investment. We need to find ways to mobilize domestic resources without compromising our commitment to funding poverty eradication or overburdening innovative sectors like the ICT sector. Remember that refrain that we heard just yesterday, and which was echoed by Ambassador Perks-Ligoyo just a few minutes ago. Investment in social protection is just that. It is an investment. It is not a cost. We have heard a lot about the need for development finance, but we need more than just finance to achieve sustainable development in LDCs. More importantly, we need the political will to do things differently. We need to continue to discuss how we can implement the ideas we have shared in different settings, in different scenarios, in different country contexts. We know that this will look different in each and every country. One size fits all has never really worked. And over this last decade, we have become aware of that. And that is why I'm especially grateful to all the researchers who presented on the situations and approaches being adopted in so many different country settings and across countries. It is my hope that this first ever LDC Future Forum has sparked not just new ideas, but also new relationships and built ever-expanding networks. From what I have seen these past 2 days, I believe we only need to intensify this type of dialogue. And that's why I think it is important for us to follow up on the suggestion, indeed the recommendation that we just heard from Ambassador Fatima, who has urged us to take this concept with us on our journey to Doha. A dialogue where we not only hear what needs to be done, but how is what we have started here. I want to reiterate my heartfelt thanks to everyone who has contributed to make this forum happen and to make this forum the success that I think it has been. Starting with the Finnish government for their support, collaboration, and generous hosting, and above all to their genuine and long-term commitment to the LDCs. To our colleagues at the United Nations University World Institute for Development, UNU-WIDO, and to Jeffrey Sachs and the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for their long-standing commitment to what we've been trying to do and accomplish here this week. Friends, when we started on Tuesday evening, my goodness, it seems such a long way away from now. We started, remember that evening, we started with a reception, and it was heartwarming to see everybody so cheerful. I think you were cheerful just at the opportunity to be out of your houses again and to intermingle with colleagues. I mentioned the idea behind the film, the Kevin Costner film, Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. Well, come you did, armed with your ideas, your imagination, hope, and determination. And from our side, we can ask no more of you. We hope to see you all again in person at Doha including those of you who have joined with us remotely, virtually, online. I think from there is where we will start to put our ideas into action. And I hope and trust that at the end of the 10-year cycle of the Doha Program of Action, we would have made real progress and that we would have left no country behind in the LDC category. We would have all graduated. Thank you. Have a great journey.
Thank you very much, USG, for so eloquently summing up our discussions. We need new mindsets. We need the political will to do things differently. Certainly. I thank all of our speakers again for your closing remarks and for sharing your thoughts and reflections on this first ever LDC Future Forum. It has already been mentioned. We hope that perhaps this will not be the last. We will need to bring this with us, and I thank again Finland for having the foresight of bringing this Future Forum, this first ever Future Forum, together. I'm confident that the proposals and the recommendations that came up in this week's discussion will be reflected in the remaining preparatory period leading up to Doha. And not just that, but beyond Doha. We have much to achieve together, and as this week has proven, much that we can learn from one another on that road. I would like to again thank all of the presenters, all of the panelists, the discussants, for dedicating your time and efforts to this conference. I would like to thank all of you, all of the participants, both virtual and in the room here in Helsinki, for your very active participation throughout the last 2 days. Very importantly, I would like to thank our very superb technical team. They really deserve our appreciation. Also, thank you to the interpreters. They have also done an excellent job. And last, I would also like to thank my own team who have worked for this for several years. You have done a good job. Thank you so much. Could not have asked for more. And to all of you, I wish you a safe and pleasant journey home or wherever your next destination might be. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.